A young man and a young woman were sitting on a bench near the bus station, trying not to look at each other. Without looking up, she said that they had to part ways. The guy took her hand in despair and asked her if they hadn't been through so much together lately. And now that the exams are over, they should be together. He heard a firm no in response. It would be better for both of them. All these difficulties were only her fault. Let them each go their own way. Minseo was furious. How could Jaeha just leave him like that? Doesn't she understand why he did everything he did? His beloved's words that she understood him and that he needed more time made him turn away from her. The girl got up from the bench and jumped into the open door of the bus that had just pulled up, saying goodbye and that she believed in him. The young man jumped up and ran after his beloved, unable to hold back the bitter tears that came to his eyes. He shouted her name in desperation as the bus drove away. Confused and upset, Minseo stood on the porch of the bus station with his hand over his eyes. How could he have known at the time that they would never be able to see each other again? Then he would never have let his beloved go so far away. When Minseo finally woke up a few days later in his home, he saw the mess that had been created around him. At first, the guy couldn't even understand what the number was, and with a trembling hand, he brought his cell phone to his side to find out. Sitting in bed, he realized how tired he had become over the past few days and wondered what new things he could do to change his life. Amidst the commotion in the room, the young man finally got out of bed and sat down at the table, turning on his laptop. Jaeha's words that they had to break up were still echoing in his head. The moment he saw his beloved for the last time stood before his eyes, and the words that she believed in him were like a painful thud in his temples. In desperation, the young man hit the table and threw the things on it onto the floor. A photo of him and Jaeha smiling and happy together fell to the floor. Looking at a similar photo on his cell phone, the boy recalled the days when he graduated from college 2 years ago. After graduating from the institute, he tried to overcome a great sense of insecurity. To do this, he bragged about his ambitious plans to others. Boastfully told everyone that all he had to do was pass the civil service exam. Although this was not his dream job. He had no inspiration for studying and felt helpless every time he tried to read the books necessary for his future profession. It seemed that his beloved had never stopped believing in Minseo, although now he was sure that she was ashamed of him at the time. But the young man also had something that made him spend a lot of time at his laptop, which was his true passion. He found an exciting computer game with a rather attractive main character. At first, he resisted, telling himself that it was a typical story in which a girl becomes a princess by marrying a prince, that it was just making money off of children's fantasies. The young man desperately realized that he had important things to do and studies to attend to, but he could not give up and stop this game. And now he realized that playing the game back then made him feel relieved and happy. Finally, Minseo realized and admitted to himself that he had a lot of fun playing princesses, no matter how strange or pathetic it looked from the outside. And now he has decided to buy this game, even without sparing $2,000 to buy it. With tension and apprehension, he waited for the desired game to load. And now, squinting from the sun, he found himself on a green lawn under a tall green tree. The player heard a pleasant girlish voice. The girl was addressing someone named Leo. When her hand touched his shoulder, he realized that the stranger was talking to him. He turned around, still not realizing why the beautiful woman was calling him Leo. Looking at his puzzled look, the beauty asked what was wrong with him. A surprised Minseo did not understand who this stranger was, but he had the feeling that he had known her for a long time. The words seemed to come out of nowhere. Helena's education began. The player asked the upset girl if her name was really Helena. While he was frantically trying to realize whether he was actually in the game, the beauty looked him straight in the eye. "Your achievement is your first meeting with Helena," the voice said. Helena is very attached to Leo. The player reflected, looking at himself in the mirror, and asked himself if Leo was really him now. He tried to realize that he was really in this mysterious game. Again, he heard a gentle girl's voice calling him to pick mountain berries. His new friend almost forced him to go with her with a smile. He realized that Leo and Helena had been friends since childhood, and he felt that he remembered all the time he had spent with this beautiful woman. She squatted down by a bush with red berries and looked at them. She noticed that they were the same berries the teacher had told them about. Thanks to communication with his new friend, he has learned a lot of useful information over the past few days. This is a town called Daimos in the border area of Haydn in the east of the kingdom. Is a world where any injury is healed by the power of priests. And Helena wants to become one of these priestesses. The girl was surprised why her friend was looking at her so long and thoughtfully without saying anything. But the thought that he was here only to make his new friend a princess kept bothering Minseo. This is the point of the game, to make the main character become a princess. Turning Helena into a princess is the main goal. The boy thought that to achieve this goal, he first needed to find a prince. Looking at his friend who was picking berries, he wondered how it was possible to do this in a place where there was not even a lord. The young woman stood by the window looking at the gloomy sky. She thought it was going to rain, so she should probably work at home. The parents asked their daughter if she was going to eat with them, but she said she had already eaten and would soon be going to work. Her parents assured her that she didn't have to go to the store and that she shouldn't exert herself too much today. With a smile to her parents, Helena turned around and quickly ran out the door. Looking through the open door of the shop, the girl politely greeted her aunt. Asking her aunt if she had kneaded any dough yet, the girl started working. Her hands were skillfully kneading the fluffy dough, but her mind was far away from the little shop. The girl realized that her friend had always been not very talkative, but now he doesn't talk to her at all and never smiles. She had the impression that Leo was always thinking about something of his own and looking dreamily into the distance. The girl seemed to freeze at the table with the dough from such sad thoughts. Suddenly, she looked down at her hands covered in flour. She wanted to remember the last time she and her friend held hands. The young woman tried to remember when they stopped holding hands. She bowed her head down and said to herself that this happened when she told me that she wanted to be a priestess. But priests cannot marry. I remembered that they were much closer to each other in their childhood. Her work for the day was over, and Helena packed her basket to head home. The girl was standing at the door of the shop, deep in thought, when she heard someone say her name. A smiling young man with freckles on his face waved to her, and how he managed to time the moment she was leaving the store every time. Smiling kindly at her, the young man expressed a fervent desire to walk the young woman home. He walked beside her and chatted non-stop, trying to get her attention, but she was deep in her interrupted thoughts again. Her thoughts were that only on weekends she goes to church to become a priestess. The rest of the time she has to work to survive. In her mind, she addressed the wise and patient god Nameru, asking him if she could actually become his priestess. At first, the girl did not notice that her companion was far behind. Then she turned to him and said that she would go ahead alone. The young man with the freckles remained standing in the middle of the road, upset by this disrespect. The sadness for Leo in their past relationship could be read in the confused look of the grieving Helena. While lying on the bed, Minseo recalled that it had been a month since he had gotten into this game. At first, he hoped that this game was just a dream, and now he has only faint memories of his past love. They are more like a distant echo. Should he return to his past life? Whether it makes sense to return, why? Unless it's to prepare for another boring exam. The boy's thoughts focused on whether he should stay here or not. But these thoughts were interrupted. Someone knocked decisively and loudly on the door. A man in a dark cloak with a hood stood on the threshold. The stranger silently looked sternly at the confused young man from under his hood. The young man just stood there looking at the stranger. In his mind, he quickly went through the options of who he could be. The stranger took off his hood and was the first to start talking. He asked sternly if the boy was home, to which he heard an uncertain answer that he was. And when the order to follow him was given, Minseo finally realized that it was his real father and followed him. Then he heard the man say strange things about giving the heart and head of the prey to Lord Barbados. The strange ritual continued, and the man asked to accept the offerings and protect his family. Finally, after thinking about all the facts, the boy realized that his current father was a hunter. Then the father ordered his son to butcher the prey he had brought back from the hunt. The hunter turned to the young man, staring intently into his face with his hard and cold gaze. The young man decided to play the fool, pretending that he had forgotten how to cut the prey because he hadn't done it for a long time. The stern-looking man walked up to the frightened boy, his eyes fixed on him. Minseo shivered, assuming that the hunter had guessed everything. But a moment later, the father backed down and began to give the boy orders in an instructive tone of voice on what to do and how to do it. A hunter was telling his clueless son how to tie a rope around the carcass of an animal he had hunted. The young man followed all the orders, trying not to reveal his clumsiness in this matter. He noticed that even though he was doing this for the first time, his body seemed to remember all the necessary movements. The father watched his son's every move in silence. Suddenly, Helena's voice was heard calling Leo nearby. The boy was happy to see her and asked if something had happened to her. In response to these words, the girl asked if he wanted to go for a walk with her. She smiled sadly at him and suggested that they go mushroom picking together. At that time, my father continued to do his hunting business despite his youth. The girl was waiting tensely for her friend to decide whether he would go for a walk with her. Now they are sitting in silence on the lawn next to each other, and no one starts a conversation. The upset boy feels that he should start the conversation first. His question about what is wrong makes the girl start a dialogue. Her first words make the guy nervous, because she asks if he remembers. A friend reminds him of a story about how a priest cured her seriously ill father 10 years ago, and says that since then she, like the savior priest, has wanted to devote herself to helping other people. The girl shared with her friend her doubts about whether she would be able to achieve this goal. And she looked him in the eye and said she wanted to live here with him, to be able to walk with him in the forest like that. The young man listened attentively to his friend. He was a little upset by this frank speech. But the next direct question, whether he personally wanted Helena to become a priestess, completely stumped him. The guy was thinking hard, not knowing what to say to his friend who was waiting for an answer. He did not want to lose her in any way, because he had long since realized that he liked Helena, and not just as an old childhood friend. His heart pounded like crazy when the young woman put her frail hand on his arm. They turned to each other and looked into each other's eyes in silence, not saying a word. Then they stood up and walked out of the forest to the town, still holding hands. But when he entered the village and saw a carriage with horses and people standing near it, the young man felt an unexplainable, disturbing sensation. Priest Leslie was walking right towards them, joyfully exclaiming that he had finally found Helena, and saying that the will of the god Namer would finally be fulfilled. The young couple was very surprised and frightened by the priest's passionate speech. Next to the monk, Leslie stood a knight and a priestess of high rank who said she would take the young woman to a monastery. The confused girl mumbled that this was a very joyful event that she had been waiting for a long time. And the boy froze in his tracks in complete despair, not knowing what to say. Helena also froze. She didn't know what to say and just looked at the people around her with wide, open eyes, as if waiting for some kind of clue. The priestess continued her speech, saying that the monk had given the girl good recommendations, so right now she could go with them to the monastery. In addition, the woman said that she had personally offered the girl the position of a novice priestess. Helena was excited about the offer, albeit doubtfully. Meanwhile, the young man was trying to organize his thoughts. He had never thought that Helena would leave this town and go away. The boy thought that if there is a monastery, there must be a castle where the king lives. And if there is a king here, he may have a son, a prince. This means that Helena will have the opportunity to meet him. But if my friend goes to school to become a priestess, it will be very difficult for her to meet a prince. But if Helena leaves the town and is not around, could this game end? Will his everyday life suddenly end here in the game? In fact, the guy felt that he did not want to return to his previous hard life outside the game. Now he was trying to understand what his excited friend was chirping to him. He paused for a moment. He looked the girl straight in the eye and asked her if she thought she would be happier if she stayed here. For several long minutes, the girl looked at her friend without saying anything, and then Helena silently, gently took her chosen one's hand and squeezed it tightly. The young woman thanked them from the bottom of her heart for their kind words, but said that she wanted to stay at home. This answer surprised everyone because it was a great opportunity to be baptized. The boy began to remember what his friend had told him about this rite of baptism. In order to receive divine power, someone to whom it belongs must pass it on to another person. This is called baptism. When this ritual takes place, more than half of that power is lost. That is why only outstanding students are chosen for this transfer. While the young man was recalling all this, his girlfriend stood next to him, still holding his hand tightly. Leslie told Helena that she was facing an important choice, whether she would be a priestess with divine power or a simple monk without this power. But the monk said that the main thing was that the girl had devoted her heart to God, and he suggested that she think carefully about the offer she had received. A high-ranking priestess told Helena that they were leaving tomorrow morning, and that if she changed her mind, she could still find them before morning. After saying this, the priestess and her attendant walked toward the building. Monk Leslie was still standing on the road looking at the young couple. Leo and his friend remained standing on the road when the monk finally left. The boy bowed his head thoughtfully and continued to be silent, pondering the situation. The girl returned to the young man and said that she would not leave him. She feels good with him, and this is enough to stay together. The boy realized that in the end, he had denied his friend her desired dream only because he wanted to live, avoiding his old problems. As he grabbed the young woman in his arms, he was still thinking that his selfishness had destroyed the dream of a person close to him. Still holding the girl in his arms, he whispered to her that she would be happy with him until the end of her life. Helena quietly told him that she would definitely be happy to be with him. The guy vowed to himself that he would do everything possible to ensure that his beloved never regretted the decision he had made. The young lovers stood there for a long time, unwilling to let go of each other's embrace. Finally, a long time had passed and the boy had to return to his home. Upon entering the room, he saw his father sitting at the table with a glass of beer in his hand. The young man immediately decided to announce that he wanted to get married at the end of the fall harvest. And now he wondered why his father didn't say anything to him. Of course, his father was always silent, but the boy hoped to hear something when he told him about his intention to get married. Putting a glass of beer on the table, the man silently walked away to a shelf on the other side of the room. A few minutes later, the father put a small fur bag tied with a rope on the table in front of his son. Sitting back down at the table next to his beer glass, he explained that the money in the bag was money he had saved from selling jerky and the skin of animals he had hunted. The man went on to say that his son should use the money to prepare for his wedding. Leo sat smiling because he was very happy that his father gave his consent to his marriage. But the stern man showed no emotion. He sat silently at the table and finished his beer. The young man's heart was filled with great gratitude to his father for his unexpected act and support. The time came and a big bell on the bell tower announced to the locals that a wedding would take place in the church. Many guests gathered in the great hall of the church. Leo was standing in the hall waiting for his beautiful bride. There was a festive bustle all around. Everything was decorated with colorful flowers for the holiday. And finally, a beautiful bride appeared with a huge bouquet of beautiful flowers in her hands. The boy with the freckles who had once courted Helena entered the hall with everyone else. He remained standing by the door, looking at the bride with a gloomy look. When the newlyweds were almost at the altar, Monk Leslie approached them. The monk said he had something to give Helena. She saw that he was holding a theological book. Handing the girl the book, the monk said that may God be with her always. The groom's face became sad, and it was clear that he was thinking about something. Helena was upset, and while thanking Leslie for the gift, she blinked away the tears that rolled down her face. And now the groom extended his hand to her as if inviting her to cast aside her doubts and make a final decision. The priest gave a short speech and blessed the marriage of the young couple. The guests clapped their hands and congratulated the newlyweds on the birth of their family. Helena turned to her lover with a joyful smile and wanted to squeeze him in her arms and tell him how much she loved him. The happy young man was smiling sincerely and wanted to say that he also loved his woman very much. But an ominous voice sounded in his head. It said that it welcomed the player. Helena got married. At that very moment, everything around him changed. Minseo stood in the empty hall, desperately calling out Helena's name into the void. Her name seemed to melt on his lips, and the whole world he had been living in for the last few years disappeared without a trace. The image of the bride still stood before the eyes of the shocked boy when the ruthless voice said that it thanked him for playing the game of raising Helena. The voice said that Helena's last profession was as a hunter, and her husband was Leo. Leo's last profession was hunter, and his wife was Helena. The voice summarized the game. The world existed in the town of Daimos. The point of the story is the end of a childhood friendship. The confused guy was still standing and shouting that he did not understand what had happened, but the only response was silence. He repeated and repeated that he was the real Leo. It was as if he did not understand who had so cruelly interfered with his new and beautiful life. The young man continued to shout the name of his beloved Helena into the silent space, but silence reigned around him. Minso found himself in complete darkness. It seemed to him that the world around him did not exist at all, neither the real world nor the world of the game. Hundreds of questions were running through his head that he still had no answers to. Suddenly, he remembered his past, and somewhere in his subconscious, the forgotten name Jae-ha popped up. Her figure seemed to flash before his eyes, and the young man was glad to see that he remembered his Jae-ha at least a little. But at that very moment, the beautiful face of his beloved Helena appeared in his memory. Through the tears coming to his eyes, Minseo firmly decided that he must finally get out of this darkness and this nothingness. He was depressed and sad, but again a soulless voice spoke to him. It told him that the player had failed to make Helena a princess. As Leo, he became a great hunter and lived happily ever after with his wife, and some of the hunting skills he gained in the game will be available to him in the future. As soon as the words that the player has to start all over again were heard, Minseo felt like he was falling into the abyss. No one heard his scream, and he continued to fly down at breakneck speed, restart. Finally, the fall stopped. Squinting his eyes, the young man saw mountain peaks in the snow and the bare branches of large trees around him. Looking around in surprise, he realized that he was standing in a snowy clearing, holding a sword in his right hand. The player, like the last time, heard a girl's voice calling out Leo's name and asking if he could hear her. The boy wondered if Leo's name meant that he was back in the old game again. In response, he said Helena's name loudly, and he heard that she had called him first. A stranger stood in front of him and asked him why he was staring at her, and whether he wanted to get a kick. Minseo felt dizzy again. He closed his eyes as hard as he could and put his hand on his head. It felt like his brain was about to explode. Strange sensations, just like the last time, were all over his body. A young woman standing nearby cheerfully addressed him again, calling him Leo. The stern beauty turned to him again loudly, asking why he was daydreaming. It was Helena, but not the Helena he had known before, the one he had grown attached to and loved. Looking around him once again, Minseo realized that this area where he was now was completely unfamiliar to him. The excited boy finally realized that this was a completely new scenario in the game. And again, the voice began to tell him the new rules. The rule is that in the game now he can choose the curator's activity. There are 4 options to choose from: merchant, bard, a retired knight, traveling jester. The starting point of the game will depend on the type of activity you choose. Now he is in the kingdom of Aston. This is one of the 7 kingdoms on the continent. Feudalism and the tribal system coexist here. The tribal leader and the lord run the castle together. Helena in this scenario is Einar, the daughter of Dehorman, the great warrior. Leo in this version of Dexter is the eldest son of a prominent family of knights. The player was thinking that the situation in the game had turned 180 degrees from the previous scenario, in which there was almost nothing outstanding. The only consolation for the young man was that it was the same familiar world and the same continent. On the map, he found the town of Daimos. The young man was glad that he was not in a damaged game with a distorted worldview. He read in the book that the capital of the sacred kingdom, Jerome, was far away. And again, he heard the loud voice of the girl who was looking for him, calling out Leo's name. The girl walked quickly into the large library hall where Minseo was now. Looking directly at the young man, she asked him in a steely voice why he was here. The young woman was surprised that her friend valued books like a small child. He replied that he was just thinking about going on a trip. Helena was surprised that he was so suddenly interested in traveling. Then the boy decided to share with her his thoughts about what would happen if he did not become a knight, to which his friend told him that this could not happen. She smilingly assured the young man that they would definitely become knights. There was no doubt about it. "Now is not the time for thinking," the young woman said firmly, and took his hand and dragged him out of the library. This time, Helena is only interested in becoming a knight. In the snowy courtyard outside their homes, they both took their swords and prepared to train. Again and again, their swords crossed as they struck. The girl was very skillful. Each time it became more and more difficult for the boy to repel her strong blows. Finally, Leo misplaced his foot so badly that it was struck by the sword. The trainer growled with anger at the unlucky boy who had made a clumsy mistake. The father grabbed the wooden sword used for training and began to beat his unskilled son, even though the latter was persuaded that he would be more skillful next time. The angry man shouted that after death he would not come again. Then he threw away the wooden sword and left. Leo continued to sit in the snow. The boy was upset and offended that he was punished so cruelly when he tried his best. His friend was also upset. She was surprised to hear that he used to do much better because of his peculiarity. She asked him what was wrong with him. The boy tried to repeat the sword exercises he had just performed. His girlfriend tried to support him, saying that he seemed to be doing well. At dinner in the Great Hall, Leo's father sat disgruntled and sad, his arms crossed over his chest. The tribal leader was surprised to hear that the Lord's son was somehow strangely and ineptly wielding a sword during training. The Lord sadly complained that his son seemed to have forgotten how to use a sword. The tribal leader consoled his friend, saying that at a young age it was quite normal to want to swing a sword as you wish from time to time. But Leo's father was inconsolable and convinced that it was not just youthful stupidity, and that it was much more serious. Helena's father said that he was still scolding the young man, otherwise his future son-in-law would lose his temper. Leo almost choked on his last sentence, and addressing the boy, the leader asked him to look for his daughter. A young man stood outside the hall and thought about what he had heard at dinner, a future son-in-law. That is, he would have to become Helena's husband. This time the game asked him to turn Helena, whom he promised to marry, into a princess. Minseo didn't understand whether it was possible to complete the game at all. Does he have to marry Helena again and see the same meaningless end to this game? Whether he could live repeating the same thing every time. The young man told himself that he wanted to return no matter what, because he has Jae-ha. The boy thought he heard a strange voice of his friend slowly asking what he was doing here. Leo was reluctant to respond to the voice, but continued to think about the situation he had just learned about. No matter how much he thought about his problem, he could see only one way out of it. No matter how sorry he is, he should be rude and tough with the girl and break off the engagement. At the very moment when he had developed a good plan of action, a drunken Helena fell into his arms. He tried to keep her from falling to the floor. He was asked to take his drunken friend to her room. The surprised young man could not believe what had happened. The boy dragged the young woman to the closed door of her room and tried to revive her. His girlfriend hugged him and said that he had been acting very strange lately. She invited him to have another beer and tell her everything. The guy looked at Helena with anger and condemnation. He was uncomfortable with her behavior. He grabbed the drunken woman by the arm and, despite her resistance, dragged her into the room. Then he pushed the girl, who could barely stand on her feet, right into bed with her clothes on. Then he sternly ordered her to go to bed immediately because she had already drunk enough for the day. The young man left and quickly closed the door of the room, leaving his friend to rest and sober up alone. The next morning, a cheerful and smiling Helena ran out of the house despite the freezing weather and falling snow. She cheerfully greeted a bunch of young men who were sitting in the yard and shouted their greetings to her. The boys asked her why she was so calm, even though she was very late today. The girl replied that she could not do anything about it because she had overslept. The young woman squinted her eyes and complained that it was all because of Leo, who was doing things he had never done before. Leo used to never refuse anyone anything. He was always like a kind and boring knight with good manners. The girl continued to gossip, saying that her fiancé was completely different now. His connection to the sword was not what it used to be. In the past, this relationship was stable. Possession of weapons was powerful and had no weaknesses. Suddenly, the figure of Leo appeared around the corner and the girl greeted him with a raised right hand. Her friend was returning from his morning training. Although he was in a good mood, he complained that he thought they would kill him if they hit him again. The girl laughed out loud at this speech, saying that her uncle had beaten the clumsy boy again, and then she added that she liked the current Leo too. This upset and confused the boy a bit. His eyes showed concern. The girl turned to the crowd of guys and said that she and her fiancé were leaving. Taking Leo's hand, the young woman asked him what had happened and what was bothering him. He mentally searched for an answer to the question of whether Helena was not concerned about yesterday's unfortunate incident. The girl smilingly assured her friend not to worry and to follow her. She said she would teach him everything. Walking alongside the girl, who chatted non-stop, Minseo doubted whether he could make her love someone else. Once, walking ahead of a small group of hunters, a young man carefully examined the snowy terrain. At first, people noticed the prints on the fresh snow cover and then saw the animal. A huge wild bear with fierce eyes stood right in front of the crowd of hunters. A few seconds later, the huge predator was lying on the snow in front of the skilled hunters. A pleased Chief de Horman smiled, saying that he had a wonderful son-in-law. Although Lord Noel is a terrible hunter, his son is a very good hunter. Surprised by Leo's abilities, his fiancée kept asking if Leo had ever hunted before and why he was so good at it. The young man did not know what to say to this. He thought about the fact that a year had passed since he had wanted to leave Helena. During this time, they grew up, but a few weeks ago, the two of them decided to join a hunting party led by de Horman. Thanks to the hunting skill from the previous scenario and the ability gained at the end of the first game, it was not that difficult to join the process. Helena was in a playful mood. She said that now was not the time to be idle. One of the older hunters called out to them to stay close to the others. But the stubborn girl kept walking. The boy had no choice but to follow his friend. He called out to her loudly. The young woman stopped and looked back at him. At the same moment, a snowball made of loose snow hit her right in the face. She screamed in surprise, brushing the snow from her face and hair. Looking at her friend laughing with satisfaction, she shouted that he was going to be in trouble. A few seconds later, a huge snowball hit the smiling, impudent man right in the middle of his forehead. The first snowball was followed by at least a dozen well-aimed snowballs. Helena was tirelessly firing bullets at the boy quickly and skillfully, shouting that he should try to dodge now. Here he was, dodging snowballs, slipped and fell into a pile of snow. The girl ran up to her opponent laughing. First asked him if he agreed that he had lost the fight, and then reached out to pull him out of the snowbank. For a moment, she stood staring intently into the young man's face. He too froze, staring back at his friend's wide-open eyes. Suddenly, the young woman let go of Leo's hand, which she was helping him to stand up, and the young man fell back into a pile of snow. The girl noticed huge animal prints on the snow cover. The friends went over and looked into the abyss with strange footprints leading down. The prints were shallow. What kind of animal could it be with paws like that? It must be very dangerous. Helena thought there was something down there. The brave girl was determined to go and see what it was. Otherwise, they might have missed an unknown animal. Her companion, on the contrary, believed that it could be very dangerous and that it was better to go back and call other hunters, that they would not miss anything. Finally, the young woman agreed that he was right and that there was nothing wrong with being cautious. And it was a very reasonable reasoning, because the next moment, the young hunters saw a strange creature. This creature that was waiting for them was called a mythical fox. It looks more like a magical animal than an ordinary predator. The good thing is that at the moment of danger, the powerful and experienced warrior de Horman was by the young couple's side. The leader did not hesitate to rush at the terrible creature, holding his weapon firmly in his hands. The brave warriors of his unit followed him resolutely. The huge beast fiercely resisted his opponents. A few minutes later, the victorious shouts of the brave warriors who had defeated the huge predatory monster sounded. All the warriors were immensely happy about the victory. Leo thought about this moment in the game. Was this case a kind of event? But he did not understand the meaning of such an event. Sitting at a table in the castle hall, the boy was still thinking about the development of the game's plot. His attention was drawn to a piece of paper held by the leader. Leo tensed, sensing the importance of the moment when de Horman began to deliver his short speech. Lord Noel listened with tension and question in his eyes to what the tribal leader was saying. The speech was not long. Its meaning was that their kingdom, Aston, would launch an offensive on the lands of the neighboring kingdom of Veleta. The father explained to his son that the royal family always wanted to have the fertile and rich lands of Veleta. The chief said that the Holy Kingdom of Jerome, which also borders Veleta, would not participate in the campaign, and that it would be necessary to call up an army from Fort Avril. Noel disagreed with him, and the conversation turned to the protection of the southwestern borders. At the time, Leo was trying to figure out what would happen when this event began. He did not have time to think about what would happen to his fiancée, and suddenly heard the leader say that Helena would be participating in this campaign. Stunned by this unexpected news, the young man sat there without saying a word. Helena just beamed when she heard the news. Of course, she is the daughter of a great warrior, and her help will definitely come in handy in this campaign. The girl was excited, thinking that her military experience would surely be useful on her way to knighthood, and ignored her mother's sad look. Finally, the young woman told her that it was okay, that every soldier had to take part in military campaigns. As the young woman stood hugging her parents, the young man wondered if she would have gone on this hike if a mystical fox had harmed her in the forest. The boy was trying to figure out if there was a variant of the game other than the one where Helena disappears. The young man walked into the room where his father was sitting by the window, slowly turning the pages of a book. The Lord looked up from his book and looked at his son, who was standing next to him. After a bit of hesitation, the young man clearly said that he would also go on the campaign with his fiancée because he was going to become a knight. Looking his son straight in the eye, the man said he would not allow this to happen because going on a hike with the skills he had was a direct path to loss. The young man argued in despair that such a campaign does not always mean severe consequences and losses. Noel was furious and yelled that his son was a stupid boy who couldn't talk about what could really happen on a dangerous hike. And if the young man continues to talk all this nonsense, he will cripple him himself. The angry man would not listen to anything and ordered the naughty boy to get out. After kicking his son out of the room, the Lord sank into a chair and covered his face with his hands. Leo stood outside the door with a gloomy face and did not understand what to do now and how to deal with Helena. The Lord was not joking when he threatened to cripple his descendant, whom he pushed so hard that he flew into the corner of the room and fell to the floor. He was beating the naughty man and shouting that he thought the Knight of Castle Avril would not find out about the secretly sent request. The boy did not defend himself and tried to ignore his father's kicks. The young man could not find any other way to solve the problem than to go to the city and find those who were in charge of enrolling him in the army. He stood in a line of young men as young as he was and daring to sign up for the army. Now he has no choice but to wait for the day of the draft. The day before the day of the draft, Leo looked out into the yard and saw Helena practicing various sword exercises. He called out to her and offered her a training match. Clutching his wooden training sword tightly in his hands, the young man prepared for the test. Smiling, the girl put aside the real sword she had been practicing with and slowly picked up a wooden sword for training. She said that her opponent should be very careful now because her body is in perfect condition for the competition. This speech did not affect Leo's determination to get on the hurts immediately. The training sword was clutched tightly in his palms, and he was determined to win the competition. The girl stood opposite him, also confidently holding her weapon in her hands. The warning and the stern look of her friend were clearly not enough to frighten the enemy. The chief's daughter was on the alert when the enemy began his attack. Looking into his face, she smiled, holding back a punch. And the moment the enemy recovered, she struck back. The surprised opposition could barely keep their feet from such a powerful counteroffensive, and the warrior had already raised her training sword again, preparing to strike again. It took a lot of effort for the boy to hold back such a powerful onslaught. The training continued, and it seemed that the skilled warrior was not even a little tired. She not only skillfully deflected the enemy's attacks, but also very deftly dodged some of them. Again and again, its opponent experienced new combat techniques. But finally, Leo very skillfully and confidently restrained the powerful blow that his friend had thrown. The young woman smiled at him and asked him encouragingly if he had actually gotten better with the weapon. Smiling, the boy replied that of course he hadn't been idle all this time. After a short rest and without wasting much time, both opponents began to fight again. The young man tried to attack continuously, making various sword strikes and looking for a weak spot in the opponent's defense. The sounds of the wooden swords hitting each other echoed loudly around, announcing that the competition was still going on. Finally, Helena had a good chance to trip up her opponent. The boy crashed to the ground with a bang and realized that this time he had lost. The victorious woman held her sword to his throat and said that his strange sword skills were far from perfect. The young woman smiled victoriously at her defeated opponent, who could not believe that it was over so quickly, and taught him that he needed to train hard. The young man, who had deftly jumped to his feet, picked up his girlfriend and threw her down. Furious with rage at such a treacherous maneuver, the young woman cursed and fought back. But when I heard from the guy that he understood everything perfectly, I froze in amazement, looking at him. Looking into the sad and confused eyes of her friend, she finally realized why he had done this. She smiled gently at her friend, and in her eyes flickered bright lights he had never seen before. Helena's hand gently touched his face, and she assured him that he would definitely return from the trip safe and sound. Hugging him by the neck, she told him that he shouldn't be idle and devote all his time to training. And finally, the moment came when their lips merged in an amazing kiss. It seemed to the lovers that time had stopped and the whole world had ceased to exist. When Leo woke up the next day in his bed, he couldn't figure out whether he had dreamed it all. He recalled all the details of the previous evening when he said Helena's name. When he realized that the girl was not with him, he ran out of his room, half-dressed, shouting her name loudly. In the hall, Dahorman and Helena were sitting at the breakfast table, and Helena immediately blushed and dropped the apple she was eating on the floor. The boy could not move without knowing what he should say. The silence at the table was suddenly interrupted by the loud laughter of the tribal leader. The father realized everything and continued to laugh incessantly at the upset and embarrassed couple. The girl continued to sit at the table in embarrassment and lowered her head so that it was not obvious how upset she was. After laughing to his heart's content, the leader invited his future son-in-law to join him for breakfast. A large crowd of those who were going on a hike and those who were seeing them off had already gathered at the main gate of the castle. Helena's mother hugged her daughter and begged her to take care of herself. When saying goodbye, the young soldier also told her father to take care of himself until she returned. The two rulers of the castle stood side by side as they saw off their troops on a long march. Finally, the moment came when it was time for Leo to say goodbye to his fiancée. The young man looked intensely at his beloved's face, as if he wanted to memorize all her features for the rest of his life. The young woman looked back at her lover and fought back the tears that were about to well up in her eyes. Finally, she smiled through the force and said that she would definitely come back to him. He squeezed his beloved in his arms with all his might and begged her to come back alive and unharmed. The girl confidently replied that she would definitely become a knight when she returned from the campaign. The bugles blasted and the drums thundered, announcing that the march had already begun. Standing a little further away from the crowd of people who were seeing him off, Leo tried to appear calm and not show his feelings. The soldiers from the detachment went out of the gate one by one, leaving the square in front of the castle. Left alone, Leo spent all his time training with his sword and doing various physical exercises. He hoped that when he learned to use the sword well, his father would allow him to join the squad and fight side by side with his beloved. Hoping for this, he had little doubt that it would happen, but soon the news came that Helena would never return. Helena, the warrior whom he had been waiting for to return from the campaign, is no longer there. Once again, the ruthless voice told him that it was thanking him for playing the game of raising Helena. The voice said that Einar Helena's last profession was a warrior of the Einar tribe and was single. Dexter Leo's last profession was knight, and he was single. The voice summarized the game. The end of the character's interaction is a worthy end to life. Just like the last time, Minseo asked himself again whether it all made sense. The young man was in complete despair because his beloved left life as a true warrior and he could not even be with her. After the end of this story, Leo, who was forgotten in this world, also soon passed away. "You failed to make Helena a princess," the voice impartially summarized. "When you became a knight, you spent your life defending your castle and thus gained the ability to wield a sword and also inherited a sword. Restart. Last time he learned hunting skills, now he's got a sword. Maybe in the future, he'll become so strong that he can overcome all obstacles, Mincio thought. And once again, the boy realized that the game had thrown him into a new and unfamiliar place. Looking around, Mincio realized that he was sitting on dirty, cracked slabs against the wall of an unknown building. He heard a quiet girl's voice calling out to his brother and was horrified to see the girl's appearance. Confused, he did not know what to say to the blonde woman who sat down on the stove next to him and quietly said that she was hungry. The young man was thinking that if we compare this character Leo with the previous ones, something seems wrong with him, and that this girl next to him could be Helena. What's wrong with the current Helena, and why this Leo left her in such a miserable state? The unclean woman in tattered clothes closed her eyes and whispered to give her a drink. It turns out that this time they are brother and sister, the boy thought, but she looks just awful. If nothing is done right now, her soul may leave her body. The young man looked out from behind the corner where they were sitting and saw a square with many people in front of him. The player realized that in this scenario, he and his sister are beggars. The young man silently looked around the busy street at the passers-by and the food shop in front of him. When he saw the food on the counter, he felt his stomach twist with hunger. The owner of this small shop was very unhappy with the boy's appearance. A stern man grabbed a huge stick and approached a beggar who came too close to the counter. The man shouted at the impudent boy in a menacing and loud voice. Waving his stick, the shopkeeper ordered Leo to get out while he was still good. The boy stood there with his head bowed, justifying that he had no intention of stealing anything. The poor man only asked for a little water and promised to pay for it later. The merchant was even more enraged by this speech and swung his stick, shouting for the annoying boy to get out of the way. But the unfortunate man realized that if he gave up now, he and his sister would never survive in this state. The traitor never struck, stopping the stick at the boy's temple and looking at him once again in surprise. The poor man quickly said that he was only asking for what was no longer suitable for sale, chicken legs or heads that would go into the garbage anyway. The shopkeeper scratched the back of his head, wondering if the other traders would mock him for feeding the beggars. The poor man stood with his head bowed and mumbled that he had to take care of his little sister and that they would never forget their master's kindness. The shopkeeper was reluctant, but he finally agreed to give me some money and went to his counter. And now they have food that can hardly be called tasty or very nutritious, but it's at least something. Leo leaned against the wall and was glad that he and his sister had managed to eat at least a little bit, but it would be nice to find somewhere to drink. This city is big enough and there should definitely be a river next to it, he decided. A young man asked his sister if she knew where the nearest river was. In response, Serga just looked at him with wide eyes. She did not know where to find the river. Surprised by her inexperience, the boy continued to mentally search for a way out of this situation. Looking thoughtfully at the puddle at his feet, the young man thought that if he drank this water, they would probably both get sick. Suddenly, Leo picked up the medallion and began to examine it carefully, hanging from a rope around his neck. He finally realized that the same medallion was also around his sister's neck. It seems that this is some important thing, the boy thought, and why I didn't pay attention to it before. As Helena got to her feet, she asked if it was time to go home because it was getting late. The young man was surprised that they had no water or food, but they had a home. He asked the sister where they should go. The girl smilingly held out her hand to him, telling him not to worry if he didn't remember where their house was. She would show him. Soon they came to a strange shack that was barely standing, leaning against the back wall of a large house. When asked why they were living in such a place, the girl explained that if the owner of the house found out about their place, he would drive them out. When the sister invited Leo to the shack, he wondered how long they had been begging like this. The promiscuous woman said that she was very tired and wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. Her brother tried to persuade her to at least wash her face before going to bed. The young man's heart broke with pain when he saw Helena in such a state. He found a rag and tried to wipe the dirt off her face. The young man reflected that he did not know what happened to her in the story, but he remembered that face. As he wiped the dirt off the girl's cheeks and forehead with a cloth, he stood there for a moment, gazing into her deep eyes. Surprised, she asked if something was wrong. Upset, the boy replied that nothing had happened and suggested going to bed. A moment later, as soon as she closed her eyes, The poor girl fell into a sound sleep. Lying next to the new Helena, the young man recalled how he thought that in this scenario everything would work out for him. Recalling the past, the player determined that this new scenario was very difficult from the very beginning. But unlike the previous stories, Leo and Helena's relationship cannot end in marriage, and this is a great advantage. In addition, this Helena is a couple of years younger than the girls from the previous scenarios, and the player thought that he could become a real support for her. He thought that in this world where slavery officially exists, beautiful slaves are a good commodity for slave traders. That's probably why the local Leo was hiding his sister. Maybe that Leo deliberately dirtied his sister's face to protect her from slave traders and did not let her go to the river himself, always bringing water. The player decided that the medallions they both have are somehow connected to their origins, and that this would be a story where Helena defeats her enemies and takes the throne. As the player was falling asleep, he decided that out of the 3 plots, this one had the most understandable ending. The young man was now convinced that the story should be more focused on the second half of the plot. If only he were a little stronger to win. Unbeknownst to him, the boy fell asleep and dreamed that he was still very young and standing in a large and beautifully decorated hall of some majestic castle. There in this dream, he was dressed in very rich royal clothes, playing hide-and-seek with a little pretty girl whom he called a princess. A little beautifully dressed girl was hiding from him behind a massive curtain by the castle windows. When he found her and picked her up, the little girl was laughing loudly. Before he woke up, the young man said Helena's name and barely opened his eyes and saw her face next to him. Not far from him, his current Helena was sitting on the floor with her arms around her knees in an old tattered dress. His sister came out of their hut, smiled at him and said that she had already drunk her share of water from the mug today. The young man noticed that his sister drank much less water than half a mug. After drinking a little water from the mug, he handed the rest of the water to the sire and offered to finish it all. She was surprised, saying that she had already drunk the portion that was meant for her. But when her older brother insisted that she have some more of it, she gladly finished the rest of the cool water. Taking the girl's hand, Leo said that she was probably hungry and they should go into town. They walked out of the corner of their shack and sat on the curb, listening to the traders and shopkeepers shouting out their wares. Listening to the conversations, the young man realized that he was in the city of Orville, the capital of the kingdom of Veleta, which was fought by the kingdom of Aston in the last game. Once upon a time, when various races ruled the entire continent, there was an empire that heralded the beginning of the human era after the expulsion of other beings. The young man learned that it was the Archaean Empire, which soon split into 7 kingdoms, one of which was the kingdom that received the largest share of the imperial inheritance. Because it was the richest kingdom and the greediest people lived there, the older brother thought that it would be very good if he now had a reliable person whom he could trust to take care of Helena. As the young man stood there thinking about his plans for the near future, he noticed that his sister was leaning to the side, sitting on the stoves. She would have probably fallen to the ground if the boy hadn't quickly picked her up. In a barely audible voice, the poor woman said that she was suddenly dizzy. When he put his hand to her head, the young man felt that she was running a fever and noticed some red spots on her body. After making the girl comfortable against the wall, Leo ordered her to sit here and not move until he found the hospital and returned to her. The boy ran as fast as he could through the unfamiliar streets and looked in all directions, trying to see the hospital building. But no matter how many times he ran through various large and small streets, he never came across a hospital. In desperation, the poor man called out to passers-by, saying that his younger sister needed immediate help, but they passed him by without paying attention. The indifferent crowd of passers-by did not respond to his desperate cries for help. Finally, someone called out to him, forcing him to stop and look around. He was called by an old woman who told him that he would find a hospital around the corner of this street. The old lady said that if his sister was very sick, he should hurry. Shaking himself off, the boy realized that he was very weak and barely alive. Wasting no time, he ran with all his strength to the place where he had left Helena, and taking her on his back, tried to walk as fast as possible. He was begging his sister to wait a little longer until they got to the hospital, and he thought that Helena's body was so exhausted and weak in this story. Alone and almost exhausted, the young man finally dragged his sister to a building with a sign that said, It was a hospital. The exhausted young man knocked on the door, hoping that they would be rescued behind it. In front of him stood a tall man with a stern face, wearing clothes that most likely meant he was a doctor. The doctor looked appraisingly at the vagrants standing in front of him and blocked their passage into the room. The man loudly ordered the Seromox to leave immediately if they did not have the money to pay for treatment. In desperation, Leo wanted to slip through the door past the big guy who was blocking the passage. The angry big man grabbed the frail boy by the arm and then pushed both beggars down the stairs in front of the hospital. Trying to get up, the boy first tried to support his unfortunate sister. On his knees, the poor man told the fierce man that his sister was of noble birth and that he would not be able to pay the doctor later. This speech made the big man even more angry, and he shouted at the beggar to stop talking nonsense. A moment later, the angry man hit the boy with a dirty shoe right in the face. Despite this blow, Leo had no intention of backing down. He suddenly remembered that he had a medallion. The guy continued to persuade the doctor, saying that he had a valuable thing that he had recently received. The young man tried to show the doctor his medallion, saying that it was really a jewel of great value. Without listening to anything, the man shouted with all his might that if the beggars did not leave immediately, they would be worse off. Helena was lying motionless on the pavement, and her brother was kneeling next to her with a broken face. A lady from the crowd came up to them and told the doctor that if it was just a matter of money, she would pay and let the poor people into the building. Thinking about what he had said, the big man stopped advancing on the beggars, whom he wanted to do even more harm to. Looking up at the stern face of the defender of the unfortunates, the man finally mumbled that he agreed. The lady was trying to help the boy to stand up, asking how he felt, while the big man picked up the girl. Raising his mutilated face up, Leo tried to say words of gratitude to the unknown woman who saved them. Before he could say everything he was trying to say, the exhausted guy lost consciousness. When Leo regained consciousness, he abruptly sat up on the bench where he had been lying covered with a blanket and looked around in surprise. Continuing to look around the room with one eye because the other was bandaged, the young man tried to figure out where his sister was. After saying Helena's name out loud several times, he heard someone calling out to him from behind the closed door of the room. When he went into another room, he saw his sister lying in a bed next to the lady who had rescued them. But this was clearly not a hospital. Helena's eyes were closed, and red spots were visible on her haggard face. The excited young man asked the lady what the doctor said about the patient's condition, and was told that she had already received all the necessary medications. The woman went on to say that doctors don't understand anything. They are just charlatans who rely on the healing done by priests. The young man was very worried, not knowing what to do next when he heard that the cause of the disease was the food that had such a terrible effect on his weak and exhausted body. The woman went on to say that to determine this, you need to be a doctor, and she understood this from the very beginning. The lady said that now they just had to wait, and Leo wondered what else he could do and whether he should try to find the priest. The woman said that the price of the medicine the priest could give her would be too high, and she could not afford it unless she had to sell her shop. The young man thanked her for her help and said that she did it because she wanted to, and that he could stay here because there were no buyers now anyway. The lady wanted to leave the room, but Leo said he had a question about her name. And when she turned around and looked at him in surprise, he said, as if to justify himself, that he simply did not know how to address her. Looking the young man in the face, the woman said that her name was Kasia. Sitting at Helena's bedside and holding her hand, the young man wondered why the illness could have arisen. Food could not be the cause because they ate the same thing. He recalled that yesterday he had given his sister only clean pieces of meat to eat. Is it possible that Helena's fate was determined at the beginning of the story, or was her illness a planned event in the game? Looking at the state of this Helena, it will not be surprising if she leaves this world right now. It's possible that the help they received from Kasia was also part of the game's planned event. But it is possible that this is not the case because everything is very serious now. The player thought that this was probably the scenario with the highest starting difficulty level with Helena's serious illness and in such difficult conditions. Having come to the conclusion that this scenario was impossible to complete, the player decided to think over all the events that had happened to him again. He recalled that from the very beginning of this scenario, his sister told him that she was thirsty, but this morning, she hardly drank the water in the mug. A hunch like a bolt of lightning struck the player's tense brain. Whether the girl could have drunk dirty water from a puddle while he was running around looking for food for them. The young man realized that he had left his sister all alone when he went in search of her. Leo sat by his sister's bedside with his hands over his face, saying that she had to survive and blaming himself for what happened to her. Swallowing bitter tears, he suddenly heard the faint voice of the patient calling him. The guy brought a full mug of water and asked her how she was feeling. The girl asked why her brother had such a sad face and tears, because she had a dream where he was happy and laughing. Leo told her to stop talking and to drink some water and go to rest. The guy hoped that now the patient would drink some water, have a good rest, and tomorrow she would feel much better. Supporting her weak body, the young man spoke kind words to her and persuaded her to drink a little more water. But after a few more minutes, Leo felt that Helena was not breathing. She had left this world. While despairing that he could not save his sister, the young man heard a voice again thanking him for playing the game of raising Helena. The voice said that Helena de Yarrel was unemployed and single. Leo de Yarrel's last profession was a cobbler, and he was married to Senia. The voice summarized the end of the game and the end of the characters of the beggarly brother and sister. And then he informed me that the player had failed to make Helena a princess. Barely able to contain his feelings, the player listened to the words that he could not protect his younger sister because he was a beggar. As a consolation, he will be provided with money for startup capital. Restart. And now, squinting from the sun, he found himself again on a green lawn under a tall green tree and heard a pleasant, girlish voice addressing Leo. Helena, a very familiar figure from his very first game, was approaching the boy, chatting cheerfully. Buna's girlfriend is unhappy that he did not listen to her attentively and did not answer her questions. It was the very first Helena, and he looked breathlessly into her face and thought with joy that he was back. The young woman left, offering to follow her, and the player reflected that he felt as if this first story had happened to him quite recently. If we have to start the whole story all over again, will his brain be able to withstand the constant repetition? But it would be unfair to Helena. In any case, everything will end as soon as she becomes a princess. So if somehow the girl can remember what happened in the previous scenario, they will never be able to leave this place. The young woman asked him what had happened to him and why he was so thoughtful. The guy was thinking that there could be two possible scenarios now. First, if Helena agrees to go with a high-ranking priestess to the monastery. If he does not interfere and allows her to leave, she will become a priestess and will no longer be able to become a princess. The second option is that he will not allow her to leave, and then they will get married, and Helena will not become a princess again. But neither the first nor the second option is suitable for fulfilling the mission of this game. The boy was despairing, saying that this game was driving him crazy and he could not find the right way out. While thinking in this way, the young man touched his belt and noticed that there was a wallet bag hanging from it, in which he found coins. The guy recalled that at the very end of the last story, a voice told him that he would receive compensation money that would become startup capital. The young man was delighted and thought that with this money they could go to the Holy Kingdom, or to the capital of the Kingdom of Orun, or to the capital of the Kingdom of Conrad. The event at the church should take place sometime in the fall, he thought, so he and Helena should leave the town by then. But before implementing this plan, the boy decided to go hunting with his father to talk to him and get his blessing. Sitting by the fire with his father over dinner, Leo heard him say that his hunting skills had improved significantly. A little upset by this approval, the boy told his father a story about how he had recently been lucky enough to catch a bear in a trap. When he sold the captured predator, he was able to make a little money. The old hunter was very surprised by this story and asked if the boy was alone when he caught the bear. The young man continued his fictional story, telling how he was able to lure an animal injured by one trap into another trap. The father had his doubts about this story, but he remembered that the boy had shown himself very well today during the hunt. Then the young man told his father that he wanted to help Helena get to the capital's church, no matter what it took, but the girl's family had no money for the trip. The boy was thinking that with the money he had, he could first go to Nevice to earn more money, and then go on to Lutetia. but he could not let his friend go on such a dangerous journey alone, nor would his father allow them to go together. The son looked at his father, waiting for an answer. The young man reasoned that even if he did not receive parental permission, he would still have to leave. A few minutes later, an old hunter came out of the house holding a sacrificial bowl. The man splashed the liquid from the bowl into the fire, performing a hunting rite of blessing. The son was happy and very grateful to his father for his support. It was that clear day again, when friends gathered mushrooms in the forest together and then sat next to each other on a hill. Very soon, the moment should come when Helena decides to tell him that she was planning to become a priestess. But the guy decided not to let her do that and started the conversation first. Looking into his friend's eyes, Leo asked her if she wanted to go on a trip to Nevice with him. The girl was surprised by this unexpected offer, and her friend began to persuade her, saying that this city was the capital of their kingdom and he dreamed of visiting it. Then, the young man told his stunned girlfriend that he had heard that there were many jobs in the capital. Didn't he dream of becoming a hunter? The girl asked. The young man tried to explain that he could become a hunter at any time, and from Nevice you can then get to Lutetia, where the main church is located. A friend asked how they would get to Nevice, because if they walked, the journey would take about 2 months, and it was very dangerous. Smiling, the friend showed her the money from his wallet, saying that they could spend it on a trip. His surprised girlfriend asked him where he got such a lot of money and if his father had given him this money. The boy replied that his father had given him some of the pots and he had earned the rest himself, and that he would be very lonely on such a long journey. The young man persuaded Helena to go on a trip with him, but she was still hesitant. But a few minutes later, thanking him for the offer, she replied that she would be happy to go with him. The boy was happy that his persuasion had worked, and now his plan should work. Leo decided that even if he hadn't been with her, the girl would have left town later anyway. On that very day, a small caravan of carts with various goods for sale at the market was leaving the town of Daimos. Then, when the goods were sold out, the carts would return with what the townspeople needed. The boy was happy to help shopkeepers load their goods into carts, and then took over driving one of them. The friends decided that it would be better and safer for them to travel with this small caravan. The girl walked alongside the cart pulled by her friend and took care of him, giving him a drink of water when he was tired. Smiling at each other and chatting, the friends did not pay attention to the unkind look of a young man with freckles, who was also walking with the caravan. Sometime later, in the late afternoon, the procession stopped for a stopover at a small hunting camp. The girl thought that they could stay here for the night, but the boy objected, saying that she should rest in a more convenient city. To all his girlfriend's objections, the young man replied that he had money for a comfortable night's stay. Taking Helena by the hand, he led her with him, not noticing that someone was watching them both very closely. A guy with freckles on his face watched them with squinted eyes and pursed lips. The young people walked hand in hand to the beautiful building of a local hotel. The hotel owner led them to a spacious room with 2 beds and told them to notify him when they were leaving. Wishing the travelers to have a good rest, the hotel owner left the room and the young woman looked at the real large wooden beds in delight. Dancing with joy, Helena circled around one bed, singing that tonight she would sleep in a real and huge bed. Tired of circling the room, the young woman asked Leo if they could afford such luxurious beds or if they shouldn't have slept on the floor. The guy said that he had rented only this room for them, so it was not so expensive. Smiling at how angry his friend was at the news, he assured her that he would behave very well. As Leo lay in his bed, he thought that the news of sleeping in the same room had the opposite effect than he had expected. The girl was lying in a large and unusual bed, wondering why she couldn't fall asleep even though she was very tired. Sitting down on her bed, the young woman looked around the unfamiliar room and wondered how her friend fell asleep so quickly. She had never been so far away from her home, so it was comforting to have a familiar person there. Looking into her friend's face, Helena remembered the moment he suggested that she go to Nevice together. She recalled Leo telling her about the money he had saved and saying that he would be lonely without her on the trip. Then she fondly recalled how she had clung to him when they were sitting on a hill next to each other under a tall tree. She bowed her head and thought that she was very grateful to her friend for all this. Suddenly, the young woman heard her friend stir and groan in his sleep. Maybe he had a nightmare, she thought as she sat down next to him on the bed and put her hand to his forehead. Trying to comfort and calm her sleeping friend, she stroked his head. The young woman reasoned that in fact, if they hadn't gone on this trip, she would probably have already confessed her feelings to her friend. She thought about how Leo would have reacted to her confession. Perhaps they would fall in love, the girl thought, and suddenly kissed the sleeping young man. Very frightened by this act, the young woman immediately jumped to her feet. Blushing, Helena covered her face with her hands and mumbled an apology for her actions. But she was relieved when her friend snored loudly in his sleep, saying how good it was that he didn't wake up. As she was getting into bed, the young woman said that she was very sorry for what she had done. The girl swore to herself that when she became a priestess, she would give her first blessing to her friend. Leo was the first to wake up in the morning and tried to wake up his girlfriend. Still unable to open her eyes, the girl asked her friend how he was having a good time in the new place. Answering that he had had a good rest, the young man pointed out to his friend the place where there was water and a towel to get ready, and left his things in the room because they still had to have breakfast. Leo was torn in all directions when he entered the unfamiliar market square. The boy stopped in surprise when he heard someone calling out to him from behind the counter. He greeted a young man with freckles on his face named Hans, who was from their town and had also come here with the caravan. A fellow countryman also greeted the young man, asking him how he spent the night in this city. An interested Leo asked if they had already managed to sell all the goods and heard that the trade was good and everything was sold out. The guy with the freckles asked if his friend had already eaten breakfast, and was told that he was taking care of it right now. Hans seemed overjoyed at the news and wanted to join Leo for breakfast. The young man decided not to refuse his compatriot, and the two of them moved on together. Leo reasoned that there was no reason not to communicate with the guy, but there were rumors that he was not working and was just hiding somewhere. At some point, the boy remembered his way of life in real life, far from the game, and decided that he had no right to judge anyone. He was distracted from these thoughts by the exclamation of a fellow countryman who wanted to ask him something. The young man looked around in surprise, not understanding what this acquaintance wanted to talk to him about. Hans, smiling nastily, asked if he and Helena had slept well together in the same room that night. The boy's gaze hardened as he realized why Hans had become attached to him. Now he was wondering what he should do now, get angry or ignore him. Deciding to turn everything into a joke, the young man smilingly replied that they were so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they entered the room. The guy with the freckles was about to say something insulting, but stopped when Helena called out to them as she approached. The girl was quite surprised by Hans's presence, but still greeted him. Leo told the girl that they were going to have breakfast together. Sitting at the same table in the restaurant, the young people ordered a hearty breakfast. With the look of a connoisseur, Hans started a conversation about how his friends had chosen a bad path because they would have to make a big hook to reach their goal. Leo replied that they had no other choice because there were no caravans with whom they could travel. He arrogantly called Leo an ignorant, impudent man and said that where there are shops, there are probably caravans. The arrogant man went on to say that he believed there were probably several such caravans heading west from here. To the young man's surprise, the know-it-all said that he could easily introduce him to the right people. Continuing to brag, Hans said that he is quite well versed in these lands and in this area and has the necessary connections. The braggadocio blabbered that he would find out everything quickly and told me to just trust him. When the three of them entered the large square, Hans turned to some respectable merchants in a friendly manner to greet them. A richly dressed merchant asked the guy with the freckles if he had successfully sold his goods. Then the know-it-all said that his friends needed to get to the city of Nevice, and maybe Mr. was going there too. The merchant replied that they were not going directly to Nevice, but in the same direction, and offered to introduce the young people to the managers of other caravans. My friends were very happy to hear such a good offer. The journey will be 2 weeks, the merchant said, and he has to give up a lot of goods to take 2 people with him, so it will cost 5 silver coins. Here, showing great interest in this issue, Hans began to persuade the merchant to take his friends and reduce the price a little because they did not have much money. The venerable merchant pretended to think about the proposal, and then said he would see the youth later. Turning around, a respectable gentleman in rich clothes went about his business, leaving the young people standing in the middle of the square. Happy that everything worked out so well, Leo thanked his friend, whose efforts helped them save money and time. Helena also thanked the guy with the freckles from the bottom of her heart, and he replied that he had done his best to make her trip comfortable. Smiling, Hans replied that his help was not worthy of gratitude. Helena thought to herself that she had been wrong to think of him as a slacker, but now her opinion has changed for the better. At night, when it was far from sunrise, the caravan set out in complete darkness. The friends were sitting in the wagon with their backs to each other. The boy thought that this story and journey would probably be too long. His girlfriend called him and asked him if he thought they would have to work year-round when they arrived in Nevice. After answering this question in the affirmative, he realized that he had lied because he wanted to raise money to send his girlfriend to the Holy Kingdom. But the young man realized that with such prices in the capital, it would be difficult to save up for a trip to Lutetia even if he worked for several years. They will not go to the Holy Kingdom because Helena is supposed to be a princess, not a priestess. Helena asked him what kind of work she would have to do in the city to raise the money she needed. The friend said that she could work in a bakery because her aunt told her how good she was, but Helena said that she only knew how to knead dough. With her head bowed, the girl listened to her friend tell her that they would be able to earn good money in the capital. At the time, the boy was thinking that if they hadn't gone on the trip now, Helena would have met a priestess on her way to the capital's church. Maybe that would be the best thing for the girl, but let her forgive him because he has to make her a princess. After a grueling journey to the staging area, Leo, with the help of a reputable trader, contacted a new caravan that was leaving for Nevice the next day. The guy arranged for his girlfriend to go on vacation and went out on business. When he entered a shop selling weapons, the young man asked the shopkeeper if he could buy a sword, but was told that he needed a permit to do so. The confused young man mumbled that he did not have a permit and asked if it was possible to buy a weapon this time without a permit. The young man tried to explain to the shopkeeper that he needed the sword for defense and begged him to turn a blind eye to the fact that he did not have a permit. But after listening to those persuasions, the trader became suspicious of the stranger. Looking closely at the young man, the shopkeeper noticed that he seemed to resemble some kind of bandit. Pointing to the marks on the stranger's hand, the trader asked what they were and assumed that the young man belonged to some criminal clan. Surprised, Leo replied that the mark on his arm was made by his own father, who also has such a mark, and the shopkeeper asked what the young man's father did for a living. The young man replied that his father was a hunter, and the shopkeeper smilingly said that the stranger might not be a local bandit. Finally, the arms dealer agreed to help a strange customer who really wanted to buy a gun. The shopkeeper led the boy to another room where various swords hung on the walls and various shields stood in a row against the wall. Looking at the goods, Leo noticed that he saw only one-handed swords, which earned the respect of the shopkeeper, who said that he must not be a bandit if he was so experienced with weapons. The boy said that he had already said this 100 times, but the shopkeeper replied that it was hard to take a stranger's word for it. Then the merchant took the young man to another room and showed him completely different swords. Taking each of the new swords in his hands, Leo noticed that they were not even balanced. This knowledge surprised the shopkeeper, who said that he was an expert in shield making and that he forged swords just for fun, so he could sell the sword he chose cheaply. The buyer chose one of the swords on offer, thinking that he would have an imperfect weapon and that his ability to use it would come in handy. When the young man returned to the room where he had left Helena to rest and curiously began to ask where he had been all this time. Smiling, Leo said that he went to buy beer and added that when they lived in the town, they did not have the opportunity to drink because they always had to be careful. Surprised by this suggestion, the young woman asked if they would get into trouble if they drank beer, and was surprised to hear from his friend that the god Vinar might not approve of their behavior. The young man convinced his girlfriend that even priests sometimes drink strong drinks during various religious ceremonies. One day she will also become a priestess, so let her take beer tasting as a practical lesson, the boy said, assuring his friend that god Vinar would understand. In addition, the friend reminded Helena that she would soon become an adult and could drink such drinks as beer. After listening to all these arguments, Helena agreed to drink, but only a small sip. Pleased with his speech, the young man gave his friend a full mug of frothy drink. Having tasted the drink from the mug, the girl shouted that it was surprisingly delicious. A few minutes later, the young woman told her friend that she was dizzy from the drink, laughing, and he replied that it made sense. The cunning guy wanted to wait until his girlfriend got even more intoxicated to ask her about the past. He began to ask the drunken Helena if she remembered the summer before last, and she replied that of course she remembered all their adventures. The girl told us how they fell into a waterfall together and Leo was so cool that he was able to save her and swim out on his own. Then she recalled a story when Leo accidentally rang the church bell and the residents thought there was a fire and ran away. Laughing, the young man said that they have many common and funny memories and thought that the further he went, the more he became a real Leo. His friend smiled gently at him, saying that he was very nice and whether he was up to something. If only his girlfriend knew that he was not the real Leo, he thought, and smiled at her drunkenly, saying that she was planning to become a priest. Picking up his intoxicated girlfriend in his arms, the boy carried her into the room, laughing and asking if she would give him her blessing when she became a real priestess. Taking his talkative girlfriend to bed, the guy was sure that he had made the right decision to build an invisible wall between them. The drunken young woman first loudly exclaimed that she was a future priest and he should obey her in everything, and then quickly fell asleep. Smiling, the boy decided that he should not drink too often with his girlfriend. The next morning, the friends met with a man recommended to them by the owner of the caravan with whom they had come to town. Speaking gently to the couple, he told them that everything in Nevice was very expensive, but he knew a landlord who would be sympathetic to their needs. When he entered the house with the young people, he greeted the owner who was standing at the entrance in a friendly manner. The owner of the house also seemed to greet the newcomers very happily and affectionately. The attendant asked the owner to provide a room for the young couple to stay. The mustachioed man replied that he had a room for two, but there were so many guests that there were not enough rooms for everyone. The attendant sycophantically asked to give the young people at least the most ordinary room and to give them a discount on the price for the sake of their acquaintance. The owner of the house asked how long the couple wanted to stay and heard from Leo that if they got a discount, they would stay for a long time, but first, they needed to find a job. The mustachioed man said, as if thinking about it, that if they were going to live here for a long time, they needed a nice room, and called the young couple to follow him up the stairs to see the room. Looking back at the man who had brought them, the owner ordered him to wait downstairs and promised to pay back what he owed from the last time. When they entered the luxurious room, the owner was pleased to see how pleasantly surprised and impressed the young people were. Looking at the rich furniture, Helena said that this room was much better than their previous home. Pleased with the impression he made, the owner said that just because they were friends of his friend and because they seemed to be decent people, he would not charge them much. Leo was shocked and upset to hear that the owner was willing to rent them a room for only 3 silver coins. When the mustachioed man saw the boy's reaction, he asked him if it was expensive, and with a strained smile, the boy replied that it was fine, he had that kind of money. The satisfied owner said that everything was fine then and left the room. Helena was delighted with their new home, and the young man explained to her that this beautiful room was cheaper than other offers because it was on the edge of town. The young woman was pleased with the view from the window and suggested that her friends stay here for a long time if they could find work nearby. The girl continued to spin enthusiastically around the room and run up to the window to look at the view. She said goodbye to the acquaintance who had brought them to this hotel when he had already left the house. Chirping happily, Leo's friend told him that the man was a very nice man, and it would be nice to meet him again someday. The young people agreed to go for a walk and see the city center. They were excited to see the huge castle. The girl looked around with delight and wondered if it was always so crowded, and Leo thought that this city was very similar to a scenario with beggars. Suddenly, the surprised friends saw a huge crowd of people in front of a stage on which young men were standing in handcuffs. This was a slave market where slaves were sold, and the trader would put up slaves for auction, praising their qualities and loudly shouting their price. The friends stood amazed to hear the trader shouting out the price of the slaves, raising it each time, and the crowd shouting back. The player recalled that in the betrothal scenario, there were various wild tribes that were treated as barbarians in the central and southern kingdoms. This means that in that scenario, Helena the warrior does not have many princes to meet, only the princes from Aston Aster and the Holy Kingdom. The boy heard his frightened friend address him, asking him to leave as soon as possible because she could not bear to see such horror. The friends went on, and Leo said that they could probably find work if they went to the castle. An unidentified man wearing a military helmet and holding a spear called out to the young man, ordering him to come over. The soldier asked if it was his weapon, pointing to the sword on the guy's belt. Another man, also dressed in military uniform, approached them and asked if Leo was a mercenary. The young man replied that he was not a mercenary, to which the military replied why he was trying to enter the castle with weapons, and that he had at least hidden his sword. The young man sincerely assured the guards that he did not know that it was forbidden to bring weapons into the castle, and that he had just arrived in Nevice and was looking for a job. One of the guards asked the young man to give him a sword, and Leo decided to fulfill the request to avoid a quarrel with the military. In his defense, the guy said that he bought the weapon on the way to the city only for self-defense. Both guards began to examine the sword, saying that the weapon was in very poor condition and that the weight of the sword was focused on the tip of the point and it could easily break. The guard said that he saw no reason to confiscate such a weapon, but that carrying weapons was strictly prohibited on the territory of the castle, so it was better to leave the sword outside. The boy promised the guards to be very careful and attentive with his weapon. But then one of the soldiers noticed a tattoo on the guy's arm and asked if he was a bandit. The boy vehemently denied it and said that his own father had given him the tattoo. Helena said it was true because her friend had a tattoo on his arm since childhood. One of the guards was still hesitating, and the other said that they could let them through, that there were no bandits so stupid as to go into the castle with a sword that was not even balanced. Finally, the guards allowed the young people to enter the castle, ordering them to be very careful in the future. The girlfriend started scolding Leo, saying that he didn't need the sword if he didn't know how to handle it and was so clumsy even getting it out. Then she started to say why the sword was defective, but she was very amused when her friend told the guards that he wanted to protect her with this sword. The boy could hardly contain himself listening to his girlfriend tell him how stupid he was and had a strong desire to shout that he knew how to use a gun very well. Finally, they reached the bakery and Leo stayed outside and heard the lady who ran the bakery say that she needed an assistant. The bakery owner told the girl to come back the next day because she wanted to see how the new employee would work before she could set her wages. The girl was happy and assured the woman that she would definitely come back tomorrow, and she walked out of the bakery and told her friend that everything went well. Leo was unhappy that his girlfriend had not been told how much money she would receive. He told her that she shouldn't be like a naive child and trust everything. The girlfriend told him not to worry, she would get the salary she deserved. Boasting. The young woman said that she could tell good people from the first time she saw them, and that the woman from the bakery was very kind. Smiling, the boy said that the woman in the bakery must have seemed nice to the girl because she looked like Hans's aunt, who worked for her in their town. Then the friends went to a blacksmith shop, where Leo wanted to find a job for himself. He told the owner that he had a little experience in this business because he helped his father with his work. The owner of the smithy was sure that the pay would be very good if the boy worked hard. Pleased that they managed to arrange a job for both of them so quickly, the young people decided to go on vacation. The friends intended to spend the night in the same nice hotel where they spent the previous night. The young man was pleased that he had shown Helena how to look for a job and had almost found one for her, and now he could start looking for information about the prince. He deliberately chose a place of work far away from the bakery where Helena would be working, so he could secretly search for the prince. Young people approached their hotel feeling a bit uneasy because everything looked different from yesterday. Upon entering the door, the friends were almost numb when they saw many armed young men with evil faces behaving defiantly in the hotel hall. The owner of the hotel, standing behind the counter, gritted his teeth, saying that he had been waiting for his guests for a long time. Impressed by the strange atmosphere in the room, the young man told the owner that they were going to rest. The young man noticed that each of the young men in the hall was holding a weapon and assumed that they were mercenaries. Surprised by how everything had changed here, the young people stood in indecision before the stairs to the second floor to their room. A large, stout man was coming down the stairs from the second floor, holding a huge shield. Instantly, the young man pulled his sword from his belt and ordered Helena to stand behind him. The young men in the audience also jumped up, each grabbing for his weapon. Holding his imperfect sword tightly, Leo said that he did not understand what was happening here, but believed that his opponents should retreat. One of the attackers told the young man that he was resisting in vain and that he would be sold soon. With hatred and horror, the boy recalled the slave market he and his friend had seen in the city center. Then the closest of the attackers raised his axe and rushed at Leo. An unknown man sitting calmly at the hotel desk told the owner that the boy should be beaten but not killed. Repelling the attack, Leo shouted to the offender to move away because he would not hold back any longer. Trying to protect Helena, the boy pushed her behind his back away from the attacker. The enemy, furious at his failure, rushed back into the fight with an axe. Covering Helena, who crouched in the corner near the stairs, the young man held his sword tightly and prepared for new attacks. Now the boy had to fight off two armed thieves. The young man skillfully dodged the blow that the attacker was trying to inflict on him from behind. The young man quickly ducked and crouched down and knocked the thief down. The other daring young men in the room, looking at Leo's skill, mumbled that they did not agree with what was happening and were in no hurry to fight. Having repelled this attack, the boy looked at his opponents, holding the hilt of his sword tightly. The man behind the desk snapped at the hotel owner, saying that a simple hunter from a remote town could fight so skillfully. The young man realized that the situation was getting worse because the mercenaries from the room blocked his way out with shields, and there were too many of them against him. Waving his sword, he rushed at the thieves who blocked his path. The mercenaries did not expect such a powerful attack, and several of them were knocked down. With all his might, the boy shouted for Helena to run to him as quickly as possible. But at that moment, one of the attackers managed to get up and stabbed Leo in the thigh with a dagger. Groaning in pain and pushing himself, the young man pulled the dagger out of his wound. Suddenly, Leo heard his friend calling out to him, shouting about the danger of an attack from behind. But the young man did not have time to react to this warning, and the heavy-set attacker struck him hard on the head. He heard Helena's desperate scream through the thick fog. With this strong punch, the big man managed to disarm Leo, whose sword and dagger, which he had obtained in battle, were lying on the floor. The young man tried to regain consciousness, but Helena's scream was still in his ears. One of the attackers with a weapon again attacked the girl's unarmed defender. With all his will, Leo tried to reach for his sword and get up and fight again. And then the young man saw a big thief grab his girlfriend, who was resisting with all her might. Desperately shouting Helena's name, the hero grabbed his weapon and got to his feet, ready to fight. With his sword, the skillful warrior aptly deflected a dagger flying at his chest. Leo, already tired and exhausted from his wound, stood firmly holding his sword in his hands in front of his opponent with an axe. Despite his painful wounds, the defender skillfully repelled the attacker's strong blows. At that time, the girl was trying to escape from the strong arms of the big man who was holding her. In his rage at this resistance, the big man crushed the frail girl so hard that she was hoarse and could not say a word. The big man at the counter, who turned out to be a slave trader, barked at him that he should be careful not to damage the goods for tomorrow's auction. The slave trader also muttered unhappily that it was ridiculous to watch 10 mercenaries fail to overcome one small boy. Hearing all this talk, the young man finally realized that his Helena was going to be sold into slavery. This gave him fury and great strength, and he was able to defeat an opponent who was stronger than himself. The defeated thief Leo fought fell to the floor at his feet. Suddenly, the dispassionate voice of the game sounded in the young man's head, saying that he had achieved his first victory, and now Leo would feel less guilty about taking someone's life. All the thieves in the room heard the boy's quiet voice saying that he would destroy them all. But unfortunately, there were too many armed mercenaries in the room against him. Several thieves did not hesitate to attack their lone opponent together. But the number of attackers and their fury and cunning no longer frightened the young man, who decided to fight to the end. The new attackers kept trying to hit him with different weapons. The forces were unequal, and no matter how agile the guy was, he missed more and more punches. The brave boy had no intention of giving up each time he threw himself at the thieves again and again. Apparently, such an unbending will of the young man began to irritate the slave trader, and he ordered the mercenaries to send him to the other side. Once again, getting up after the blow, Leo reflected that he could barely avoid dangerous blows when using his sword skills. The boy realized that his strength was leaving him and he could barely hold his sword in his hands. Then he heard Helena's voice begging to spare her friend and promising to do whatever she was ordered to do. The slave trader, smiling predatory and mockingly, asked her if she was not lying when she said this. Then the thief ordered his thugs not to kill the young man, but only to take away his sword. With renewed vigor, the mercenaries rushed at their already exhausted victim. Despite his predicament, the boy continued to fight off the pack with his imperfect sword. But the forces were clearly unequal, and the hero felt that he would not be able to defeat all his enemies. A strong blow from one of the attackers knocked the exhausted boy to the floor again. He was unable to get up and was attacked by a bunch of angry mercenaries. Already lying on the floor, the young man was still trying to fight back with his last strength. But the forces were very unequal, and he was pinned to the floor, not allowed to move. The slave trader approached Helena, who was still holding the big man, and asked her if she remembered her promise and would do what he told her. Bitter tears ran from the girl's eyes. She was in complete despair, but there was no way out of the situation. With a predatory smile, the slave trader said that there was no time to prepare, but that everything must work, and ordered Helena to follow him. The girl, who was being dragged out of the room by the thief, heard Leo, who was being held by a pack of mercenaries, shouting her name. Almost losing consciousness, the young man saw the silhouette of his girlfriend, who was being led out of the hotel hall by the slave trader and his accomplices. When the boy finally came to, he realized that he was tied to a column near the stables. Feeling severe pain in his wounded body, at first the young man could not understand where he was, but then he remembered what happened to his friend. The young man was shouting his girlfriend's name with all his might, but no one answered him. He did not understand at what point in the story everything went wrong. Recalling the last few days, he decided that they had been sold by the vendor who had brought them to the hotel, and realized in despair how naive he had been. The guy heard someone asking him if he was awake, and there was a slave trader with 2 strong mercenaries standing in front of him. Leo struggled to raise his head and asked where his friend was, to which the thief smiled and said that the boy hadn't yet woken up. The thief ordered his strong henchmen to grab the bound and exhausted boy. A young man who could not move was blindfolded and gagged, lifted up and dragged into a wagon. Lying on the floor with his eyes and hands tied and moaning in pain, the boy could not understand what was happening. He heard the words of a slave trader who said that the girl had been sold for a prince, and for some reason the castle wanted to buy this boy as well. Still feeling pain all over his body, the boy heard the dispassionate voice of the game saying that Helena's last profession was predetermined and thanked him for playing Raising Helena. The young man listened to a speech that Helena's last profession was a concubine of the prince's last profession was a thug. The meaning of the story is the end of childhood friendship and belonging to the prince. The player was desperate because in this story, Helena was not a princess again, but only a plaything for the prince. Listening to the voice further, the young man found out how this scenario ended. Helena was sold to princes to save the life of her childhood friend. She became a concubine and secretly helped him escape before ending her existence. Leo was captured by mercenaries, transported to the castle, managed to escape from there, then took revenge on the thieves, but could not get to the prince because of the execution and ceased to exist. The player begged the soulless game to stop, saying he didn't want to play it anymore. For a moment, Minseo even managed to recall the face of his real-life lover, Jaeha, and in despair, he realized that he had been in this game for more than a year. The voice has passed a verdict that Leo was too trusting and destroyed many characters out of revenge, and he will have access to the information of the alley rules. Restart. Once again, the boy looked around and saw himself standing on a snowy lawn with a sword in his hand and a warrior woman standing next to him. At the same moment, the player recalled everything that happened last time in this scenario. Standing on the training ground, the guy thought that he missed Helena very much, but his mind was still on the scenario he had just lost. The player analyzed his mistakes, recalling the details that Hans must have told the merchant that if they disappeared, no one would look for them. The boy recalled an unusual sign on the door of the hotel, which meant that this place accepted those who were about to be sold. But she and her friend were completely naive. and did not know about it, and even paid the thieves to get to the slave market themselves. The young man was brought back to the present reality by a smiling girl who offered to finish the training this time. This time, the player adapted to this scenario quite quickly, but the opponent noticed that something in his behavior changed a little. A surprised Helena asked why his seizure during training was so unusual. The young man explained that it was a trick to bypass her defense, and he thought it was all due to his sword skills and training in this scenario the previous time. The boy reasoned that if everything went on as it was, the young woman would go hunting and it would end badly, and her father would go camping instead. And Leo remembered the last time Helena the warrior was going on a campaign and promised him to come back as a real knight. The boy looked at his friend and thought about the fact that he already knew that a military campaign was coming soon. Suddenly, the young woman grabbed her friend's arm and deftly applied a technique that made him fall into a snowbank next to her. The young men were still lying next to each other, holding hands, and their training wooden swords were lying in the snow. The girl was smiling happily. She enjoyed spending time together with her fiancé. The boy smiled back at her and continued to recall in detail the further development of events in this scenario. He thought that the two of them would still not be able to catch the mythical fox, so they would have to go on a campaign together on the battlefield. Looking into Helena's face, he decided that this time he would definitely be able to protect her. From the very first light of the next day, the young man was already at the training ground and doing sword exercises. It seemed to the young man that with every punch he was becoming more and more agile and skilled. Helena approached him surprised, asking why he woke up so early today. The boy said hello to his surprised friend who was worried that he was training too hard because it was still early in the morning. The girl looked at Leo, who replied with a very serious look that there was no need to worry, everything was fine. The thoughtful young woman stared intently at her friend's face. She remembered that when they first met, he was a very boring boy. 3 years ago, she was with her father, and he was with his father, the Lord. The Lord greeted the audience with a friendly greeting, saying that his name was Noel Dexter, and the boy was sadly silent. Young Helena stood in front of the boy and looked him in the face with a challenge, crossing her arms over her chest. At the time, she could not even imagine that they would soon be engaged. Leo brought the young woman back to reality by asking her what brought her here. After leaving her memories, the girl smiled sincerely and said that she had come to him to tell him that they would finally have a chance to become real knights. Helena, beaming with happiness, said that this time her father was allowing them both to join the hunt. Alarmed by the news, the young man recalled how the last time he went hunting. It seemed to him that he remembered every moment of the dangerous hunt that had taken place in this scenario the last time. Recalling how she and her friend were side by side in the ranks of warriors fighting a terrible creature. Now, just like last time, Helena went on her first hunt and, as expected, found the prince of the mythical fox. Just like last time, the young people invited everyone, and Dahorman gathered his entire team. The brave soldiers tried their best to restrain the wounded and angry beast. Despite the fact that the skillful warriors were determined to win, the fierce beast had no intention of submitting to them. The power and fury with which the creature attacked the hunters showed that it was not a common beast, but a real mythical fox. The wounded mystical fox broke away from her pursuers by breaking all the ways that held her. Now the angry creature was ready to start hunting for its offenders. The warriors of the tribe scattered in different directions to avoid being struck by the fierce beast. But the brave leader of the tribe, Dahorman, was not in a mood to retreat. Clutching his weapon tightly in his hands, he shouted that he would deal with the enemy himself. The warrior kept his giant axe at the ready and did not move as the monster slowly approached him, making a terrible growl. The leader thought he was alone with a fierce mythical monster. But with his keen hearing, he heard the arrows his comrades had fired whistling through the air, and the mythical fox slowed its advance. The eyes of the furious creature were now focused only on its main enemy, 949. The brave warrior Dahorman did not even try to stop the battle and escape, taking advantage of the fact that the beast slowed its advance toward him. The leader was ready to attack, waving his dangerous weapon over his head. The wounded but undefeated mythical fox was also preparing to jump. The warrior was intensely watching every movement of the animal when he heard one of his comrades give the command to shoot at the beast together. The attack was incredible because at such moments demonic beings show great strength. The mythical fox, having been wounded even more by arrows, gathered all her strength and rushed at the enemy in front of her. But this did not faze the experienced warrior who was ready for such an attack. In a moment, this fierce confrontation ended in a glorious victory for Dahorman. Helena joyfully shouted her congratulations and threw her arms around her father's neck. At that moment, Leo's mind wondered if the girl's participation in the military campaign was really inevitable. Time passed. Spring came, and with it the news of a military campaign. Like the last time, the boy went to the library where his father was sitting in a chair reading a book. Lord Noel, who had not expected this visit, looked up at his son in surprise. Standing in front of his father, the boy said that he too wanted to go on this military campaign. The young man was ready to give his father 100 arguments why he should go on a hike, but he was not expecting to hear his father's consent. The young man thanked the Lord for his understanding, but was confused as to why his reaction was not the same as the last time he had been in the same scenario. The young man decided that he was able to get the permit so easily because he was good at training this time and was in good physical shape. Saying that he had to go to training with his partner, Leo wanted to leave the library. Closing the book, Noel told his son to wait and asked him if he knew what the mission of the army was. The father took the young man to a table where he laid out a map and other documents and explained how the army operates and what the role of each unit is. It turned out that the military of this world operates in standardized units consisting of 10 people. The boy thought that this style of warfare was somewhat reminiscent of modern guerrilla tactics, and if hundreds of warriors gather in one area, it can lead to a disaster due to the massive bombardment of wizards. Leo asked his father why he didn't want to take part in the military operation himself, and he heard a firm answer that the Lord was tired of killing people. Noel said that if someone invaded the kingdom of Aston, he would fight like a knight without hesitation, but a military campaign is something else entirely. The father asked if his son remembered the battle for the throne where he received his title. Then young Noel became the youngest of the knights and was very proud of it, but it did not last long. In the former kingdom of Aston Astor, which was once united, a civil struggle began. A young king who had recently been given the throne was killed under mysterious circumstances. The young king had no descendants, so his brothers began to claim the throne. Thus began the most brutal battle in history. The battle lasted for 3 years and brought much grief, but ended in nothing because the 2 brothers were killed by their own sons. These sons declared themselves kings and concluded a treaty. Thus the kingdom of Aston Astor was established in the northern part of the continent. Recalling those events, Noel said that he realized how ridiculous it all was. After hearing these memories and reflections, Leo stood silently in front of his father, thinking about what he had said. As always, Helena was ready to train and called her friend to join her. The girl told Leo that he didn't have to go camping with her, that he should stay at home. She told the boy that if he went on a hike and died in vain, she would have to become a widow. The guy was amused by the bride's assumption and said that it would be better if she was more careful not to leave him a widower. Looking intently into the guy's eyes, Helena asked him if he would be alone for the rest of his life if something happened to her. The young man tried to turn it into a joke, saying that it all depends on her behavior. Irritated by this answer, the young woman rushed at him with a training sword, saying that he should have answered that he would be alone forever. Deftly repelling his friend's attack with a wooden sword, the young man smiled. The boy replied that if this military campaign was inevitable, he would do everything to ensure that the 2 of them returned from it unharmed. After all the speeches, the training battle between the young people broke out with renewed vigor. The young people skillfully conducted attacks against each other and skillfully repelled the enemy's blows. All this time, the boy was thinking only that he did not want his girlfriend to die alone like the last time. But he probably shouldn't have gone so deep into his thoughts while distracted by the competition with his friend. With a series of deft strokes, the girl managed to knock the sword out of the enemy's hands. This time, Leo lost the fight to his more agile and skillful opponent. His girlfriend scolded him, saying that if he cheered in the clouds during a real battle, he would not survive. The boy was so focused on the campaign that he decided to think of a plan to make Helena a princess after the battle. Time passed and a military campaign began in which this time Leo was with his bride. The young people were in the same unit, so they were almost always close to each other. After a long walk, Helena sat down on a log, tired, and kicked off her boots. The young man, speaking to her in a stern tone, said that he had told her not to drag her feet on the ground. The surprised girl saw the young man carrying a barrel of water to her. Putting the barrel on the ground in front of Helena, he ordered her to dip her injured leg in the water. The girl was very surprised and upset by the burn, and the boy said that it was better to make it not hurt than to cut the callus. The young woman asked how he knew that her leg hurt because she hadn't said anything about it. Tenderly caring for his fiancée, Leo replied that he already knew everything about her. Finally, she said that she was feeling much better and asked how he managed to be so calm all the time. The young man thought that it turned out that the time he spent in the army in his real life could be useful in a situation like this. A young man told his girlfriend to rest a bit after a difficult transition. He took full responsibility for setting up the tent for both of them. The young woman continued to sit on the log and reflected on how strange her friend was behaving. Finally, Leo managed to set up a large tent where they will be able to stay for the night. Tired from the hard journey of the day, the boy settled down to rest. But his hopes for rest were not realized because Helena came into the tent clearly intending to talk. The girl settled down next to him, playfully asking if he remembered that they were engaged. The guy was smiling gently, looking into the face of his bride. The girl blushed under the scrutiny of her friend. Then Leo had to blush when his girlfriend asked when they would become a real husband and wife. Since the boy didn't respond to this, his girlfriend was offended. And then she attacked him, saying that he stinks and needs to take a bath if he wants to sleep in the same tent with her. The boy jokingly fought back, telling her to leave him alone and suggesting that she just go to bed. In arguing in this way, they made a noise that was heard by the residents of the tents next to them. 2 months into the campaign, minor skirmishes have left a certain mark on the soldiers, with losses occurring almost every day. Each time, Leo found it easier and easier to win these small battles. One day, the guard of their camp shouted loudly that he saw knights nearby. Indeed, 2 people in knightly garb, a young man and a woman with red hair, were hiding in the bushes. The strangers realized that their hiding place had been exposed by a group of armed men approaching them. The young knight was nervous, but the red-haired lady was not at all confused and behaved very confidently. The warriors of the tribe wasted no time in bravely attacking the enemy knights. The red-haired warrior was very skillful with her weapon, easily repelling the attackers' attacks. She shouted loudly to her partner, calling him Daimos, so that he would not be afraid, because their opponents were simple soldiers, no match for knights. Obeying the order of his partner, the young man exclaimed that knights are not afraid of anything, and rushed into battle. Despite his young age, the knight was good with weapons and skillfully repelled the attacks of his attackers. The young knight did not stop for a minute, striking his opponents blow after blow. More than one tribal warrior has fallen to the sword of the brave young knight. Leo and Helena were surprised at the losses to their unit caused by these 2 knights. Side by side, the friends rushed to the invincible warrior named Daimos. The young knight deftly deflected the attacks of his attackers, but his current opponents were more experienced than ordinary soldiers. The red-haired warrior was still dissatisfied with the young knight's fight, and exclaimed that he was acting like a girl because he could not overcome 5 soldiers. The knight said that Ms. Katrina was mistaken because his opponents were not so weak. Leo froze when he heard this name, remembering that the last time he had seen Helena in this scenario, it was Katrina who had taken her life. Even the sound of this name made the young man's eyes darken and his head spin. A hateful name that he can never forget because it is Helena's main enemy. These thoughts seemed to give the young man new strength in the battle that was going on right now. He and Helena worked well together as a pair, almost taking turns attacking the young knight. He showed remarkable courage and strength in facing 2 such surprisingly strong opponents. Finally, the girl managed to deliver such a powerful blow that it knocked the enemy back a few steps. Surprised by the unexpected strength and skill of a seemingly not very dangerous opponent, the knight called out to Katrina for help. Another warrior from their squad rushed to Leo and Helena's aid, and 2 soldiers fought alongside the red-haired fury. Katrina dealt with 2 soldiers who attacked her and shouted to Daimos to stop joking and fight to the fullest. Her fellow knight could only reply that he was not joking and was fighting with all his might. At the same moment, Leo, swinging his sword with renewed vigor, attacked him. Remembering how this battle could end for Helena, her fiancé had no intention of sparing his opponents. Leo felt that the young knight was already tired and less agile. The thought of protecting his bride gave the young man additional strength in this dangerous competition. Now it was Helena's turn to do her share of the attacking. She struck with her sword and wounded the young knight, who finally managed to throw her away. And Leo entered the battle again, trying to win the final victory. Finally, the young man dealt a decisive, strong blow to his opponent, which put an end to this battle. At the same moment, Leo heard the game's voice announce that the player had received the Lone Knight achievement. Each time he meets a knight, he will become even stronger. Standing over the defeated knight, the young man reasoned that the knights were very strong, and it took 5 warriors to defeat one of them. But the battle was not yet over. Katrina loudly called out to her associate Daimos. After a moment, her forehead darkened as she realized that the young knight was defeated. Like a fury from the sky, she rushed with her striking sword at the warriors of the tribe. The red-haired warrior's attack was lightning fast and deadly for her opponents. Her sword seemed to be enchanted as it struck in all directions with the speed of lightning. The furious knight showed no mercy to her enemies, striking them down one by one. When she stopped her perilous dance, Leo called out to her, calling her name Katrina. The red-haired fury, fixing her hair, which had become disheveled during the battle, asked how the boy knew her name. The boy, holding his sword at the ready, remembered that the last time Helena had died in this scenario, it was around the time he was now. The young man was thinking about the game's development because in this version of the plot, he was directly confronted with the one that caused the death of his fiancée last time. The warrior asked sternly which of the 2 young men had impressed Daimos. Leo replied with a challenge that it was he who had defeated the young knight in battle. The angry fury was looking at the young man's face and reflecting on the fact that the power of mana, given to people by the gods, is present everywhere, but not everyone knows how to use it. While striking him, she seemed to feel an unknown force in the boy, as if he had mana. Although the young man's sword skills were not perfect, his extensive experience in battles was an advantage. The knight, holding back her blows, said that the boy was a very professional fighter despite his young age. Katrina's lips tightly pressed together. She tried to understand why Daimos had lost to this guy. The red-haired warrior realized that if she was not careful in this battle, she too could be defeated. Leo listened to his feelings and realized that his strokes had become stronger, perhaps because he had gained a new achievement in the game. The young man heard the warrior say through her teeth that he fought quite well for a simple soldier. With an ominous smile, she said that time was still not on the guy's side, and now she would fight to the fullest. The surprised young man thought that the warrior's eyes turned red and seemed to radiate some unknown power. It seemed like time had stopped, and nothing existed around them but their fight. And then there was a moment in the battle when it seemed that the knight was about to win, dealing crushing blows to Leo. At that moment, as if from the ground, Helena appeared in front of her, protecting her fiancé with her sword. The girl did not hesitate to attack the invincible warrior with fury. In a moment, her fiancé was already there, having recovered from the blow. The red-haired fury really had a special gift, and it seemed that young people would never be able to defeat her. And once again, Helena rushed to deflect the knight's blows to give her friend a breather. Leo did not let his friend stay in the fight with the fury for long, because he realized the extraordinary power that emanated from this woman. These coordinated attacks by the young couple really irritated the red-haired warrior. Fiercely attacking her enemies, Katrina seemed more like a mythical character than an ordinary knight. The thing was that the red-haired warrior noticed that the girl was weaker than the boy and decided to get rid of her first. The knight dodged Leo's attacks and directed her attack only at the weaker opponent. The fury finally achieved its goal by sending a devastating blow to the girl. After screaming frantically, Helena felt as if lightning had struck her right hand and realized that her arm had been severed from her body. Disarmed and severely wounded, as if in a last-ditch effort, the young woman ran at Katrina and knocked her down. Not realizing what had happened to his friend, Leo also threw himself at the knight, pinning her to the ground. With her left hand gripping the sword, Helena struck the last blow in this battle. Breathing heavily, the young people stood next to each other, trying to come to their senses. Barely breathing, Helena smiled and said that they had won a good victory. A moment later, the girl fainted, falling to the ground, but her faithful companion did not let this happen. 2 weeks after that terrible fight with the knights, their unit was still camped in the middle of the forest. Helena came out of their tent and silently stood next to her friend, who was sitting next to her with his head bowed low. Trying to overcome the oppressive silence, the boy tried to talk about why they did not manage to get help from a priest in time. The girl said that the main thing was that they could not save the thumb on his right hand. Looking up at his friend, Leo wondered how she managed to continue to care for others in such a difficult time. The young man asked her how she was feeling now, and he said that she was much better. Standing next to her friend, Helena felt the breeze swaying the empty right sleeve of her shirt. The boy said that he had heard that a prince was coming to their camp, but Helena was not very interested in this information. Looking at her friend, she asked him if it was true that he was going back home and quietly said that she also wanted to return to her family. The friends heard a soldier with an injured arm from their unit calling their names. The soldier clearly reported that a senior officer was calling them in immediately. The young people went to the main tent where the headquarters was located, and the chief officer of their unit was present. The soldier got straight to the point, asking whether his subordinates had heard that the prince would soon be arriving at their camp. The friends learned that after the parade, His Highness would give awards to those soldiers who had distinguished themselves in battle. Then the officer said that he wanted to recommend that they both be awarded, and Leo began to thank him. But their boss continued, only Leo alone should go up on the stage to the prince during the celebrations. When asked by his subordinate why, the officer replied that if a soldier without an arm went to the prince, the morale of the soldiers would suffer. The boy vehemently argued that it was only thanks to Helena that they managed to defeat those knights, and that she deserved honor and reward the most. The young man tried to console his girlfriend, saying that if the officer believed she did not deserve the award, he did not need any reward. Looking down, the chief officer said that of course the management highly appreciates the merits of each of them. Silently turning around, Helena and her friend left the room where the headquarters of the chief officer was located. The next morning, the bugles announced that His Highness Prince Arnold de Klaus had arrived at the camp. All the soldiers lined up along the red carpet where the prince was entering the dais and bowed their heads in respect to the royal person. In the front ranks were soldiers who had distinguished themselves in heavy battles with the enemy, including Leo and Helena. Leo heard the voice of the game that he had gained the achievement of meeting the prince and won the favor of Arnold de Klaus and all the nobles who served the royal family. The soldiers listened attentively to the prince's speech, which praised those who had sacrificed themselves for the kingdom of Aston. The Klaus family promised not to forget this devotion. All the soldiers present were promised a decent reward for their brave deeds during the campaign. Leo climbed up on the platform to the prince, who put his sword on his shoulder and said that he was granting the honorary title of knight to Leo Dexter. Standing among the soldiers, Helena watched her comrade fulfill the biggest dream of her life and become a real knight. The very next morning, the friends packed up their belongings and left the military camp on their way home. As usual, the friends walked alongside each other, and Helena said that maybe when they returned home, she would learn to cook, which confused her friend. The girl continued to make plans for the future, saying that she wanted to open a small shop selling light meals and drinks. The guy was amused by this statement of his girlfriend, and he asked laughingly whether she would generously treat her customers to strong drinks more than food. Continuing this cheerful conversation, the young man asked if the owner of the shop would treat him to a free meal. Looking at his friend, who was happily saying that everything in her store would be free for friends, Leo smilingly said that she would quickly go bankrupt. The girl, laughing, said that the money she received as a reward for her service would be enough for 2 or 3 such bankruptcies. And finally, the young people approached their hometown with excitement and anticipation. Standing in front of her parents' house, Helena was excited to see her family. The chief of the Dahorman tribe and his wife ran out of the house to meet her, alarmed by her parents. Hugging their daughter who had finally returned and seeing her in such a state, the parents shed bitter tears and could not say a word. So Leo approached the castle and saw Lord Noel walking toward him. For a few seconds, the father and son stood opposite each other, staring at each other intently and saying nothing. Then the father hugged his only son, whom he had been waiting for 8 months to return from the dangerous campaign. Despite the fact that their army was victorious, the young men returned home with the gloom of defeated soldiers. The two friends went to the training ground where they always held their competitions, and Helena took the sword in her left hand in thought. Her friend said it would be good to practice with a one-handed sword and shield, and asked his friend if she wanted to try it now, to which the girl sadly smiled and said that she had nothing to hold the shield with. The young man embarrassedly replied that everything would be fair, no privileges for him, they would compete without any shields. The young man was very sad to see his friend, but he tried to keep her in a good and cheerful mood. The friends began an unusual training session with Helena, holding the sword now with only one left hand. The girl enthusiastically started doing the exercises, trying to hold the sword tightly in her left hand. Sometimes she even managed to deflect a sword strike from her training opponent. But holding a weapon with my left hand for a long time was unusual and completely uncomfortable. Her comrade, also holding his sword with his left hand, tried to practice simple exercises. Then the young woman tried to attack the opponent, adjusting to the use of the sword with her left hand. Suddenly, without calculating his strength, Leo unintentionally struck quite a blow. His friend almost stopped the blow, but then lowered her sword and head. Concerned about Helena's reaction to this unsuccessful training, the guy began to say soothing words and rushed to her side. The young man hugged his friend and gently comforted her. Bitter tears ran from the girl's eyes from the very beginning of their training battle. She did not say a word. Looking directly into Helena's eyes, the young man said he loved her and proposed marriage. At first, the girl pulled away from him and looked into his face in silence, swallowing bitter tears. Then she turned away, threw the sword she was still holding to the ground, and quickly left the training ground. The young man shouted after her, begging her to give him an answer to the proposal. The young woman kept walking away without saying a word to him. Finally, she stopped and bowed her head down and firmly said that she did not want to do this. The question of why never escaped Leo's lips, who wanted to hear a completely different answer. Already sobbing loudly and unable to hold back her tears, Helena called out to him to look at her carefully. And then, with her head bowed, she quietly said that she didn't want to get married in this condition. She cried nonstop, exclaiming that she did not need his sympathy. She shouted irritably that he had nothing to expect from such a cripple as she had become now. Ignoring these words of despair, the young man hugged his bride tightly. He looked her in the eyes and told her that none of this mattered, and that all he needed in his life was her. Holding Helena in his arms, Leo told her that he loved her and kissed her gently. At the same moment, the figure of his beloved began to disappear into thin air, and he heard a voice thanking him for playing the game, raising Helena. Just like last time, shouting out the name of his beloved, Leo realized that he could not complete the task, and the voice was soullessly speaking, summarizing the game, that Dexter Leo's last profession is a noble knight, married to Einar Helena. Helena's profession is cook, and she is married to Dexter Leo. The player learned that after getting married, Helena gave birth to 3 children, opened a small tavern, and lived happily with her husband for the rest of her life. The boy thought that he was relieved that this time Helena did not leave the world young, but was happy living with her husband and family. Continuing the usual flight at the end of each stage of the game, the young man was sure that this time he had made Helena happy and was glad to have taken revenge on her offender, Katrina. Hovering over the abyss, the player heard that this time he did not complete the scenario, but received the skill achievement of transferring skills. Thanks to this scenario, the player realized that he did not yet have the strength to make Helena a princess. Then he had a thought that he missed his real parents and his beloved Jaiha. And once again, Minseo realized that he was sitting on the dirty, cracked slabs against the wall of the house, next to his unhappy sister. It was again a small abandoned alley in the town of Orville. In a barely audible voice, my sister said she was thirsty and hungry. Feeling for the wallet on his belt, the boy put his arm around his sister's shoulders and said that now they could eat. The player remembered very well how this sad scenario ended last time in the game. Supporting the frail body of the weak girl under his elbow, Leo helped her to stand up. The poor girl looked sadly at her older brother and said that they would not be able to find anything to eat because it was already evening. Despite these words, The young man confidently took her hand and led her away from the dirty alley. They went to the market square where there were many other vendors offering their goods. The bewildered, promiscuous girl in her drag, following her brother, looked around dreamily, marveling at the variety of food on the shelves. Two beggars stopped when they reached a food shop where the owner had treated them to some scraps last game. At the same moment, a big man with a huge stick in his hands came out onto the porch, clearly intending to drive the beggars away. In a harsh voice, the man ordered them to leave good and healthy before he got angry. Taking a few silver coins from his wallet, Leo showed them to the owner, asking if they could get dinner here. Surprised by this turn of events, the host made a friendly face and asked how the guests could pack their dinner more conveniently. When he heard from the beggars that they would like to eat in his restaurant, the big man was not very happy and said that it would cost a little more. When inviting the ragamuffins into the hall, the owner thought that he had no visitors yet. The girl was surprised and very happy when she heard from her brother that he had found some money. The poor girl was screaming loudly and dreamily, asking if they would buy a new house now. Sitting down to the table, Leo thought that his sister did not know how to behave in society and probably did not receive any education. The girl was behaving strangely at the table, throwing herself at the food, and her brother thought he should teach her a little bit about how to behave. Leo also thought that Helena's upbringing and education would require money that he did not yet have. He was thinking that this scenario was difficult from the very beginning, and now he had to do everything to survive, and only then think about how to make a princess out of Helena. The young man was thinking with a sigh that he was very weak and unlikely to be able to protect his sister. Having eaten to their heart's content and finished their sumptuous dinner, the beggars left the shop. The young man stood in the middle of the street looking around as if remembering something. The sister asked him where they were going to go now, and he replied that they were going home. She said that their shack was in a completely different city, or had her brother forgotten about it. Smiling, Leo patted his little sister on the head and said that he meant a real home. He remembered the lady who had saved them from the shopkeeper's fury the last time they were in this scenario. The boy thought that the person who helped them last time without expecting anything in return could help them this time. The brother and sister stopped and looked around when they heard someone calling out to them. In front of them stood a crowd of teenagers whose appearance clearly indicated that they were beggars. The eldest of the gang said that it was not good of them to eat to their heart's content and not share with others. Leo answered as politely as possible that they did not wish anyone harm and did not do anything wrong. One of the ragtag men shouted that why would some snot-nosed kids argue with them and was ready to jump into a fight. The leader gestured to the bully, ordering him to stop and not to quarrel with strangers. When Leo heard that he and his sister were breaking the rules, he was very surprised that there were any special rules among beggars. A fat boy shouted from behind the other ragtag men that the main rule was that all beggars should live together, and that strangers apparently thought they were better than others. The leader, calming everyone down, said that there was no need to scare the newcomers who had made a mistake, and Leo said that they were going to leave. Addressing the crowd, he asked for help, asking if the boys knew the street that smelled like oil and leather. After arguing with each other, the beggars showed the strangers the right way to the street they were looking for. The young man politely thanked them for their help, but heard the crowd shouting after them not to come back. Taking his sister's hand again, he led her through unfamiliar streets. As he walked forward, the boy wondered why the game had that encounter with the beggars, whether it made any sense. They came to a street where they could smell leather and oil, and through a window, the young man saw a lady he knew from the last time. It was clear that the lady was sitting in thought at a counter with tools for making and repairing shoes. The boy thought that the woman was a shoemaker and gathered the courage to knock on the door. The woman was looking at the dirty and frail beggars in front of her with interest. She allowed the poor people to enter the house, saying that they shouldn't be hanging around the entrance. The boy politely greeted her, and the girl hid behind him in embarrassment. The lady moved to the counter with the supplies, asking what the young people would like to buy from her. The owner said that they looked like they needed new shoes, but it was unlikely that they had the money to buy them. She doesn't give out handouts, so they came to the wrong place. The boy replied that they didn't need charity, but asked permission to stay in her shop for a few days. The young man confidently said that he had the money to pay for his accommodation. This request surprised the woman, who did not expect this from these beggars. The landlady said that she did not want to know how the boy had gotten the money, and she was even less interested in taking care of homeless children. The young man asked if the kind lady could give them some water to wash and clean up. The lady finally agreed to the young man's persuasion and ordered them to take water and towels in the next room, telling them to be very careful not to spoil anything. The girl sat down by the water tub, and Leo began to wash her face, thinking that this situation reminded him of the last time. The woman was still sitting at the counter, listening to the older brother taking care of his little sister. Leo took the girl out of the room and showed her clean face, saying that this is what his little sister really looks like. He asked the hostess once again, pleadingly, if they could stay in her house in the future. The woman was struck by this change in the girl's appearance. She recognized that she was very pretty and asked if she could speak because she had not heard a single word from her lips during the whole time. Turning to Leo, the lady asked if she understood correctly that the boy wanted to leave the baby here because it was hard for him to take care of her alone. Helena was afraid that her older brother was going to leave her and started crying. The young man explained to the woman that it was dangerous for the girl to be alone on the street while he was working, and that her sister just needed a place to wash and sleep. His pleading and tender concern for his little sister made the mistress think. The boy made a good impression, and his little sister was a surprisingly nice girl. As if continuing to think, the woman said that she could help the boy, but then he would help her. The happy young man thanked the woman and said that he would never forget how kind she was to them. The woman took one of the coins Leo had put on the table and said she was taking it as payment and would take more money from him in a little while. The landlady pointed to the pantry and explained that there was food there and they could eat to their heart's content, and water was brought every morning. A grateful Leo happily asked if they could do anything to help the good woman now. Another young man asked how they should address the lady and was told that they should call her Cassia. The boy told me that his name was Leo and his little sister's name was Helena. During the whole conversation, the woman's eyes were very anxious and sad, and she was acting tense. The boy felt as if their mistress was waiting for something, as if something was about to happen. As if to console himself, the young man thought that there was nothing wrong with their landlady being a little strange. After leaving his thoughts, the boy brought a small tub full of warm water to their new room. Then he called his sister into the room, saying that it was time for her to wash. Despite the presence of her brother, the girl quickly threw off her clothes and the boy barely had time to turn away. He said he would wait outside, but he thought he had to teach the girl how to behave in society quickly. The young man thought that this little girl would become an adult in 2 years, and she was only a year younger than Helena, the warrior from the previous story. The young man heard his younger sister calling him and asked if he could come in. The foolish girl stood there not fully dressed, which upset and angered her brother. Laughing without feeling embarrassed, she said that it was his turn to become clean. Closing his eyes, Leo instructed his sister never to change her clothes so that he could see it. The girl was told by her brother that it was not good to appear unclothed in front of other people, to which she responded with surprise. The boy emphasized that she was now an adult and should wash and change clothes only when no one else was around. Then Leo explained that it was his turn to wash and escorted his sister out of the room. Scratching the back of his head, the boy thought that he would have a lot of trouble raising this Helena. The next morning, the young man set out to find a job. He knocked on every door where he thought he could get a job. The first 2 job rejections did not upset or frighten him at all. In subsequent attempts, he tried to prove to employers that despite his appearance he was quite strong, but it did not work. The young man assured his potential employers that he would work very hard and tirelessly, but this did not work either. Time after time being rejected, the boy became more and more discouraged in his abilities. Reflecting on his future actions, the young man recalled how in the scenario about a childhood friendship, he was able to quickly find a job. It was a job in a forge, but in this scenario, he looked very frail and unlikely to be entrusted with heavy work. He was upset that he had no muscles or useful skills for work, and that his current body was useless. He came up with the idea of marrying Helena off to someone from a wealthy family. She has a beautiful appearance that can conquer anyone. But what should he do now? Because his sister will need at least a basic education that only a teacher can give her, based on her appearance alone. The young man reasoned that he had the ability to hunt and use a sword, but there was no place near Orville where he could hunt and earn money. And if you become a mercenary using your sword skills, you will have to leave Helena alone for a long time. The day was coming to an end, and the boy was in complete despair because he could not find any work for himself. The streets of the city were already plunging into nighttime darkness when Leo slowly took one of the coins from his pocket and began tossing it. This juggling of the coin seemed to calm the young man down and allow his mind to consider various options for further events. Suddenly, someone called out to him from the darkness, and he stopped, holding a coin in his hand. A scruffily dressed big man came out of the alley and offered to talk to him for a while, smiling predatorily. The young man saw that two more of his accomplices were standing behind the thug, cowering. The men surrounded the skinny boy, and one of them asked him, laughing, why he was walking unarmed through the alleys at night. Then the big man with the earring in his ear asked gently if it was the boy who had heard the coins ringing. The thief said that the beggar must have some money and wanted to grab Leo by the hair. At the same moment, the guy who had dodged quite unexpectedly struck the big man with a strong elbow in the stomach. The thief fell to his knees in pain, and his very surprised accomplices rushed to the boy. Leo jumped so high that it looked like he was flying and struck the second attacker. After receiving a strong kick to the temple, the burly man fell to the pavement. The third of the attackers had already realized that their seemingly frail prey was putting up a good fight. So the offender pulled a dagger from his belt and tried to stab the boy. The nimble young man easily dodged the weapon and thought that he had practiced all the time in previous scenarios. He felt that he didn't even need a weapon to defeat these petty thieves. Swinging and as if testing the strength of his current body, Leo struck his opponent in the chin with his hand. It was so unexpected for the attacker that he did not even have time to use the dagger he was holding in his hand. The next moment, the third attacker also fell to the ground, dropping his dagger. Having dealt with all the attackers, the boy picked up the dagger and looked at it, carefully assessing the quality of the weapon. The big guy with the earring in his ear finally recovered from the blow and rinsed through his teeth that he would never forgive the kid for what happened. Leo's eyes seemed to shine with an evil fire. He recalled all the cases of his past battles and said that it was time to end it all. Coming around the corner of the building, he heard the voice of the game in his head that he had gotten the storm of Ali's achievement and had become stronger. As he walked on, the boy reasoned that he had gotten 2 daggers and a few copper coins, but he didn't like this kind of work. Hunting bandits would not bring him the desired wealth, the young man reasoned. To make more money, I need to join a gang, he decided as he walked through the hotel door. In the big hall of the hotel, a guy with a bandage over his left eye was sweeping the floor and said they were closing soon. The behavior of the scrawny beggar who put a dagger blade to his throat right on the doorstep was completely unexpected for the janitor. A janitor with an eye patch was frightened and asked the visitor who sent him. Looking at the janitor, Leo thought that he did not look like an ordinary hotel employee. The guy with the blindfold asked the visitor to calm down and talk first, and in the meantime, managed to give a conditional signal unnoticed. Leo recalled a previous scenario when the mercenaries who attacked them in the hotel were also involved in the transportation of illegal goods, i.e., cooperating with gangs. Suddenly, a tall, sturdy man came into the room, responding to a conditional signal, and asked what kind of noise he heard. The janitor with an eye patch said that a small beggar had jumped into the hall and started threatening him out of the blue. The burly man asked what this new way of begging was and ordered them to put away their weapons. Leo threw his recent achievement on the floor and said that in the western alleyway from the market, 3 defeated bandits could be found, then slowly asked if that would be enough to join their gang. At the burly man's incredulous look, the boy said that his words could be easily verified by going into that alley and that he would return tomorrow for an answer. Trying not to make any noise, Leo quietly opened the door, returning to his room where he now lived with his sister. In the darkness, the boy tried to examine his shirt to see if there were any bloodstains on it after the fight. Then he heard his sister's voice asking him why he came home so late. The young man replied that he had been looking for a job all day and was late. The girl sympathized, saying that he must have had a very difficult day. When the young man asked Helena about her day, She lowered her head sadly and said that she just sat in her room. The next morning, when Leo was going out into the city, he decided that he needed to find a mentor for his sister. Walking through the streets of the city, the boy did not even know where to start this search. He decided that he had no choice but to ask the locals where he could find a teacher. The young man was asking various passers-by if they could help him find a teacher for his sister. But time and again I heard rejections and caught surprised looks from passers-by. In the middle of the street, a man in a funny hat called out to him. The man asked if the young man needed a teacher for his sister because he could help solve this issue for a small fee. The young man replied that a teacher is needed, but there are several requirements. He must be honest, preferably older, and not necessarily have a very high level of education. The man in the hat heard that almost anyone who can work as a teacher would be suitable for this position, but the main requirement was that this person must be a woman. There was such a teacher, a very friendly and educated woman who soon came to the shoemaker's shop. When the teacher held the first lesson with Helena, the boy asked how it went and how the girl behaved. The teacher said that the girl was very nice, and she understood why her brother decided to find a mentor for her, and added that she would not tell anyone about her new mentee. Having agreed that the classes would be held twice a week, Leo paid the teacher for a month of tuition and allocated money to buy books. Hearing this conversation with the teacher, Cassia told the boy that he was a very good big brother. The young man replied that he had to leave again and leave the girl under the supervision of the owner. At that time, Helena was idly playing with a book in her room and asked her brother if he had managed to find a job today. In a not-so-confident voice, the young man replied that maybe he had succeeded. Time would tell. As soon as darkness descended on the city, Leo went to meet the janitor he had met yesterday. The janitor ordered him to follow him and led him to an unknown building. When Leo entered the room, he saw a hairless man sitting at a desk, writing something with a pen. The janitor, calling the man his boss, reported that he had brought a visitor yesterday. The boss got up from his desk and walked over to the boy. The man was probably 2 heads taller than the frail young man. The giant greeted him kindly and said that he was glad to see the boy, noting that he must be an experienced fighter if he was able to defeat 3 people with such a thin body. Leo, upset, said that he was not such a professional and was told that they would find out. The man ordered the boy to follow him because he wanted to see his dexterity in action. They were walking through the streets of the city, and the boss asked if the guy's main weapon was a dagger, and heard that he preferred a 2-handed sword. This surprised the man, and he said that the young man must be a descendant of a knightly family with such and such preferences in weapons. They came to a room that looked more like a warehouse than a home, where 3 young men were resting on the hay. When the young men saw the bald man, they jumped up and bowed low in greeting, and he smiled, saying that he had not come to scold them. Then Leo heard his boss order him to bring 2 wooden training swords and that one of them had to be 2-handed. The strongest guy of the 3, named Doll, was ordered by the boss to fight the newcomer. Doll said, smiling, that he would see what the new guy could do. Leo stared at his opponent without saying a word. Both young men took wooden swords. Leo took a 2-handed sword, and Doll a 1-handed sword and a shield. Leo reasoned that if he lost the fight now, it was unlikely that he would be released unharmed. Preparing for an interesting spectacle, the bald man sat down on a pile of straw in the corner and told the fighters to fight at full strength and show what they could do. Smiling confidently, Doll said that a 2-handed sword is good for offense, but not very useful for defense. He barely had time to finish his sentence when Leo launched his swift attack. It was clear that the newcomer had no intention of saving his strength and wanted to win right away. Doll deftly repelled the enemy's attacks with his shield, but at some point in his defense, there was a breach that Leo took advantage of at the same second, hitting his opponent in the knees. Doll's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees with the point of a wooden sword at his neck. Not expecting such an ending, the defeated agreed that he had lost the battle. Without showing any emotion, Leo listened to his boss congratulate him on his victory. Then the young man heard from the gang leader that he was now one of them and part of a gang called the Corolla. That evening, looking sad, Helena sat in her room and wondered if her brother hadn't come home again today and what kind of work he had found for himself. The girl remembered the last time she saw her brother with a dagger, and the stains on his shirt seemed to be not from dirt, but from blood. The young woman shared her worries about the fate of her older brother with Kasia, who was having tea. The shopkeeper said that Leo might have become a gangster, but the girl did not understand what that meant. The woman gently explained to her that they were people who fight with swords. When the girl asked whether it was hard to be a gangster, Kasia replied that there was no easy job anywhere. The door of the shop opened, and a teacher stood on the threshold, holding a book in her hands, and greeted the audience gently. With joy, Helena rushed to meet the kind old lady. The teacher would show Helena new books and ask her if she had completed the homework she had received last time. Why the girl was so sad during the lesson, the kind lady asked. The student was upset and could not immediately say the question that was bothering her. The young woman was concerned about who bandits were and heard from her teacher that they were people who stole. Then she heard that they are very bad people who cause pain and misery to other people. The girl thought that her brother went through all this just for her and that she should help him somehow. The house where Coral's gang was housed did not look different from ordinary houses in the city, but the gang's emblem was painted on the wall near the door. In a spacious room, Leo was sitting at a table with two of his new friends, one of whom said that he had heard that the prince of the kingdom of Aston was coming to town. A young man with long hair said that he got this information from a friend who works in the north of the kingdom. Another friend said that it was no wonder that guards patrol the road from the north gate every day. Leo recalled that due to his achievements in the previous scenario, he has the favor of Prince Arnold de Klaus. This will probably be an outstanding event in the game, because the legitimate descendants of one kingdom rarely visit another kingdom. Sitting in front of a full mug of beer, Leo asked his friends why the prince was coming to their city. Laughing, a guy with long hair said that maybe Arnold de Klaus wants to marry a princess from their kingdom. Leo took a drink of beer, and the guys continued to gossip that Princess Chloe was very pretty and that each of them would not mind marrying her. Slowly drinking his beer, the player was thinking about whether there would be a battle in this scenario or only in the engagement scenario. The engagement scenario begins in winter. The other two begin in summer. If it is the same year, the battle should begin next spring. If all the scenarios are connected, then some Helena and Leo are now in the town of Daimos, and others in the castle of Avril. Trying to put all these thoughts together, Leo sat at the table, still holding his empty mug. The day came when Prince Arnold de Klaus solemnly arrived in the city of Orville. A royal descendant in a beautiful dress was riding a horse through the streets of the city. Leo stood among the crowd of citizens and heard some of them enthusiastically praising the young prince. Looking around at the locals who came to greet him, the prince held his gaze for a moment on a skinny boy in the crowd. Leo also looked at His Highness carefully, thinking that he had seen him before. The young man was thinking about when and how the ability to favor the royal family, which he had received last time, would work. Standing among the cheering crowd, the player thought that the prince was just around the corner in Orville and he could do nothing to fulfill his mission in the game. A week has passed, and it happened that a cart with goods belonging to the Coral gang was attacked. Thieves from another criminal group committed this daring raid. Leo was near the cart during the attack and bravely rushed to defend the property belonging to his gang. But the attackers saw a skinny, frail boy and thought he would not cause them any trouble. But the thieves were mistaken because this sickly-looking boy overpowered them all. His friends were delighted and promised to buy him a drink. A young man with long hair reminded his friends that the boss had ordered them to be quiet and not to attract attention because the atmosphere around them was very tense. Another boy told him that it didn't matter because the prince had already left anyway. Leo was stunned by this news. While smoking a cigarette, the guys continued to gossip that no one could have thought that Princess Chloe was such a terrible woman. A young man with long hair said that the princess was secretly dating Count Herman's son. That was the princess, his friend said in response. Leo heard that the king himself was in despair over the disgrace that had happened. The boys continued to talk about how the king's daughter, who seemed to be a very decent girl, turned out to be having fun with such a scoundrel. The young man found out that Herman Foret was a famous swordsman and politician of the kingdom of Velita, and his son Gilbert IV is notorious for being a nasty, vile type. Leo thought about what had happened, trying to put all the facts he had learned together. Laughing, the gang members discussed that the princess had allegedly kissed Gilbert openly in front of the arriving Prince Arnold. Leo smoked a cigarette and thought that the prince had left in a hurry after such a disgrace, and now his kingdom might start a battle. All battles begin this way, the boy thought, and was glad he had the good sense not to enlist. The tension in society that arose after those events even affected gangs in back alleys. Leo managed to overhear that their gang's rivals had gotten a lot of weapons. The guy told his leader about it, and he decided to seize the weapon. The boss immediately ordered all the members of his gang to gather quickly. Coral's gang attacked Bertz's gang that was selling weapons. Recently, the Bertza gang has been doing very well, and the rival Coral gang has held a grudge against them for slave trade and lack of weapons. Corolla attacked Bertza, and a brutal fight broke out between members of both gangs. Fighters from Leo's gang managed to break into a rival gang's weapons warehouse. The boss ordered his men to take as many weapons as they could carry and get out. A heavily armed leader of the Bertza gang suddenly jumped into the room. The boss was not expecting this attack. He did not even have a weapon in his hands at the time. Leo jumped out of the ground and did not give the enemy the opportunity to get even with his leader. In a moment, the chieftain of the other gang was defeated, and the player heard that he had a new achievement of 10 bandits. He becomes stronger when he fights with bandits. The boss, who was pleased to have escaped death, sincerely thanked the young man for saving him. The man admitted that at first he was distrustful of the boy when he suddenly appeared in their gang, but now he has no doubts about him. Leo has now become an official member of the gang and received a tattoo of a dog with a rope on his neck. One morning, as Leo was leaving Kazuya's shop for the street, he heard someone calling out to him, calling him a petty thief. He looked around and saw a man calling out to him and ordering him to come closer. The surprised young man recognized the man as the leader of Launo's gang and stopped, not knowing what was coming next. In a rather friendly tone, the man said that he knew that Leo was a very close friend of Kazuya's, but he didn't care. Then, pointing outside himself to the corner of the house, from behind which a man in a hood peered out, the leader said that the young man should not bring such boys here. Looking back at the stranger in the hood, the boy thought it must be the tail of the Beret's gang. Leo asked the man, who told him that he was a close friend of Cassia. The man smiled and said he had to know all about her relationship. The young man turned around to leave and heard after him that Kazuya was a very fragile woman and he should take care of her. The gang leader said that he knew how interested Kazuya was in the young man and that she finally had some motivation in her life. Eventually, after finishing his unhappy speech, the man allowed the boy to go on. Leo opened the door and slowly entered the shoe store. Cassia was standing right in front of the door and seemed to be waiting for him. She greeted him gently, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy asked the woman why she called him her closest friend. The lady said that she could not think of anything else for her friend named Obert and asked where the boy had met him. A woman came very close to the young man and touched his face, saying that she liked people like him. The boy was very frightened by the woman's seductive behavior, especially since the game's voice said that he had gained a new achievement, the favor of Cassia. At that time, Helena came out of her room exclaiming that her brother had finally come home. Glad to be able to end the awkward conversation with Cassia, Leo ran up to his sister. Helena was very happy that her older brother had finally returned home, and he apologized for his long absence and said that he had brought her something delicious. The brother and sister left the room and Kazuya stood there looking sad and thoughtful. A young man was asking his younger sister about the time she had spent without him and wondering if anything unusual had happened. When asked how she was doing at school, Helena didn't seem very confident and mumbled that she was doing well. The older brother told the girl that even if he could not be home very often, she should still study very hard. When the girl saw a new small scar on her brother's face, she asked him what had happened to him. The young man patted the girl's head and told her that this little thing happened to him while he was working and that she shouldn't worry about it. Looking closely at the tattoo on Leo's arm, his sister quietly asked him if he could quit his dangerous job. He tried to convince the girl that he earned a lot of money from this job, making a cheerful face. Then the young man assured his sister that as soon as their business went better, he would quit this job. Finally, he told the girl to continue to study hard and not to worry about him because he would be back soon. When the boy quickly left the house, Kasia continued to stand at her counter as if trying to work on her shoes. The woman heard Leo talking to his little sister from behind the door of the room. The girl came out of the room and approached Kazuya, asking if she was going to work too. Not understanding what the woman was talking about, she said that she had some business to attend to. As if ashamed of her question, the young woman asked if there was a case where she could help. Surprised, Kazuya asked why the girl wanted to do this, and was told that her brother had a very difficult life, and that she blamed herself for it. The woman asked if Leo had asked his sister for help. The girl fervently assured the owner that she did not want to see her older brother suffer because of her, and that she wanted to help. The woman said that the girl should just study well as her brother told her to, that this would be her help. Besides, what kind of work can such a fragile girl do? The woman heard that the girl could clean up garbage, but that this work pays so little that the money would not change anything. The girl had something else to say, but she was afraid to say it. Finally, the girl made up her mind and told us her most cherished wish to buy a house. This dream really interested Kazuya, who was already a little tired of listening to the girl's chatter. Happy to be listened to, Helena told us that her dream is to live in a big, beautiful house with her brother. As if reflecting on something of her own, Kazuya said that most likely this dream was not for Leo's sake, but only because she wanted to. The young woman tried to convince the owner that if she bought the house, her brother would be happy. The woman said that she did not condemn the girl for her intention because she had once helped a person for her own benefit, but it ended very badly. The girl couldn't understand what she was talking about because she was sure that her dream was very beautiful and would definitely not harm anyone. Helena begged her older friend, with whom she had a very good relationship, to help her realize her dream. Finally, Kazuya agreed, saying that she would show the girl what she could do. Approaching the chest of clothes, the woman asked if Helena wanted to go with her today. Upon hearing her consent, the woman gave her a cloak with a hood that she had taken out of a chest and ordered her to put it on. They both left the house and walked through the dark streets of the city, unfamiliar to Helena. She had never been to this part of the city and was scared to be here. Some drunken men were walking down that street, calling out to them and shouting obscene words. But Kazuya didn't stop for a moment, and supporting her younger friend, she led her further down the red light street. Finally, they stopped at the door of a beautiful house with red lanterns at the entrance. The guard standing at the door of the house asked Kazuya who she had brought with her. The woman said that the girl was with her and told her to just open the door for them. After a bit of hesitation, the guard opened the door and invited them to enter the house. They entered a large hall where various men were sitting at tables having dinner and drinks and being entertained by girls in brightly colored clothes. Surprised and frightened, Helena began to guess where they were. Kazuya said that there was no need to worry, they had come to the right place. The guard led them to a door leading from the large hall to another room. In the office, a not-so-young man of respectable appearance was sitting at a desk reading some papers. The owner of the office kindly stood up to meet the visitors and said that he welcomed Miss Kazuya, but she was unhappy with this greeting and said that she had asked not to be called that. The gentleman agreed, saying that it was just a habit he had. Pointing to the girl in the hood, he asked who she was and what she was doing here. Kazuya took the hood off the girl's head, and her beautiful blonde hair fell over her shoulders. The old gentleman was amazed at the beauty of the sad young woman standing before him. Addressing Kazuya, he asked if she thought such a beautiful woman could work here. It was clear that the man was thinking and seemed to be at a loss as to what to do in this situation. Finally, slamming his hand on the table, he said that he did not know where Kazuya had found the girl, but his answer was no. He explained that the young woman looked too noble to work in such a city, and he could not make such a decision without consulting the owner. Kazuya was very angry with the answer, and she exclaimed that if the administrator could not make a decision on his own without the owner, then why was such an employee needed at all? She grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her to the exit, saying that there were many places nearby where she would be glad to be taken. The administrator asked Kazuya to wait and said that he was just thinking about better conditions for such a beauty. The woman said with knowledge that they needed to organize a place for the girl where only very decent visitors would come. Kazuya also set one condition, that the girl be paid a year's salary in advance as a fee for the contract. The administrator agreed to this condition and asked if the girl was willing to sign a 10-year contract. He also asked Helena if she was willing to start working tomorrow. Kazuya said that her client would not sign a contract for the time being, but would earn as much money as she needed and leave whenever she wanted. Agreeing to all the conditions, the respectable man told Helena not to worry because the work was not very difficult and she would cope with it. After hesitating for a moment, the girl remembered her older brother, who told her to study hard. But she was determined to help her older brother and said she would do whatever she was told. Then a respectable gentleman came up to Helena and said that his name was Dronzer, and he was honored to have such a great employee like her. The girl was embarrassed when this old gentleman kissed her hand with respect. The administrator escorted the visitors to the door and thought that Cassia probably hoped that the girl would not end up as badly as she did. Sitting in his chair, Dronzer thought that the owner would be happy with this deal, and that if the girl signed a contract, he could get even more money. A month passed, and the fight between the two gangs ended. The leaders came to an agreement, and Bertz's gang gave up the slave trade. Coral's gang agreed not to interfere with the arms trade, and Leo became their main fighter. The guy was in a hurry to get home after all this business, and the first person he met when he entered the door was Cassia. The young man was in a good mood and thought that their hostess was a little strange, but still very beautiful. When he finally gives his younger sister in marriage, maybe things will work out well with Cassia too. After saying hello to Cassia, the young man heard his sister calling out to him outside the room. He opened the door to the room and saw his little sister, who was very happy. The girl was just beaming with happiness and hiding something in her hands behind her back. She proudly handed her brother a large box full of coins and told him that she had earned it herself, and now they would be able to buy a house. Leo stood there as if struck by lightning. He lowered his arms and the chest fell to the floor with a thud. With horror in his eyes and a trembling voice, he asked his sister what she had done. He was furious and yelled at Helena for daring to do something behind his back. The girl didn't seem to see anything wrong with her actions, saying that she had just earned some money. Leo thought that his sister could not have done this on her own. It must have been Cassia who told her to do it. Grabbing the ill-fated chest of money, he threw it on the counter in front of Cassia, shouting furiously at her. He was furious and could hardly contain himself, asking the woman what she had done to his sister. She remained calm and replied that she did not see anything wrong with it. She just showed the kid how to make some extra money. Helena held her brother's hand and didn't understand why he was so angry. He had always been so reserved and kind. Cassia said that she personally sees nothing wrong with making money. Leo could not contain his anger and grabbed the woman by the clothes, shouting in her face why she did not at least ask him before doing this. Cassia was frightened by the behavior of the young man, who shouted that he had entrusted her with his sister and asked her to take care of her. The boy's rage seemed to have no limits, because what he had done had thrown all his plans into disarray. At that time, Helena crouched down and began to pick up the coins that had rolled across the floor. The girl was offended by her brother, for whom she was earning this money. Trying to defend Cassia, she said that she did not force her because she went and worked as hard as she could of her own free will. The young man could not believe that his sister was saying such terrible things. Leo seemed to be numb and only repeated one word for what, while tears ran from his eyes. Helena just couldn't understand why her brother was so angry and why he was crying now. Now she was angry and crying, saying that he did not understand anything and had no right to forbid her anything. The young man could not understand at what point he made a mistake and everything did not go according to his plan. Sitting on the floor, Helena was sobbing, saying why her brother was saying such bad things to her. She actually believed that she had done nothing wrong, but only helped as much as she could. The girl thought that if her brother was so angry with her, he would probably leave her now, and she immediately ran out the door and ran out of the house. Leo jumped out into the street after the girl and tried to catch up with her. The boy shouted loudly for his sister to wait for him and not run away. But suddenly someone's strong hand blocked his way and prevented him from catching up with Helena. Obert stood in front of him, blocking his path, and asked why he was yelling so loudly. Not in the mood for a long conversation, Leo pulled out a dagger from his belt and ordered the man to get out of the way. Waving the dagger in front of the surprised Obert's face, Leo told him to back off if he didn't want any trouble. The gang leader was very angry with the boy's behavior. People from Launo's gang were already running down the alley to help their leader. Obert told the young man to drop the dagger immediately, and if it were not for Cassius, he would have killed the insolent man without warning. The young man had no intention of backing down and threateningly demanded that his demand be fulfilled. The enraged Leo seemed to be out of control. Holding his dagger tightly, he rushed into battle. Blinded by his rage, he did not notice how other members of Launo's gang joined the fight. A strong and unexpected blow from behind knocked the young man down. Two strong attackers from Launo's gang held him tightly, pressing his face to the sidewalk. Leo tried his best to escape from the ambush, but the forces were unequal. The boy gritted his teeth and growled that if he had a two-handed sword, he would have killed them all. Obert ordered his henchmen to pick up the bully and lead him away. The boy was dragged to a shoe store, and the leader twisted his arms and pushed him through the open door. Still holding the young man, Obert asked Cassia what happened here. The woman said that the boy was angry because she had taught his younger sister to earn money. The leader asked if it was the girl that Cassia was hiding somewhere here. Obert forcefully pushed the guy to the floor, shouting that if he did something like that again, they would kill the entire Coral gang. Pretending not to understand the meaning of the problem, Cassia asked why the boy was so angry. An angry young man demanded to know where his sister could have run to which I heard the answer that she had probably returned to work, which Cassia herself sees nothing wrong with. An angry Leo approached the woman, asking through his teeth why she hadn't consulted him when she decided to do this to his sister. In response, Cassia shouted that it was really so important that she had found a job for the girl. Leo heard that the woman herself had once had to work this way for her sick father. The woman said she tried her best to save her father, who finally failed to overcome the disease and passed away. Leo said through gritted teeth that her sad story had nothing to do with him, only Helena was important to him. Cassia said that if his sister was so important to him, why did he lie to her about his job, that she was very worried about him? Leo could hardly contain himself when he heard that the girl was only working to help her brother and protect him. When asked where his sister was now, he was told that it was too late anyway. Most likely, Cassia said, the girl is signing a 10-year contract right now. Leo could no longer contain his emotions, shouting out what the hell kind of contract was. Rage filled his eyes when he saw Cassia calmly saying that his sister was very beautiful and would be able to earn good money. He rushed to the woman he hated, wanting to take her life immediately. But Cassia's figure was already melting into the air, and the game's voice said that Helena's last profession had already been determined, and he was thanked for playing Raising Helena. Then he heard that Helena de Yarrel's last profession was courtesan, and she was single, and Leo de Yarrel's last profession was tavern manager, and he was single. The end of the beggarly brother and sister's purchase of the tavern, they ran together at the end of their lives. They were both killed by knights. Already flying in the abyss, the boy was desperately blaming himself for failing to fulfill the game's mission. But he has no time for regrets. He has to think about the facts. Yarrel is the last name of the royal family of the Kingdom of Conrad, meaning that he and his sister are entitled to the throne. So they became outcasts, and then Helena, a courtesan with connections among the nobility, plunged into politics and had a great influence on military events. In this scenario, Hermann Foray, the swordmaster, was afraid of the courtesan's influence and got rid of her, and also contributed to the fact that the Kingdom of Aston lost. Thus, the probability of Leo and Helena's death in the engagement scenario increases. The player hears that he failed to make Helena a princess, but he partially receives her seduction achievement. Restart. A new stage of the game began, and once again Leo was picking berries with his childhood friend on a green meadow. Helena was very busy picking berries, but she kept sharing news with her friend, telling him about what she had learned from Monk Leslie in class. Leo was still very angry, but he was trying to reorganize his thoughts. His girlfriend was smiling gently at him as she continued to chatter. The boy was looking at her face and trying to tune in to the thoughts of Helena from this story. This was the third time the script about a childhood friendship was repeated, the first of which ended in their marriage. The second option ended with Helena being kidnapped by bandits on the way to Nevice. The boy froze, holding the juicy berry between his fingers, and recalled that from the previous scenario, it turned out that both princes of the Oran Kingdom were scoundrels. The young man looked at his friend thoughtfully and wondered what he needed to do to make Helena a princess in this small town. The boy thought that maybe this time he should send it to the capital's church. Then this Helena will be able to become a priest and fulfill her childhood dream. But it is not clear how he will be able to get out of here and fulfill his mission. The young man thought that maybe he needed to go on a journey to find some useful information. The girl, annoyed that her friend was not paying attention to her, spoke to him, pulling at his sleeve. In the evening of the same day, Helena came to the hut where Leo and his father lived and knocked on the door. Through the closed door, Leo called out from the house that he was coming out to her. As she waited at the door, she was visibly nervous because today was the first time she had skipped the classes she had been having in church with Monk Leslie. The young woman thought that her friend had changed a bit lately. Maybe he sensed that she had decided to change her plans for the future. Whether he will advise you not to give up your dream, or on the contrary, will be happy about your decision. She recalled their childhood when she first told her friend that she wanted to become a priest to help people. The young woman recalled that she was completely immersed in her dreams and did not pay attention to Leo's feelings, who was very upset because priests could not marry. Finally, the door of the hut opened and her friend stood smiling on the threshold. The young man asked her if something had happened to her that she suddenly came to see him like that. The girl was puzzled by her friend's appearance and thought he was up to something. But the guy said he was just happy to see her and had no bad intentions. Finally, he asked what urgent matter had brought the young woman to him. After hesitating a bit, Helena finally said that she was going to go mushroom picking. The boy hastily replied that he was ready to go even now. He didn't need to get ready. But his picky friend thought he was still hiding something from her. The boy thought that his girlfriend was very attentive and noticed all the changes in his mood. Helena in this scenario is probably more intelligent and insightful than all the others, and you have to be careful with her. He followed the girl and thought about how he should start a conversation. When Helena heard her friend talking about traveling, she said that she had no money for the trip and did not want to leave her father and mother. He heard from his friend that she would like to live here in the forest with him, and although it was not the first time he heard these words, his heart was pounding like crazy. All this excitement arises because he thought that Helena really liked him. Finally, his friend asked him directly whether he wanted her to become a priestess or to stay here in the town. The boy said hesitantly that it would be good if she stayed home. But he doesn't want her to give up on her dream. Holding his girlfriend's hand and looking into her eyes, the boy thought that their paths would part now. It was already evening when the young people walked out of the forest and into the town holding hands. A joyfully smiling monk, Leslie, ran toward them, shouting that perhaps everything was destined by fate and that God was blessing Helena. When the girl asked what had happened, the monk said that the priests who had now arrived in their town were ready to take her with them to the capital's cathedral. A high-ranking priestess approached them and said that their town priest and monk had praised the young lady's abilities. At first, the young woman was very excited to be invited to go with the priestess to the capital's church, as it was her long-time dream. But when she looked into her friend's face, she was sad and did not know what to say. She lowered her head and began to say that she would not be able to go with the priestess to the cathedral. But then Leo interrupted the conversation with a confident voice and asked if he could go with them. The surprised monk and the priest heard that although the young man did not have much knowledge about religion, he was ready to study hard and wanted to serve the church. My friend was also surprised by this speech, as she knew that Leo's family considered hunting a sacred mission. Despite the strangeness of such a proposal, the chief priestess looked at the young people carefully and understood everything. The priest said that she understood what was going on and believed that there should be no problems. But her companion, who looked like a knight in a priestly garb, said that this was impossible. The priestess looked at her companion and asked why this young man could not join them. Clearly and sternly pronouncing every word, the man said that this young man believed in a false god. The knight has already seen a similar tattoo on the boy's arm and understands what it means. The young man said that he always thought that this simple tattoo was the same as his father's. Perhaps it was just a hunting tradition. The stern knight said that those who believe in a false god cannot have anything to do with the church, and they can never become a priest in the church. Leo recalled his father's prayer that he offer the heart and head of the prey in the name of Barbatos, and asked him to accept this offering and protect the family. The priestess said that the boy belonged to a different religion and that nothing could be done about it, but they could not violate the rules of their church. In despair, Helena shouted that then she would not go to the capital's cathedral either. If Leo doesn't go, she'll stay too, she said, ignoring Leslie's words that she shouldn't turn down such a unique offer. The priestess said that they were leaving tomorrow morning and that she would like to wait until the girl had made up her mind, but that was not possible. Hiding a sad smile, the priestess looked at the young people who stood holding hands. The priest believed that the best option would be for young people to decide for themselves what to do and for no one to interfere. She told her companion that the young people should be left alone and allowed to talk. Young people were walking next to each other. None of them knew what to do. The boy could not hold back his tears. Helena comforted him, saying that she would not leave him and would not go anywhere. In despair, Leo told her that she had to go because it was her life's dream. The young woman objected, saying that it was very important for her to stay with him and that if he had to make such a decision, he would have done the same by staying with her. Helena said that it was important for her to get married, have children, and be with him for the rest of her life. In response to this expressed desire, she heard her friend refuse. Leo turned away from her and walked away, and she shouted after him, asking why. The girl caught up with him, demanding an answer to her question, while the boy wanted to turn it into a joke, saying that it was too early for them to have children. It was so nice for the young man to stand next to his girlfriend, holding hands and looking into her face. Barely audible, the young man said that maybe they should spend that night together. Blushing, the girl lowered her eyes and accepted the offer. This night was theirs alone, and they spent it in an old mill on the outskirts of the town. In the morning, a rather large crowd of townspeople gathered near the priest's carriage as they were about to leave. Time passed quickly, but the visiting priestess was in no hurry to get into the carriage and leave. And then, in the small square near the carriage, Leo and Helena appeared, walking side by side. When the priestess asked her what she had decided, Helena firmly replied that she would go with them. The priestess replied that then they should immediately set off on their way to the cathedral. Hearing a shout asking the girl to wait, she saw her mom and dad running down the street towards her. The father handed his daughter a small bag with money in it. Helena was surprised and at first did not want to take it. But the mother convinced her daughter that she needed the money in case of emergency and that she should take it. When Monk Leslie approached them, he also brought a small wallet with money for the girl and said that it was money from all the parishioners of their church. The girl was touched that so many people made a donation for her and tears came to her eyes. Leo stood aside sadly in thought and did not say a word. The young woman could not contain her feelings and rushed to her lover to hug him one last time before the long journey. In the crowd of townspeople who were seeing off the capital's priests, they heard dissatisfied shouts that the future priestess should not behave like that. The capital's priestess tried to hint to Helena that such behavior was inappropriate in front of everyone. The girl approached the priest, who asked if Helena had said goodbye to everyone and if they could finally leave. The carriage with the capital's priests and Helena was leaving. Leo stood next to the monk Leslie, his head bowed sadly. The young man asked the priest how long his girlfriend's studies in the capital could continue. The monk replied that before receiving the initiation, one needs to study for 4 to 5 years, but Helena is a very smart girl and already knows a lot. Leslie believed that his student would be able to complete her studies in 3 years, while Leo thought that this was also a very long time. One day, while having dinner with his father, the young man heard that his hunting skills had become much better. After drinking the intoxicating drink from the mug, the young man said that he tried to study hard. The strong drink he tasted made him a little dizzy. The father started a conversation that the young man did not expect, and asked what his son thought about the god Barbatos. The young man did not know what to say and told his father that the tattoo on his arm did not allow him to go with Helena. The young man said he wanted to become a priest with his girlfriend. It was hard for the old hunter to hear that his son wanted to become a priest but was not allowed to, saying that tattoos were a symbol of heretics. The young man told his father that he wanted to save up some money and visit Helena. The hunter got up from the table and walked over to the fire, turning away from his son. Finally, the man said that his son should take the prepared jerky to the market tomorrow to sell it. The boy was surprised that his father was letting him do it himself because they had always done it together. The boy knew that his father did not like to talk much and realized that the conversation was over when he walked out the door. Still sitting at the table, The young man wondered if his father had understood his intentions correctly. The next morning, walking through the forest with a full sack of jerky, Leo thought that he was very greedy for having collected so much product. Tired, he sat down and decided to rest for a while, but he heard someone calling out to him. A boy with freckles on his face from their town approached him, smiling kindly. It was Hans, who kindly offered the boy a drink of water he had with him. Seeing that Leo was not very happy about this meeting, Hans decided to continue on his way. The player remembered very well what this bastard had done to them in the same scenario the last time. This vile guy treacherously betrayed them and received a lot of money for it. Then Helena was kidnapped and sold as a toy to entertain princes. The boy wondered what made Hans do what he did. Maybe because he loved Helena and was jealous that she left with Leo. Finally, throwing his heavy sack behind his back, the young man decided that the reason was not as important as the terrible act itself. In any case, Leo decided that he would get rid of the bastard at the right time. The boy walked fast, and one morning he reached the market square where there was a lively trade in various goods. Leo approached one of the traders and offered his goods. At first, the man looked at the meat very closely and said that there might be some undried pieces. And then, as if doing a great favor, he wanted to take the goods for a very small price, which made the young hunter very angry. Taking his sack of jerky, Leo, dissatisfied with the price, walked further along the market square. The young man did not want to give away good quality goods for the very low price offered by greedy traders. Finally, after walking around the market, he found a trader who took all the dried meat in the bag at a very good price. After finishing his business of selling meat, the young man was walking down the street when he saw Hans waving at him in a friendly manner. Leo, not having a great thirst for socializing, sat down next to the boy with the freckles to listen to what he had to say. When Leo asked Hans whether he had sold his goods, Hans began to mumble something inarticulate and asked him how his trade was going. Leo said that due to the high quality of the jerky his father produces, they are always in great demand. Continuing the conversation, the guy with the freckles invited Leo to go for a walk with him. When asked where they would go, Hans replied with a sly smile that his friend would soon find out. With a sly look, the boy with the freckles confidently told Leo that he would not regret going with him. He was bragging that he knew everything here and would take his friend to a good place. Since Leo had a lot of free time, he agreed to go with a guy he didn't really like from the last time. Following the boy with the freckles, Leo realized that he had led him to the red light district. The young man turned around and said that he was going to leave right away. Hans started to object, saying that they could have fun here because Helena was leaving anyway. With a nasty smile, the bastard said that it was dark in the room and no faces were visible, so Leo could imagine that he was having fun with Helena. A quick movement of his right hand made the impudent man stop his nasty chatter. The vile man was knocked back a few steps by the hard blow. Hans was cursing, not understanding why Leo had reacted to this situation in such a way. Leo, extremely angry, struck again, not allowing the bastard to get up. Before his eyes was the image of Helena, who in the previous scenario had become a courtesan. The young man, furious with rage, shouted that the bastard had no right to desecrate Helena's name. Leo didn't even want to listen to the frightened Hans's stupid apology. A moment later, the bastard was finished, and the game voice said that the player had received the achievement of destroying civilians. The door of the house near which all this happened opened, and a man looked out, asking what the noise was about. The man saw Leo and looked around and realized what had happened. The man began to scream, calling for help that there was a thief who had taken a man's life. Leo ran as fast as he could away from this ominous place. Hiding from the guards, the boy realized that if he was caught now, he would be immediately executed for such a crime. He ran through the unfamiliar streets of the city, thinking that he had to get out of here as soon as possible. Finally, he ran to the street that led directly to the city gates. The boy pulled the hood of his cloak over his head and walked straight to the guards standing at the gate. The guards with spears who were standing guard did not pay any attention to him. Very surprised that no one stopped him or asked him anything, the young man went out through the gate. At the same moment, he heard a loud order behind him to immediately close the gate because a murder had been committed in the city. One of the guards shouted that a guy had just left the city and needed to be stopped. The guards shouted at Leo to go back immediately, but he only accelerated his pace. Night had already fallen when, wandering along the mountain trails, Leo came to an unknown building. Two armed guards stood at the closed gate of the building and chatted about nothing. Listening to the chatter, Leo thought it was probably some bandits and decided to slip past them as quietly as possible. Trying not to make noise, he began to climb the high fence near the building. But when he was jumping down from the fence, he stepped on a branch that cracked loudly. The guards heard the sound and perked up their ears, looking around. Leo hid around the corner of the house and clutched his dagger tightly in his hand when one of the bandits approached him. The guard, who was not expecting the attack, was knocked down by Leo's first punch. When he came around the corner of the building, he saw a second guard holding a cleaver. Leo asked the frightened bandit if there was anyone else in the building, and the bandit asked him how he knew about the place. Leo thought that these bandits were much weaker than the street gangs of thugs, but that was not surprising because their prey were only defenseless residents and travelers. The young man asked the thief, who was begging for mercy, what was in the boxes that were standing near the building. In a humble voice, the bandit replied that there was only food and firewood. But suddenly, grabbing an axe that was lying on the ground, the thief rushed at the young man with it. A petty thief could not have known what a skilled warrior he was facing. After a treacherous attack, the defeated enemy begged the victor for mercy, but did not receive it. After finishing the case, Leo said to himself that you should only trust those who look trustworthy. He was thinking about what to do next. Maybe he should return to Daimos. In this world, science is not very developed, and all the inhabitants rely on the judgment of priests, thanks to whom the nearest towns probably already know about Leo. The boy thought that just leaving the area would be the best choice, but first he would sell the belongings of these bandits to be able to buy a horse. Thinking that by buying a horse he would be able to go in search of Helena, the boy did not notice how he found himself surrounded by new bandits. The three attackers were heavily armed and determined to get rid of the uninvited guest. But in a moment, Leo was already listening to his new achievement from the game. He is getting stronger fighting bandits and has the achievement of Master of the Mountain Hut. A carriage carrying Helena and her companions was traveling through the forest on a snowy winter road. The girl looked out the window and heard the priestess say that they had finally arrived in Lutetia. The young woman saw that they had arrived at the majestic building of the main cathedral of the Church of the Holy Cross, which governs all the churches of the continent. The priest said that Helena would enter the school on her recommendation and that she would like to visit her from time to time. Looking at the priestess's sadness at the end of the trip, the girl said she was very grateful to be brought here. The priest reasoned that Helena was a very sincere girl and had great knowledge because she had studied theology since childhood. The priestess thought that her protege would eventually make a very good career. Helena was delighted with the room she was assigned to stay in and immediately settled down on the big bed she had never had at home. The girl was very excited and asked herself if it was a reality and was looking forward to the opportunity to attend the training. Being delighted with what had happened, the young woman believed that she did not deserve everything she had received. Deciding that she had to thank God for all this, she knelt down by the bed and began to pray fervently. The girl marveled at the good people around her in life, the priestess who brought her here, the residents of the town, the monk Leslie, her parents, and her beloved Leo, and prayed for them all. Without removing the hood that hid his face, Leo went to the shop where he bought a sword in the last game of this story. The guy dumped all the weapons he had taken from the bandits' building out of the bag he had brought with him. The surprised shopkeeper asked if the boy intended to sell all these weapons. When asked if he had a permit for this weapon, Leo replied that he did not. The young man believed that the pursuit of him had not yet reached this area, and that it was possible to buy weapons in this shop even without a permit. He recalled how the same shopkeeper had told him that he forged swords only for fun and specialized in making shields. Looking at the dagger that Leo brought for sale, the seller said, "What if all this was stolen from some family?" But not finding the family seal on the weapon, he reluctantly asked how much the guy wanted to get for all this. Without hesitation, Leo asked for 200 silver coins for all the weapons he had brought. The amount of money he heard infuriated the trader, who exclaimed that it was impossible to get so much money for it even if it was sold officially. The shopkeeper ordered the boy to get out, and Leo's excuse was that he needed the coins to buy a horse. The trader said that the boy would not be able to buy a horse without a permit anyway. Leo replied that this was why he was asking to buy him a horse instead of the weapon he had brought. The owner was surprised by the young man's impudence. After thinking for a while, the trader said that he had one horse that he could offer the boy, but that the horse was not in good condition. The guy said that he would not be able to ride an old, sick horse, but the trader smiled and said that he should look at it first and then decide. The shopkeeper brought the boy to the stables and ordered the stable boy to show him the horse. The groom was very surprised and invited the visitors to come with him to the stables. Holding the bridle tightly, he led a beautiful white horse to them. Showing the young man a horse, the stable boy said that from birth, one leg was slightly shorter than the other, so he limped slightly and no one bought him. As Leo approached the horse, he wondered if everything this shopkeeper sold had a defect, remembering the sword he had bought here the last time. Nevertheless, the young man asked if he could ride this horse once, and having received the consent, jumped into the saddle. The horse was very stubborn, and it took a lot of effort for the boy to sit on it. The moment he heard the voice of the game, he knew he had improved his riding skills. Despite the fact that the horse was a little lame, it did not prevent us from riding it fast. Leo stroked the horse's neck and said that he agreed to take such a handsome horse. The warm spring came, and with it came the news of a military conflict between the kingdoms. The prince of the kingdom of Aston returned home after a humiliating reception, which contributed to the fact that his kingdom and neighboring Valita began to secretly prepare for a fight. In the great hall of the cathedral, standing in front of the throne of St. Mariel, the messenger asked if it was true that the Church of St. Christ had ordered its people not to interfere in the conflict. A woman sitting on a throne with a scepter in her hand said that it was so. The envoy politely asked if the Holy Kingdom and the Valita had not always maintained good relations. St. Mariel told the ambassador that the Holy Kingdom also maintains friendly relations with the Kingdom of Aston. She did not pay attention to the fact that the ambassador called the people of the Kingdom of Aston barbarians, saying that their priests from Aston would not take part in the battle either. The outraged diplomat said, "Doesn't this mean that the church favors the Kingdom of Aston, but there are many more churches and priests in Velita, and that Velita pays a lot of money to the church, and now they are being attacked, so why doesn't St. Mariel allow the priest to be called to battle?" Sitting solemnly on the throne, the woman said that she was only following God's will, which orders the entire Holy Kingdom not to interfere in this fight. The messenger said that in this case he did not know what to do, and he again heard that Mariel would follow only God's will. The diplomat was surprised and dissatisfied with everything he heard and asked to sell him military supplies. But I heard that these supplies would not go to either side of the conflict. This time, the ambassador was satisfied that he had received a promise that the supplies would not reach the Kingdom of Aston. The ambassador bowed and left, and Mariel thought that the Holy Kingdom would remain neutral and that the priests of the church would not take part in the fight. The Church of Christ worships 5 gods. The Supreme God, the Lord, and his 4 incarnations' divine providence showed the priests the way to go. The priestess knew that the Lord had created the 3 rivers on the continent by making them flow in a winding but natural way. She wondered where the will of the gods would eventually lead them. It's been 2 months since Leo started traveling with his horse Woody. Every night when Leo went to bed, he remembered his childhood friend Helena, and sometimes he would remember his real name in real life, Minseo, and remember that he was in the game. Then the figure of Jaeha's beloved appeared before his eyes, and the boy remembered all the words she had said to him in the end. Sitting by his sleeping horse, the young man wondered if Jaeha still remembered him in the life he had left so long ago. Pushing these thoughts away, the boy decided that now he needed to focus on his current situation. As he approached the camp of traders standing under the walls of the kingdom, the boy intended to find companions to cross the border with them. When the leader of this caravan heard that the boy had no documents, he refused to take him with him. The young man begged to be hired as a simple hired hand and said that he didn't need to be paid at all. But the caravaner refused, saying that it was impossible to cross the border without proof of identity and that he could not help the young man. Leo shook his head and thought that this was the 4th place where he had been refused help. He thought that he did not even have a permit from the city where he was registered, and that no merchant's guild would take him after he had committed a crime. Once again, looking at the guarded gate from afar, the boy thought that this time he would have to use an illegal method. The boy arrived at a building that looked like a gangster's den. Upon entering the room, he saw a bunch of young men and a man with a scar on his face who seemed to be in charge of the crowd. Leo asked the man if he was in charge and said he had an important conversation. The man was surprised by the unexpected appearance of the boy, but agreed to listen to him. Sitting down at the table, a man with a scar on his face said that illegal border crossing is a common thing, but it costs money. Leo took money out of his wallet, showing it to the leader and saying that it was all he had. The man said it was not enough, but he saw the horse the boy had left outside. The young man did not want to give up his horse, so the leader said that he had to give more money. The guy wondered why the fee was so high because the man himself did not have an official permit and demanded a discount. The leader shrugged and said that he should either pay or get out. The guy replied that he had a condition. He would give the horse back only after he crossed the border and reached the town on the other side. Looking at the sword hanging from Leo's belt, the leader said that he had to give it up during the transition. The boy agreed, but said that if the leader set him up, he would regret it. The man with the scar said he had no intention of fighting a man with a horse and a two-handed sword, and was not interested in the slave trade. The leader explained that until recently, all the gangs that sold weapons had a lot of money because of the military conflict. Gangs from Orun also sold weapons, but the price in the Holy Kingdom was much higher than in Orun. The Holy Kingdom's ban on arms exports has only increased the price even more, so the gangs have made good money. They were driving along the road talking like this until they were stopped by an order from a guard to stand still. Smiling gently, the man with the scar greeted us, holding out a wallet full of money and saying that there was nothing forbidden in their caravan. After hearing from the guard that they were allowed to cross the border, the caravan with Leo moved to the gate. The player heard that he had received a new achievement in the game. His speed of movement near the borders was increasing and smiled happily. The boy thought that they would soon arrive in the Holy Kingdom and was only a little sorry that he had to give the horse to the bandits. In just a few days, he will finally be able to see his Helena. Smiling at his thoughts, the boy wondered if he should greet his friend as a saint when they met. Suddenly, at the big gate, they saw a squad of soldiers, the head of which ordered them to prepare for an inspection. Leo was sitting on a horse and the gang leader standing behind him was looking at his henchmen. Approaching the soldier and holding a wallet in his hand, the leader began his usual speech when he tried to give a bribe. He told the soldier that their caravan was in a great hurry and begged him to make an exception for him and his companions. But this time he could not agree because the soldier confidently said that the inspection was mandatory. The leader consulted with his comrades about what to do because if the inspection started, all their goods would be confiscated and they would be imprisoned. Looking at the soldiers who seemed young and inexperienced, a man with a scar on his face decided to attack them. The leader ordered people from his gang to attack the soldiers guarding the gate. The soldiers also took up their swords, and the chief of them shouted demanding that the attackers lay down their arms or they would be killed. The leader shouted a command to kill the guards and leave the place as soon as possible. Hearing the order, the bandits waved their weapons and desperately rushed to attack. A fight broke out in which each side tried to inflict as many casualties as possible on the enemy. Leo did not join the fight and sat on the sidelines on his horse. He was hesitant about what to do and thought that he could not just leave. But then the young man saw something unexpected and unusual. A mighty warrior with a huge sword was standing on the edge of the tower. Despite the great distance to this unknown soldier, the boy heard him say a prayer. A strange warrior was watching the fight below from a height. Leo heard the frightened leader shout out what the hell the paladin was doing here, and a sign shone in the air above the leader's and his henchmen's heads. In a thunderous voice, the paladin shouted the order to attack to the soldiers and joined the battle himself. The soldiers, obeying this order, frantically rushed into the fight. No one could resist the huge sword waved in all directions by the paladin. Almost the entire gang was already destroyed, and the warrior headed towards the leader, who was standing a little behind. Realizing that there was no other way out, and shouting that the paladin was a human being like everyone else, The leader with the shining mark above his head launched his last attack. In less than a moment, the arrogant gang leader was also finished. Assessing the situation that they could not win this battle, Leo shouted to his horse Woody that they had to get out of here quickly. Spurring his horse, the young man tried to escape, thinking that only one paladin could easily kill almost all the bandits. Running as far as he could, the boy thought that he would probably have to break through the gate by force, and a glowing mark appeared over his head. In the courtyard of the main cathedral of the Church of Christ, the monks met a distinguished person. The senior priest, with 2 assistants behind him, was talking very gently to a gentleman with long blonde hair. It was clear that the priest had tired the young man, who was standing there bored and yawning with his long welcoming speech. Finally, the white-haired gentleman said that the long journey had made him very tired, and he apologized, and that he had read the booklet on the way and knew everything. Apologizing, the senior priest said that his speech could wait and that he would show the gentleman to his room. When the priest brought the young man to the room, he said that it was one of the largest and best rooms in the church. But it was clear that the guest was unhappy with the look of the room allocated to him. Finally, the blond man said that he liked it and had a feeling that in the warmth of this room he could become closer to God. The priest said that he was very happy about it and that he was always ready if something was needed, but he heard that the guest wanted to be alone. When the priest left, the young man could finally give vent to his feelings by slamming his fist into the wall in anger. He dropped his dignified appearance and exclaimed that it was all the fault of the damn princess and that he had not kissed her. Then he recalled that Prince Arnold appeared in the room at the most inconvenient moment. The white-haired handsome man muttered that he simply could not refuse Princess Chloe's request to kiss her. Reflecting and calming down a bit, the man went to the window and said that this incident should not have affected him in such a way. But Princess Chloe got into another scandalous story with Toten Tation, the young man said angrily. Then the shameless princess got together with both sons of the swordmaster Hermann Foray, and now the whole political world is in chaos because of her. Looking out the window, the bored young man thought that he was sent to such a place because his father did not want to make the situation worse. Gilbert Forth suddenly saw Helena walking by from his window, holding a book. The young man's predatory gaze from the window went unnoticed by the girl, who was walking in thought and without looking up. Leo approached the gate he wanted to break into and saw that it was well guarded, with a guard standing nearby and a high fence. A guard holding a spear was looking at a rider approaching the gate. The servant could not understand why the rider did not stop at the gate, but rather spurred his horse on, picking up speed. The boy concentrated before jumping, holding the reins tightly and urging his horse along. In front of the stunned guard, Woody made an incredible flight, jumping over a high and sharp fence. Once on the other side of the gate, Leo tried to accelerate his friend's run even more, because archers were already aiming at them from the top of the tower. Archers fired dozens of arrows to stop the daring fugitive. No matter how fast Woody tried to run, one arrow hit his serial. When the tower with the archers was far behind, the fugitives finally stopped. Woody was in great pain and limping. Calming down his wayward friend, Leo grabbed the arrow and pulled it out of the animal's body. The horse rode away with a loud snort, and Leo watched him go, saying that he had accomplished his mission and that it was impossible to travel with a horse in the mountains anyway. The boy, happy that he had finally managed to cross the border, ran off trying to get his bearings. He reasoned that his mission was progressing quite well despite all the obstacles he encountered. Now all he has to do is find his Helena in the capital. Walking through the forest, the boy thought that the situation he had encountered recently when the paladins were checking people was quite unusual. The young man remembered that paladins use up their divine power when used. The mark on his head would disappear, but for now he had to hide among the barbarian tribes. By the decree of Saint Marial, the Holy Kingdom became home to many barbarians, and they are treated well, and slavery is prohibited in these territories. The boy saw a huge animal print on the road and thought he should be more careful heading north. It seemed to the young man that somewhere in this area there must be at least one tribe of barbarians. Finally, the traveler managed to find a small settlement of barbarians. With great joy at his discovery, the boy set foot on the territory of this settlement. Meanwhile, while living in the cathedral, Helena devoted all her time to her studies. Standing outside the classroom after class, The girl reflected that ancient theology was the most difficult of the disciplines she had to master. The young woman thought that despite the knowledge she had gained from her lessons with Monk Leslie, she needed to study hard and study diligently. Daniel, a boy from her course, approached the girl and said that he saw her interest in the new mural on the wall. The girl replied that the plot of this fresco seemed familiar to her, probably a scene from the story of Saint Asura defeating evil for the third time. He was delighted that his fellow student recognized the story at first sight. The young man sincerely said that Helena's knowledge of theology was really impressive. Gilbert IV walked slowly past them and the wall with the mural, holding a book in his hands. The blond young man paused to listen to the lively conversation of the students. The girl told Daniel that she had a lot more to discuss, but that she had an etiquette lesson coming up and had to hurry. Gilbert, still holding the book in his hands, followed the girl to the classroom. Helena was busy preparing for class and didn't even notice that a stranger was following her. With a predatory smile and a steady gaze on the girl, the young man decided to attend an etiquette class with her. Sitting down in the classroom, he absent-mindedly began to listen to the teacher who was telling him the rules of etiquette to follow when meeting the king. The young man, surprised by what the teacher was saying, thought that they were teaching old-fashioned etiquette, because no one at court nowadays greets the king like that. The girl, on the other hand, conscientiously listened to the lecture and answered the questions the teacher asked her. Throughout the lecture, a blond young man sat behind Helena and kept his predatory gaze on her. Finally, the lecture was over, and Helena and all the students left the classroom. She stood there thinking about what she had heard from the teacher at the lecture. The young woman was very surprised when an unfamiliar man in chic clothes approached her. Wasting no time, the young man approached the girl, took her hand, introduced himself as Gilbert IV from the kingdom of Veleta, and invited her to dinner. The girl was very upset and said that her name was Helena, and she was from the kingdom of Orin. The upset girl wondered if it was appropriate for a man to hold her hand like that when they first met, or if it was a rule of etiquette. The confused Helena said that it was not time for dinner, and then heard that if they went to a restaurant in the capital, they would be in time for dinner. The man smiled at Helena's uncertainty about the appropriateness of the dinner at the first meeting. The girl said she still had a lot of studying to do today, but she was not sure. The young woman was still hesitating, thinking about her consent, and Forrest took her hand and led her confidently to the exit of the cathedral. The blond young man, smiling predatorily, said that the girl should not be nervous, but just accept it. The territory Leo came to belonged to the Uena tribe. This tribe used wood and moisture to grow mushrooms. The young man walked between the small houses and looked at what the locals were doing. Leo approached a young man who was working in the yard and asked him if he could lend him a sickle, and he agreed. The tribesmen were distrustful of the stranger with the strange mark above his head, but did not expel him. Leo sat down on the outskirts of the town and used a sickle to make a rope. After a while, a boy from the tribe sat down with him and asked why the stranger was making rope. When he heard that the rope was needed for hunting, the boy was very interested and said that they don't hunt with bows and arrows. Leo explained that he would set a trap with a rope for the prey, and the clever boy asked how to do it. Leo told the kid that next time he would tell him everything in detail, but he was busy right now. The young man took his hunting gear and went deep into the forest. Suddenly, hearing a rustling in the bushes, the hunter readied his weapon. But out of those bushes came a boy he already knew carrying a little girl. The hunter was unhappy with this company and asked what had happened and why the children were following him. The boy begged to be allowed to watch him hunt. Leo refused, explaining that if there were a lot of human prints around when setting the traps, the animal would not approach such a place. The boy stubbornly said that he was not a child and wanted to learn how to hunt, and the girl demanded to go home because their grandmother would quarrel. The boy turned around and walked away, furious at the rejection, while the girl followed him, muttering quietly. Looking at these children, Leo nostalgically recalled the brother and sister from the previous scenario. A little sad, recalling everything that had happened to him recently, the hunter with the mark above his head continued his work. The next morning, the hunter woke up on the floor of a small hut and wondered if it was time for breakfast. He dreamed that it would be nice if kind locals brought him food. After lying down a little longer, The hunter thought that probably no prey had fallen into his trap yet. The door of the small hut creaked open and a familiar boy stood on the threshold, holding a large bowl filled with food. The boy was very happy when he heard that the stranger allowed him to enter the house. With a happy face, the boy sat down opposite the hunter and was asked why he wanted to learn to hunt. Because the whole tribe grows mushrooms, and it would be much more useful to learn how to do so. To which the kid said that growing mushrooms was boring. The boy enthusiastically said that hunting is much better than growing mushrooms, and he already knows how to shoot a bow. Finally, the hunter agreed and told the boy that he would show him what real hunting was all about. Helena held a book on theology and walked alongside Foray, listening with interest to his stories about the royal family, the nobility, and the habits of the court. She had always been interested in talking to this man, but today she was going to say goodbye, thanking him for the interesting conversation. But a blonde young man took her hand and asked her to wait a few seconds. Gently holding the girl's hand, Gilbert put on a precious bracelet and said that the jewelry looked great on her. Helena was frightened by this action and babbled that she could not accept it. Not expecting such a reaction, the young man said that he was not giving her that jewelry, but only wanted to see how the bracelet would look on her hand. Surprised but a little calmer, the girl replied that unfortunately she did not understand his intention. While looking at the bracelet, she overheard that it was a gift for Gilbert's sister, and he asked the girl to wear it for a couple of days and share her impressions. Helena doubted whether she would be able to take care of such an expensive item, but she heard that the bracelet was bought from a street vendor and was not that expensive. Noting to herself that the bracelet looked simple but very elegant at the same time, the young woman said that she would definitely return it in 2 days. When the girl left, the blonde young man concluded that she liked his talk more than his gifts, noting that she was a very unusual girl. Walking through the spacious hall of the cathedral, the girl was focused on her thoughts. Daniel, a fellow student, was coming to meet Helena, smiling warmly. The young woman was greeting her student friend in a friendly manner, and a precious bracelet inadvertently glimmered from under the sleeve of her clothes. The young man immediately noticed the jewelry and asked where she got such a precious thing, to which Helena replied that it was not hers, but that Gilbert had borrowed it for a while. Daniel looked suspiciously and sternly at his fellow student and asked if this was from Gilbert Forrest. When he took little Utah Leo hunting, he didn't regret it because he was very smart. The young man thought that it was easy for the boy to learn hunting because he had a great desire to become a hunter. After a while, the young man noticed that Utah's sister was bored and wanted to go somewhere else, and was not interested in what her brother was doing. Having forbidden the girl to go far away from her older brother, Leo heard from the disgruntled little girl that hunting was very boring. On his way back from the forest to the settlement with the children, Leo noticed some kind of revival. The hunter asked the children what was going on and heard that they were picking mushrooms to sell them. Then he asked the kids if they needed to help the adults in this matter, and the girl replied that she and her grandmother had already done everything, and complained that her brother was not helping her at all. Utah replied that very soon he would learn to hunt and cook wonderful meat dishes for his family. The little girl wrinkled her nose and said she didn't like meat, and her brother laughed, saying she had never tasted it. Listening to the children's chatter, the young man wondered how soon the hateful shining mark above his head would disappear. Perhaps it would take a few more months. Then he would not be able to leave here in the winter and would have to wait until next spring. As he was thinking about his business, Leo heard an unusual sound. He thought he heard horses roaring and wagons rumbling on the rough road. Soon he saw a small caravan entering the settlement. The young man thought that the residents did not sell their mushrooms directly. Instead, traders came to them to buy the goods. As quickly as possible, the young man hid behind a large tree, knowing that if the visitors saw his mark, it would lead to problems. The children were surprised by the hunter's behavior, and he thought he should stay home until the caravan with the traders left. Sitting in his hut, Leo heard someone at the door asking for permission to enter, and an elderly woman stood on the threshold. The young man guessed that his guest was the grandmother of Utah and his younger sister. The boy invited the guest to the hut. They sat down opposite each other, and the elderly woman asked him what he had done wrong. The elderly lady knew about his mark above his head. Maybe someone from the locals told her. At first, Leo was upset. But then he told the lady everything about how Helena had gone to the capital to study at the church. He told us about how he fought with bandits to earn money for the trip and how he crossed the border. Told about his meeting with the paladin, and even about getting rid of the scoundrel Hans. The old lady listened attentively and said that he must be a very skilled warrior despite his appearance if he was able to overcome a gang of bandits. The young man asked the lady if he could stay in the settlement for a while longer because he wanted to leave in the spring when the mark would disappear. But the woman said that it seems that the traders who had arrived had already seen his sign above his head, so he should leave now. An elderly woman put a headband in his hands, telling him to take it and go southeast to Mount Bomer. My grandmother said that to the north of this mountain lives the Hatata tribe, her sister-in-law's relatives, and if he shows them this bandage, they will let him stay. The young man replied that he knew that Utah's parents had died and that perhaps this bandage was the only thing left of his mother. The woman explained that the bandage had to be returned to her daughter-in-law's family anyway, but it was too far for her to go there. Leo thanked the old woman for her kindness, and she told him to get ready and leave right now and not to say anything to the children if he didn't want to see them cry. The young man accompanied the lady to the door and stood in thought as she walked away. Of course, he planned to leave the settlement soon, but he did not expect it to happen today. 4 months later, winter came and Helena sobbed at the gates of the Holy Church Cathedral, begging to be let in. On her knees in front of the rector of the church, she said that it was all a misunderstanding, and she had done nothing wrong. But she heard that it was too late for repentance, and in a moment the young woman was alone in front of the closed door. The girl recalled all the events that led to this ending, starting with the fact that she and Gilbert were having dinner together in a fancy restaurant. They ate expensive gourmet meals, and Foray offered her champagne. At first, Helena wanted to refuse, but then she remembered how they said in church that you can have 1 glass of alcohol and it would not be considered a bad thing. The blonde, handsome man smiled and said that she would love it and would not regret it. After a while, Helena, drunk on champagne, returned to the cathedral in a carriage with her companion. As she was descending from the carriage, she tripped on a step and flew straight into Gilbert's arms. The blonde, handsome man hugged her and said that she should have gone with him and had a rest somewhere else. The furious Helena shouted loudly to him that she had already explained to him that she did not want this, and now she just wanted to be in her room. The young man demanded that the young woman not shout so loudly because everyone around them could hear them. Taking his drunken companion by the hand, Foret confidently led her to the entrance to the cathedral. But it was hard to calm the intoxicated young woman down, and she pushed the blonde, handsome man away, telling him to leave her alone because she could walk. Causing a ruckus, she exclaimed that the man was only picking on her. Suddenly, she saw the worried face of her fellow student Daniel, who asked where she was. The girl blushed and told the student that she was with Gilbert. In the morning, Helena woke up sitting at a table in the cathedral library and felt a severe headache. Opposite her sat one of the priests who said that she had finally regained consciousness. The girl asked what had happened and why she was here, and then heard that the higher-ranking priests were talking about her guilt and punishment. The young woman asked anxiously if it was because she had drunk alcohol, but was told that it was acceptable. The door opened and the younger priest ordered her to follow him. The girl was very nervous but ready to justify herself because she felt innocent. A stern, elderly man sat at the table and looked at the girl, and then said that there was information that she and Gilbert Forth had behaved inappropriately. The rector said that last night he and Foray were seen hugging in the park near the cathedral, but the girl denied it. A completely confused Helena heard that one of the students claimed that she and Gilbert were hugging and were going to kiss. As proof of their relationship, the priest cited the fact that Foray gave the girl a precious bracelet. Listening to the girl's excuse that it was a gift for Sister Gilbert, that she was only supposed to appreciate and then return, the rector said that this was nonsense. In any case, the harsh man said that the fact that they were embracing was an unacceptable act. Then he did not want to hear the girl's excuses that nothing had happened. The priest said that there was no need to lie because Gilbert had confessed to everything and confirmed it. Helena was depressed and morally destroyed by the slander against her. 2 more months passed quickly as Leo approached the gate to enter Lutetia. As he approached the gate, the boy was a little nervous and froze when he heard the soldier order him to stop. but it turned out that the guard was not calling out to him, but to some man who was following him. Leo calmed down, thinking that in a few months, of course, no one would recognize him, especially since he no longer had that mark above his head. A young man walked into an inn with the intention of having a bite to eat and rest. The hostess said that his room was on the right if you go up the stairs. Leo took the room key and thanked her. After collecting the rest of the room payment, he looked sadly at the rest of his money. Passing by a table where two guests were having dinner, the young man overheard a conversation that the battle would probably end soon because the kingdom of Aston had retreated. The fat man at the table chewed and said that he had heard that the sword master of the kingdom of Velita had been very distinguished in battle. Leo recalled that in the scenario with the beggars, the kingdom of Aston was also defeated. But there was still something strange about it. It seemed that the kingdom of Aston was winning on the battlefield, and Velita was not the only one with a sword. While lying in bed, Leo thought that such a big fight could not have ended in 1 year, and he had to find out what really happened. The boy switched to pleasant thoughts, thinking about how he would surprise Helena with his appearance tomorrow when they met. The next morning, when the young man came to the cathedral, he found out that his girlfriend had been expelled for inappropriate behavior. The astonished young man tried to explain to the priest that this could not be true because Helena would never do anything like that, and it was all a lie. But the priest replied that there could be no mistake because only one girl named Helena had studied with them. Leo stood upset at the entrance to the cathedral and could not understand how this could have happened and where he could look for his friend. The priest said that she had been thrown out of the cathedral gates, and the boy thought that perhaps she didn't have the money to get home. Leo imagined Helena sobbing on the steps of the cathedral and then thought about where she could go. Realizing where to look for the girl, the boy went to the nearest bakery, opened the door, and saw Helena. The young man rushed to her and hugged her, happy to have finally found her. All the workers and visitors of the bakery looked at the young people with interest. Leo stood with his arms around Helena, neither of them saying a word and ignoring the others. Then the young people sat down by the bakery wall, and the girl told her friend about all her adventures during this time. The young woman said that the priestess Ophelia expressed sympathy for her after she was expelled, but she could not do anything about it. The girl said that she wanted to return to her hometown of Daimos and found a job in a bakery to earn money for the trip. Crying bitterly, Helena said that everyone at home probably still believes that she will become a priest. The upset young woman said that she had ruined everything, and her friend consoled her, saying that it was not her fault. The young man offered his friend to stay here for a while and find a place to live, even though he had very little money. To get the money, Leo sold the dagger he had, and Helena managed to get a small promotion at her job in the bakery. Young people came to a room they could afford to rent, which was small and dirty, and the windows did not even let in sunlight. The young people, who were upset by the sight of their new home, decided not to lose heart, and the next morning she went back to work. Leo accompanied his sad friend to work at the bakery and said goodbye and moved to the outskirts of the city. A young man decided to make money doing what he had always been good at. He came to the most gangster and dangerous neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. A young man approached a tavern that looked rather suspicious and wanted to enter the door, but was stopped by a fat guard. The self-confident young man easily threw away the hand of the guard who tried to detain him. When he entered the large hall of the tavern, the young man saw the customers drinking and having fun. The young man's attention was drawn to a red-haired young man with a cocky look who was lounging on the sofa hugging two girls. Then, a fat security guard grabbed Leo's shoulder from behind, but he decided to fulfill his official duties and not let the stranger in. A moment later, the intruder turned around and the guard regretted his actions, falling to the ground. The men sitting at the tables in the tavern laughed at the fact that the frail-looking boy had so easily overwhelmed the fat giant. Having quickly dealt with the guard, Leo sat down next to him and ordered him not to move if he wanted to live. The red-haired young man who was the leader of the gang shouted to his thugs to grab the impudent stranger. Several bandits who were sitting at the tables following his orders attacked the boy. Leo quickly and skillfully overcame the armed attackers who were not expecting such a fight back. The waiter who served the tavern's customers shouted that this stranger was unusually dangerous. Standing in the middle of the hall, Leo asked the audience who was next to challenge him. Several patrons, including the waiter and the girls sitting next to the leader, quickly rushed to the exit of the tavern. Only one gang leader remained in the room, and Leo slowly approached him, asking why the gang had such weak fighters and a complete mess. The stranger was trying to find out from the leader why the gangs in Lutetia were so disorganized and how they conducted their business. With a sad look on his face, the red-haired man said that it was impossible to organize a large gang in the Holy Kingdom because of the paladins. Every year, paladins comb the alleys and gangland neighborhoods, marking bandits with tags and then destroying them. That's why gangs are hired only for small errands. Sitting across from the leader, dagger in hand, Leo demanded an answer to his second question about why the battle between the kingdoms ended so quickly. But no matter how much the stranger threatened the gang leader, he did not know the answer to this question. The young man was angry and surprised that he hadn't learned anything from the thief. The gang leader said he had told everything he knew and asked Leo to spare him and let him go. The young man agreed to this, but said he needed money, and the leader handed him a small pile of coins in the palm of his hand, saying that this was all he had. Leo was surprised that it was so little, but the leader complained that the business was very small, and if he paid the gang, there would be no money left, and the tavern would have to close. The red-haired man said that if this happened, his bosses would kill him, so he begged for mercy. Leo smiled indulgently and left the tavern. A young man was walking down the street and saw Helena ahead of him. He called out to her, but she did not answer. The girl stood in thought and did not hear anything around her. She was looking at the majestic cathedral of the Church of the Holy Cross. As the young man came closer, he said her name again, and this time she heard him and turned around and offered to go home. Leo had a present for his girlfriend, a beautiful dress, and when he showed it to her, he said that he had bought it with the money he had earned today. Then the boy boasted that he had bought new clothes for himself and asked if they fit him. The young woman listened to him inattentively and said that he looked good and thanked him languidly for the dress. Then the boy showed her the money he had left over from shopping and boasted that he would quickly save up the amount they needed. Helena looked at him with a sad look and said nothing in response. The guy was upset and asked his girlfriend what was wrong with her. Leo moved carelessly, and the dagger he had been hiding behind his back was visible from under his clothes. The guy was embarrassed, muttering that it was just a piece of jewelry, mentally chastising himself for not leaving the dagger behind and taking it with him. Looking into Helena's eyes, the young man thought that she understood everything and did not know how to justify himself. He started muttering that he had just found this dagger on his way here. The girl said that she did not care where he got the weapon, but she did not want anything bad to happen to him because of her. The young man looked guilty and said he regretted it. Then Leo simply suggested that his girlfriend forget about everything and go home. A few days later, the young man easily managed to find a real job. He got a job at a blacksmith shop near their home as an assistant blacksmith. As time passed, nothing changed, and Leo continued to work in the forge. Every time after work, Helena stood and looked sadly toward the cathedral. When he visited taverns, the young man listened to all the chatter and gossip of the people around him, but he could not find any information about the prince. Sometimes he heard rumors that the prince was going hunting, but it seemed impossible to get Helena to meet the prince. The young man thought that he would not be able to meet Prince Helena by chance, because neither the prince nor any of the nobles ever came to the bakery. The young man realized that he could not change anything in the situation in the game. One night, he went into the room where Helena was sitting alone in thought. Addressing her, the young man said that they needed to have a serious talk. The girl looked at him in surprise and moved to sit next to him. The young man finally gathered the courage to ask her to marry him. He confidently said that he would work hard and be able to save up money, and they would return to their hometown. Helena was delighted with this offer and kissed her lover tenderly. Then she said that everything was fine, they didn't need to go back because they would be happy here. The young man was a little surprised by this decision not to return to Daimos, but he gladly agreed with his beloved. So they sat there happy, silently embracing each other and not saying a word. The very next moment, the young man heard the voice of the game saying that Helena was married and thanking him for playing the game of raising Helena. The voice continued to report that Helena's last profession was baker husband Leo. Leo's last profession was blacksmith, and Helena's husband was a blacksmith. Then Leo heard that they got married, had 2 children, lived happily ever after, and never returned to their hometown. The player reasoned that he had made several mistakes in the game again, and perhaps he should have returned to Daimos before getting married. He thought that then he would have to commit crimes again and not know how to cross the border. Everything went wrong again, he thought, covering his face with his hands. I still remembered the image of Helena who had just disappeared and her words that they would finally be happy. Once again, the player recalled his real life and his beloved Jae-ha and their last meeting. The voice of the game said that due to the interference of the nobility, Helena could not fulfill her dream, so the player is given the rules of a noble society. Hearing the word restart, the player made a promise to himself that this time he would definitely complete the game. It's winter again, and he's in his room in the castle when the cheerful Helena the warrior bursts into his room. A girl pushes her friend who is lying on the bed and asks him what is wrong with him, while he wonders how he can make a princess out of her this time. For several days now, the player has been rereading the rules of the noble society, trying to find something useful to make Helena a princess. He saw 3 ways to realize this. First, the prince's mad love for Helena. Second, the restoration of the character's existing rights to the throne. And the third option that could still be realized is to become a king yourself. Turning his head and looking at the girl, the young man thought that she was very attractive and that if he met a prince, they might fall in love. The player thought that it would be nice if he could guide Helena from the sidelines, because without that, she would not be able to become a princess. He sat down on the bed, looking at the young woman's face, and wondered how he himself could part with her. How, after all that, he will be able to keep his distance, and he should not leave her if a military campaign begins, because she will be in trouble again. In addition, he felt that the more he became the real Leo, the stronger his feelings for Helena became. The fact that her friend was silent and thoughtful finally irritated the girl, and she slammed the door and ran out of the room. When the young people sat down across from each other at the table for breakfast, Helena was silent and unhappy. A friend asked her what she was so offended about and why she ran out of his room so quickly. But this question from Leo, who didn't understand anything, irritated the girl even more. Furious at the boy's ineptitude, she said that it was incomprehensible that she came to his room when his parents were not at home. Leo, who still didn't understand anything, heard that she was an adult and that everyone knew they were engaged. The irritated girl said that it was impossible to be so stupid and not understand any hints at all. Finally, the guy realized what was going on and thought that his girlfriend was in her usual style and smiled. Helena couldn't take it anymore and ran out from behind the table, ready to beat the insolent man who kept laughing and saying that she had misunderstood him. Again, the training ground in front of the castle with Leo, Helena, and Lord Noel. Helena is waving her wooden sword and ready for a training battle. Noel begins to perform fighting exercises with the girl, who is happy to join in. The young man is still on the sidelines, thinking that in the past he would have joined the exercise and attacked his father with his girlfriend. But now that he felt like a rival with Helena, maybe this was his chance to win and it was time to join the training. Especially since the Lord was shouting at him to stop being idle and start training. Noel was very professional and confident in winning this training match. The young man reasoned that if things went on like this, his girlfriend would lose and be angry with him again. Deciding that his time had come, Leo picked up his wooden training sword and rushed to his father and his almost defeated friend. The nimble young man immediately deflected the blow of a wooden sword aimed at his girlfriend. Without wasting any time, Helena also jumped to her feet, holding her wooden sword tightly. The teacher repelled the young woman's attack and was pleased with her skill in such a difficult moment. Now the young people were enthusiastically attacking their coach from both sides. The Lord looked with satisfaction at his son, who was holding his two-handed training sword tightly, ready for another attack. He also looked at Helena and thought that these two were very skilled soldiers. The teacher was pleased that his students' fighting skills had improved significantly in just a few days. Then Neil decided it was time to increase the speed of his training. The young people clearly did not expect such agility from their coach. And in a moment, they were scattered in different directions by his attack. Leo muttered that his father was not fighting fair, but he could not understand how he managed to repel their attacks so easily. This time, The coach focused his attention on a young man who could hardly contain his attack. But then Helena rushed to her friend's aid. Her attack was swift and well thought out, but the Lord was a master of unexpected moves. No matter how hard the girl tried to win, her attack was quickly repelled. Then the coach finally dealt with the young man, who could not understand how his father could do everything so well. Summing up the lesson, the teacher was pleased to praise his victorious students, telling Leo that he was a fast learner. He said that Leo's work with Helena as a pair has become much better, and the young man has already learned to defend himself much better. The teacher noted that the young man was able to block counterattacks much more effectively. And if the boy stops rushing to attack, he can eventually become a great knight. Very tired but satisfied with the activity, the young people sat down to rest and freshen up. The girl shared her impressions, saying that she liked the workout even though it was unusual. She said that her friend had changed a lot and that his sword skills had become so unusual that it was hard to recognize him. The player thought that the technique transfer achievement was a very useful skill if his combat skill had improved so much. The girl went on to say that not only his fighting skills had improved, but he seemed to have changed a bit. Leo looked at his friend in surprise. He didn't want his change to be so noticeable. To end this conversation, her friend jumped to her feet and exclaimed that she had to run home and get ready for dinner. The young man thought that he had been rather carefree, getting carried away with learning the rules and changing his character's behavior too much, and that he would have to be more careful. Then, according to the story, there was another hunt with Dahorman and his warriors. Once again, he and Helena found prints in the snow and handed the mythical fox over to a team of hunters. Thanks to the ability to transfer techniques, Leo's hunting skills have also increased, but he still could not have caught the mystical fox alone. With the beginning of spring, just like last time, the military campaign in which Helena was going to take part began again. Leo came to Lord Noel and said that he would also take part in the military campaign and follow Helena. Last time, the father was unhappy with his son's decision and did not like the idea of a military campaign, but this time he let the young man go without any problems. The young man thought that his father believed that ordinary soldiers would not be able to defeat him, so he focused on teaching his son how to fight knights. Just like the last time, the difficult military campaign lasted a very long time, and similarly, Helena earned a lot of calluses on her feet, and Leo treated her again thinking that his girlfriend could not learn anything without getting into trouble first. For 2 months now, their army has been on a military campaign, taking part in various fierce clashes. The young man could not stop wondering why Aston was losing the battle, since the kingdom had made the barbarians its full-fledged citizens. This decision of the kingdom led to an increase in the number of good warriors trained in difficult conditions, and these warriors outperformed ordinary soldiers of the kingdom of Velida. If the fighting had lasted long, Velida's recruits could have learned and become better warriors over time, but the battle ended earlier. And yet the kingdom of Aston was defeated, and the young man could not understand why. Very often his girlfriend would distract him from these thoughts by bringing him back to reality. Recently, Helena was promoted and became a squad leader thanks to the achievements that Leo passed on to her. The young woman bragged about her promotion and said that he should try to become a squad leader as well. But if Leo had been promoted, he would have been in charge of a different unit and couldn't have been with her all the time, and she would have been confronted with Katrina one-on-one. A scout brought news that he had seen 2 knights in the forest. Hiding behind the trees, the young people looked closely and saw the 2. They were a red-haired woman dressed in knightly armor and her young companion. Leo, seeing the dangerous Katrina again, turned anxiously to his girlfriend, who whispered to him. The girl offered to deal with the red-haired knight, smiling defiantly. Of course, the young man did not share his friend's optimism, because he felt and knew the true level of danger from these knights. Katrina looked dangerous, and the belligerent young man remembered how many soldiers had died in battle with her last time. This knight was so strong that she could easily fight them both at the same time. Leo reasoned and sensibly told his friend about the danger of rash actions and suggested that she first call all the soldiers of her unit for help. Helena gathered her squad and ordered all the soldiers to surround the red-haired warrior. The squad commander said that reinforcements would arrive soon. Obeying the order, the soldiers of Helena's unit surrounded the 2 knights. Looking disdainfully at the actions of the enemy soldiers, Katrina noted that they were surrounded. Holding their swords tightly, the knights were ready to fight a large number of enemies. Leo and Helena were also ready to fight dangerous enemies. As originally planned, Leo began to attack the knight Daimos. Fortunately, the scenario hasn't changed much, and Daimos's power hasn't changed, but remained the same as last time. The young knight did not understand who these two were, who were very different from other soldiers in their art of weaponry and strength. Just like the last time, Helena's unit received reinforcements, and these soldiers were immediately sent to fight Katrina. While the crowd of soldiers attacked the red-haired Leo and Helena were able to overcome Daimos with the ability to transfer techniques, they did so much faster than last time. When she saw this, the warrior was surprised that two simple soldiers were able to defeat the knight Daimos. But that didn't stop the red-haired fury, who was determined to deal with the two. Leo recalled that last time, Helena was lucky enough to find a way to overcome Katrina. Maybe this time they could use the skill of transferring techniques. The boy also thought that the red-haired woman was not as strong and skillful as she had been the last time. His thoughts and memories were interrupted by a lightning attack from a knight. But this time, it wasn't him who got the short end of the stick, because Katrina was trying to focus on impressing the girl. Helena was almost defeated on the battlefield, and the red-haired fury had only one final blow to deliver. It's a good thing that Leo was there at that moment and prevented this fatal blow. With all his might, the boy restrained the furious blows of the red fury, protecting his friend. When there was a short break in the battle, Katrina wondered why she hadn't been able to defeat these young men. Analyzing the situation, she realized that they work well in a team, and when there is an opportunity to attack one of them, the other immediately rushes to the rescue. Already tired friends stood side by side in front of an invincible enemy. Finally gathering her strength, Helena began to attack the enemy again. Her friend supported this attack and attacked the knight from the other side. Katrina felt that she could not overcome these two and was angry with herself for it. Leo heard the game's voice tell him that he had earned the knight achievement and was getting stronger in battles with knights. The young man thought that this time they would be able to overcome Katrina without being seriously injured. At that time, the knight herself recalled the image of her beloved Aaron and mentally asked him for forgiveness for not being able to return home from the battle. The red-haired warrior thought that if she was going to die anyway, she would take at least one of these two with her. With these thoughts in mind, the fury rushed back to attack her opponents. Leo saw the desperation with which their opponent threw herself back into the fight and tried to protect his friend as much as possible. Finally, he managed to catch the moment when the knight opened up and wounded her. But the wounded fury did not seem to weaken, but became even more fierce. Leo felt the strength of their opponent increase with pain and rage as he deflected the blows, and at the same moment, he was also wounded. Screaming frantically with horror and excitement for her friend, Helena rushed at the enemy with renewed vigor. With a strong punch, Helena managed to knock the invincible knight down and rushed to Leo to see how he was feeling. The wound on Leo's chest was large but not deep and did not threaten his life. The angry, red-haired fury rose and was ready to fight again. Helena said with a fierce grip on her sword that she would show her what she could do. But at that moment, the young man decided to intervene in the fight. He stood in front of his friend, shielding her from the knight's unexpected attack. The young man told the knight to stop and suddenly suggested that she stop. Katrina stopped in shock and looked at her opponent in surprise. The young man said that if this continued, the knight would fall in this battle, and she said that at least she could take at least one of them with her. Leo promised not to pursue the red-haired woman if the fight stopped now, but the furious fury exclaimed that he was offering the knight an escape from the battlefield. In as peaceful a tone as possible, the young man said that he was offering the knight to let them leave the battlefield. A friend explained to Helena that if the fight continued, one of them would surely fall, but Helena stubbornly refused to accept such an end to the battle. Katrina looked at the young people and realized that they were in love. At that time, the knight remembered her beloved Aaron when they last saw each other before the campaign. A young man brought her a bundle of herbs, to which she was surprised and said that knights still had to pay for the potions separately. Aaron insisted that she take his gift and asked her to promise him one thing. Looking at his red-haired beloved, the young man asked her to promise him that she would return from the campaign alive. Leaving her thoughts behind and looking at the two young men in front of her, Katrina said The knight said that she agreed and would go as Leo asked her to. Katrina took the sword of the defeated Daimos with her and left, saying that she was doing her opponents a favor. Leo said to her that he understood it, and the game's voice said that the young man had gained a new achievement, Katrina's favor. The terrible fight ended, and Helena rushed to bandage the wound on her friend's chest. The girl was upset that they couldn't defeat the knight, but she realized that if they hadn't managed to wound her, they would have both been finished. But after a moment, the girl's face lit up, and she said that they had managed to defeat one of the knights, and that was very good. Leo looked at his friend and thought that this time Helena was not injured in the fight, so he had a chance to pass this game. Once again, Prince Arnold de Klaus arrived in the city, and this time Leo and Helena were presented with the award together. The prince was amazed that ordinary soldiers could defeat a knight in battle. The young man confirmed that they had indeed managed to defeat the knight, and the prince asked where the boy had learned such skillful swordplay. Leo said that his father, who is now retired but was a knight of the First Order, taught him everything. Arnold de Klaus asked if the young men wanted to become knights, and the first to respond was a radiant Helena. Leo thought that this was the first time Helena had met the prince, but it was not the case that they could have gotten to know each other better. The young people heard that they would be initiated as junior knights, and then perform even more feats to earn the honor of becoming full knights. The young people sincerely thanked His Highness for this honor, and Leo thought that he liked this prince, and when he became a knight, he would like to be on the same side as him. Leo heard the voice of the game that he must achieve the growing favor of all the nobles who serve the Klaus family and the favor of the prince himself. Helena was as excited as a child to be initiated as a junior knight, saying that she thought it would take them at least 10 years to achieve this. Looking at his joyful girlfriend, Leo reasoned that the prince was more interested in him personally than in Helena. The young man recalled that the same prince had immediately made him an honorary knight in the previous game. 10 days had passed since their meeting with the prince, and Leo's wound still hurt a little, but it was almost healed. The young man was sitting in his tent when Helena approached the entrance with a sword, and it was clear that she was in a good mood. She invited her friend to go practice, and he eagerly agreed because he hadn't practiced for a long time. Helena said that she was going to show her comrade how strong a platoon commander can be. Smiling, Leo said that she had called him just to show off her promotion. The young men began sword training in this way, laughing at each other. From the very beginning of the training session, Leo was surprised by his friend's rapid attack. Helena's speed and the force of her blows were unusual and unexpected for the young man. In addition, the girl used techniques that she did not seem to know before. Very quickly, the young woman defeated her surprised opponent in this duel. Leo was greatly surprised by his friend's agility with new techniques and the growth of her sword skills. The girl was very pleased with her victory and smiled happily. The young man remembered the Battle of Katrina and realized that his girlfriend was using exactly the same technique as the knight. Helena said that she now understood why her friend's fighting style had changed, because now she was copying the knight herself and was pleased that she was doing well. She recalled the fighting skills of her uncle Lord Noel and said that his sword technique was ominous, but she mastered it well. Perhaps thanks to this technique of Noel's, she was able and strong enough to fight in the last game, even when she was seriously injured. The girl said that Noel's technique contains many techniques that can be difficult to use. Leo realized that his friend's skills were already far beyond his. The first time Leo and Helena attended a military meeting, they were a little embarrassed to enter the large tent of the army commander-in-chief. The friend told the young man that the meeting of the knights was a very important affair because she had only attended meetings convened by the general. Standing in the corner of the tent, the young people saw the figure of an unknown burly man with a huge sword. It was the pride of the kingdom of Aston, the leader of the First Order, Swordmaster Alfin Albacete. Sitting down on a chair with a respectful look, the master said that it was time to start the meeting. Leo was thrilled to finally meet the strongest warrior on the entire continent. Everyone listened as one of the generals began his report by saying that there had already been 3 massive army battles in the border regions. The swordsman suddenly said that in this case, he decided to protect the rear. The commander-in-chief and generals looked at him with surprise and indignation, demanding explanations. Standing up to his full height, the master said that he would not leave his prince, who would always be under his protection. The commander-in-chief objected, saying that the swordsmen of the kingdom of Velida had not yet arrived, so if the baron attacked the enemy camp now, the enemy would be defeated. The swordsman said that he refused to do so, because just because the enemy camp does not have a flag raised, does not mean that their swordsman is not there. The commander-in-chief was furious, but the baron said that he had enough authority to refuse to carry out this order. With rage and hatred, the baron said that no one should come to him with their orders and left the tent. Leo and Helena stood silently in the corner, upset and a little scared by what was happening at the meeting. The commander-in-chief was very angry at the swordsman's behavior and said angrily that he was acting as if he were the boss. After that, the commander-in-chief tried to calm down and apologized and suggested continuing the meeting. The young people standing in their corner were amazed by what they saw and continued to listen to the general's reports. Helena quietly said that Uncle Noel said that the swordsman was quite belligerent and had a difficult temper. The girl was surprised that Leo didn't remember this, because as a child he liked to play a game where he considered himself a younger apprentice of a swordsman. The guy thought he didn't remember it because the conversation was before he appeared in this scenario. But the young man was glad that the swordsman had the title of baron, so he could learn more about the rules of noble society. In order not to give himself away, Leo said that he remembered that conversation with his father and that the master was from a family of famous warriors, which reassured his friend. The young woman said that she had heard many times that the sword master likes to fight on the front line, and his behavior was rather strange now. Her friend said that it must be because of Prince Arnold, but he thought to himself that now he understood why the kingdom of Aston lost. The military campaign continued. The battalion commander laid siege to a small village and assigned Helena to lead the guard. Helena's squad was joined by a mage, a frail girl of short stature with green hair and a strange staff. The soldiers from the squad were surprised to ask their commander why they needed a magician to capture such a small village. Helena denied that this was an order and that they simply had to follow the instructions of this magician. It seemed that the green-haired mage girl was absorbed in her thoughts and did not pay attention to the people around her. She approached Helena and told her to get ready to put out the fire, that the village would soon be burning, and that even if she did everything carefully, the fire would not be avoided. Helena was very surprised by this advice, but said that she understood and would think about it. The witch told her to let her know when they were ready. When the commander gathered for a meeting with her soldiers, she was unable to answer their questions about why the fire would occur and what the scale of the fire would be. One of the soldiers said that there was a small pond nearby, but the unit had no buckets to carry water. Leo came up with another idea. To extinguish the fire, we could use earth that we carry in bags. Helena approached the magician's girlfriend, who was sitting under a tree, and told her that they were ready to go, and that now they just had to wait. The witch said that she had already dealt with the traps, and there were no people nearby, so now all they had to do was put out the fire. The fire broke out some time later, and all the buildings and streets were burning simultaneously throughout the village. Helena gave orders to her soldiers to carry the bags of earth faster. While extinguishing the fire, Leo found himself next to his friend and said that it seems that all the residents had evacuated, possibly with the help of a local lord. Looking at the village destroyed by the fire, the young woman said that she was glad that the locals were saved, and Leo thought that this could have happened to their hometown. The military campaign continued, and if their troops managed to take Fort Tridom, the front of the Aston Kingdom would stabilize. Their detachment was stationed in a small village that was used as a supply base for the capture of Tridom. The town was overcrowded with soldiers, and Leo and Helena lived together in a small house. One morning, a young girl ran into Leo's room and asked him to practice, but he didn't want to because he said that lately there was no confidence that they would win. Helena didn't understand why her friend was in a bad mood and said that he was very strong when they fought together. Laughing, the girl sat down on the bed next to him and said that she felt so strong that she could overcome the red-haired knight. Surprised, Leo asked if she was ready to defeat the knight alone or with him, and was told that of course she was. Leo looked at his friend, who was sitting next to him, chatting merrily, and he thought she had something else to say to him. A surprised Helena stood up and turned away from her friend, saying that how could he know that she wanted to tell him something important? The boy impatiently demanded that she finally tell him what she was up to. Turning to him with a charming smile, she said that she proposed to marry him when they returned home. The young man sat in silence as if struck by lightning. The girl went on to say that it was her long-held dream to become a knight and then get married, so she had been putting off their wedding until now. The young man continued to sit in silence, wondering why his friend had suddenly started talking about the wedding. Helena laughed at how embarrassed her friend was and asked why he was so surprised. Finally, Leo said that he thought it would be very difficult for them to combine knighthood and raising children. The girl dreamily continued to make plans to become a junior knight after marriage. Finally, she confidently repeated the proposal to get married as soon as they returned home. Then the young woman got angry that her friend didn't answer, and the boy smilingly said that he was so happy that he couldn't find words. The girl did not back down, demanding an immediate response to her offer. Finally, with a gentle smile, the young man said that he agreed to get married. The girl was satisfied with this answer, but she still looked at your friend as if she was waiting for something else. She said that she was very happy to hear him say yes, despite the fact that they had been engaged for a long time. The young man, having given his consent, considered the topic exhausted and did not understand why his girlfriend did not leave and seemed to be waiting for something from him. His girlfriend turned to him and looked him in the face so intently that he blanched, realizing what she expected from him. Finally, the boy realized his beloved's dream and hugged and kissed her gently. Leo sat on the bed next to the sleeping Helena, his thoughts preventing him from going to sleep. The young man reasoned that this scenario was probably doomed, given the way things were going. Looking again at his sleeping friend, the young man thought that this offer took him by surprise, but in fact he was very happy. He went on to say that because they went on a military campaign, it was impossible to make Helena a princess. Every time they go on a hike, they inevitably meet Katrina, an unavoidable event, so in order to survive, they have to fight and win. This means that they have to kill at least one of the knights and prevent themselves from being seriously injured, and then they have a chance to meet the prince. During the meeting with the prince, he does not show any affection for Helena, but they have the opportunity to become knights. When affection may finally appear at the second meeting with the prince, Helena confesses her feelings to her friend and proposes marriage upon his return home. Leo decides that in order to make Helena a princess, he needs to break off their engagement. But how can he do this when his beloved is so happy at the thought of them getting married soon? It turns out that a military campaign should be avoided at all costs. Leo thought further that perhaps then he would have to go through the event of the hunt in a different way and overcome the mystical fox, or he could just pick up Helena and go on a trip. But if you go on a trip, this scenario becomes very similar to the scenario of childhood friendship. Leo was in despair, not knowing how to turn this girl into a princess. Maybe the person who created this game is just crazy. The kingdom of Velita suffered significant losses. The army of the kingdom of Aston decided that it was impossible to cross the river this year and laid siege to the city in front of the river. Looking at the city under siege, Leo thought that it was well prepared to defend itself against attacks, but the defensive walls seemed low and weapons could penetrate them. Helena was impatiently asking her friend how long they would have to wait, because she was annoyed that the army was standing still. The young man heard from her that it was necessary to instruct the mages to destroy the enemy's magic. Leo had already learned that while the mages were defending the city, it could not be attacked. Helena said that in order to use magic, a mana path must be created in the air, so why not prevent the enemy from maintaining this mana path? The young people reasoned that if they created a path of mana that interfered with the enemy's magic, it might happen that these paths would cross. Leo said that this is a phenomenon in which all the collected mana collides and then explodes, so we need to create a barrier that will control all mana paths in the area. Helena was surprised that her friend was so good at magic. Laughing, she said that he was also well-versed in noble manners, and she had every right to be proud of her husband. The young man thought that it was good that his friend did not know how he had gotten these rules of noble society that he was now using. The young woman said that in such a dangerous situation they should always be on the alert, while her friend, on the contrary, was sure that they needed to rest a bit. Helena said respectfully that he was talking to the platoon commander of the Kingdom of Aston and should be polite and not think about rest. Teasing his friend, Leo said that he was always ready to follow his commander's orders. Leo had not yet seen the danger that was approaching them, but he could already feel it. It seemed as if a bolt of incredible power had struck right in front of him. He and Helena were standing next to each other, but they could not understand what was happening. An unknown force that was impossible to resist threw them both to the ground. Trying to sit up and still holding the sword in his hand, Leo struggled to regain consciousness. The young man heard the game's voice saying that he had achieved the level up of the swordmaster, which meant that the master was nearby. He called out to his friend, warning her of the danger. Helena was already on the alert and threw a small golden ball into the air, which shattered into hundreds of small particles. At the same moment, everything stopped, and they saw a huge figure in front of them, a swordsman attacking them. A mighty warrior who made an unusual attack told his subordinates that the enemies had destroyed their communication balloon, so now they would have to retreat. The Count then ordered his subordinates to clear the area and return. Then, looking at Leo, the man said that his opponent looked very young and regretted that they had to face each other as enemies. Finally, Leo came to his senses and realized who they had encountered. It was Hermann Fauré. Count Hermann Fauré is an invincible swordsman and a famous politician of the Kingdom of Veleta. The young man did not understand why the master of the sword was not doing what he should be doing to defend the city under siege. It was the same Count Hermann Fauré who in the previous scenario destroyed his sister, who, as a courtesan, had great political influence. He's also the father of the bastard Gilbert who got Helena kicked out of the church. Leo realized that they had little chance of winning, but he knew that he would not beg for mercy for such a scoundrel. Forrest said that the more he looked at the young man, the more he was amused, and he would probably have to stay a while. As always, side by side, the young men were ready for battle, but Leo saw the aura of the sword, the strongest technique on the entire continent that could not be contained by anything. The young man turned to his friend and shouted at her to run away. A lightning-fast and unstoppable blow from Hermann Fauré's sword ended Leo's life. The game's voice says that the player has lost his life for the first time, and now the speed at which he becomes Leo is reduced. Then he heard that he could not make Helena a princess. Einar Helena was a platoon commander and a junior knight engaged to Leo. Dexter Leo, a younger knight betrothed to Helena, died in battle with dignity. Hovering over the abyss, the young man learned that Helena had not survived the battle either, and wondered again at what point in the game everything went wrong again. The young man thought it was strange that in this scenario he met two swordsmen, both of whom were very strange. Their ally Baron Alfin Albacete, who had no choice but to join the Kingdom of Aston, did not want to leave the rear and fight the enemy. Their opponent, Count Hermann Fauré, was much more aggressive, but for some reason he wanted to infiltrate their camp, probably to destroy their supply base. Leo recalled hearing that the Count had returned home before the war ended, and it seemed that he wanted to stay away and just watch. Finally, both swordsmen renounced the battle and went their separate ways. Then the young man felt that his sword skills were increasing. Restart. Leo heard his sister say in a faint voice that she was hungry and thirsty, so he rushed over and hugged her. While hugging the beggar Helena, the player remembered that the speed with which he would now become Leo was reduced. Looking at the girl, he thought with regret that in this scenario she was very thin and frail. Taking his younger sister's hand decisively, he stood up and said that he would feed her dinner. They came to a tavern where the young man ordered a good meal, which the surprised girl was delighted with. Looking at the way the little girl pounced on the food, her older brother told her not to rush to swallow everything so quickly. Looking at his sister, the young man reflected that last time he had left her for Cassius, and that he should not do so now. Then he recalled all his acquired skills: swordplay, hunting, startup capital rules of the alleys, seduction transfer of technology rules of noble society. Considering the option of seducing a girl of the nobility, the young man felt disgusted by this. Hunting skills are not useful now either, and only sword skills remain. The girl was surprised that her brother didn't pay any attention to the luxurious dinner. Helena said that she was very worried about her brother and that he had eaten so little. Her older brother patted her head and assured her that everything was fine and they had to go. The girl asked if they were going to go back to their shack where they live now, and she heard that they would not return there. As Leo approached the shoe store from a distance, he saw Cassia in the window. The young man remembered how their last meeting with this woman had ended in the previous version of the scenario, but he did not see any other option now. He thought that if he became a bandit, Helena would need at least some kind of shelter, although he would not trust Cassia now. They knocked on the door, which was opened by the owner, saying that there was no need to stick around. The miserable appearance of the two beggars did not exactly set the shopkeeper up for a pleasant conversation. But looking into the faces of the young people, the woman asked if she had ever met them. The young man said confidently that this was the first time they had met, but he remembered his achievement of winning Cassius's favor. The shopkeeper was sure that she had seen this young man somewhere before, but she could not remember where. Finally, the boy expressed his request for permission to stay in the shop for a few days, and he agreed to pay for it. The woman looked thoughtful, and Leo realized that he needed her help now. The young man was interested in his landlady's acquaintance with Obert from the Launo gang, whose members were not only hired killers, but also sold various information. Judging by the rules of noble society that Leo has learned, he and his sister belonged to the royal family of Yahello of the Kingdom of Conrad in the south. Most likely Prince Conrad drove them out. If they get rid of him, Helena will become a princess right away, but before that, he has to join Launo's gang. Kasia said she had a free room and took 1 coin from Leo as payment for the stay. The woman introduced herself to the young people by saying her name and asked them their names. Then she pointed them to a room where there was water and towels and they could wash themselves. The young man thanked the shopkeeper and left the room with Helena. Left alone, Kasia could not control herself. She did not understand why she felt such unusual feelings for a stranger. A little later, the boy approached the owner and asked if she knew Obert because the other vagrants had told him a lot about him. The woman replied that she had such an acquaintance, but why would a guy need him? The shopkeeper asked him if he wanted to become a gangster, and he unexpectedly answered in the affirmative. She had doubts that such a small and thin young man could be involved in gangsterism, and was asked to introduce them. The shopkeeper hesitated, not knowing what to do, and the young man was sure that she would not be able to refuse him. Finally, he had the skill he had earned last time in this scenario. As expected, Cassia agreed and ordered the young man to follow her. She walked the boy through the streets of the town to the house where Launo's gang members lived. Obert was very surprised to see the owner of the shoe store who came to him on business. The man said that it was unexpected to see Cassia in such a city and at such a time. He noticed an unfamiliar young man next to Cassia and asked him sternly who he was. Obert thought that the young man could not be Cassia's son because he was too old and too young to be her lover. Cassia said that this boy wanted to get a job in a gang. Obert was very surprised that this kid thought he could become a bandit. Leo tried to convince the man that his appearance was deceptive, and that he could fight very well and would be a useful member of the gang. The man started laughing loudly, saying that the boy's milk had not yet dried on his lips, but in a moment, Leo deftly grabbed him by the throat and cut off his breathing. The bandit, who had not expected such an attack, recoiled and listened to the boy's request to give him a chance to prove himself. The bandit took his visitors to a storage room, where he opened a drawer with weapons and asked the kid what kind of weapons he preferred. When the man heard that the boy was interested in a 2-handed sword, he was surprised and rummaged through the weapons and found a sword. Leo looked disappointed at the weapon he got because it was a 1-handed sword. Obert, taking a large stick as a weapon, told the boy not to be naughty about the weapon he had received, but to attack. The man thought he was going to teach the little brat a lesson and held his stick firmly in his hand. The young man's attack was so unexpectedly swift and powerful that the man was a bit confused. Grabbing a nearby shield with his left hand, Obert decided to attack the dangerous enemy. But before he could even blink, his huge stick was cut in half by the sword of a nimble young man. Realizing that the fight was over, Leo hid his sword and thought it was very easy. The young man thought that when he tried to fight a swordmaster, it must have looked just as clumsy and funny. On the same day, Leo was accepted into Launo's gang and introduced to the leaders. Cassia told the gang members the story that the boy had told her, thus confirming his reliability. After this story, the gang leaders went to a shoe store to see Helena. They believed in a story in which a brother wants to protect his beautiful sister, and the young people did not look like spies from another gang. Although Leo's suspicions were cleared, he still had to pass an exam to prove his loyalty to the gang. The guy was supposed to attack passers-by at night in a dark alley, and he accomplished this task. Luna's gang boss and Kazuya's friend watched him from a distance, and were pleased with what they saw. The next morning, Obert took the young man to a luxurious house with a garden and a fountain in the courtyard on the outskirts of the city. A senior colleague warned the newcomer that the boss would be arriving soon and that he should greet the important person properly. Leo was waiting for the meeting in the richly decorated room and thought he was lucky to meet his boss so soon. An elderly man of noble appearance entered the room and asked the boy if his name was Leo. Bowing down, Leo heard the game's voice that he had received a new achievement. A meeting with the boss increases the bandit's confidence in him. Holding out his hand to greet him, the boss said that if the young man would faithfully serve their gang, they would do everything possible for him and his sister. Shaking his hand, Leo said he was honored to be in the gang. The little beggar girl was delighted to find herself in the luxurious room she was given, but she did not understand why her brother would not live with her. She asked why they wouldn't live together in such a nice room, and Leo smiled and said that it was ridiculous to have 2 rooms in one. The brother also said that he would constantly visit his younger sister. Then the young man said that they were invited to lunch, which surprised the girl who was not used to this. The turn led them to a large, well-equipped hall, where many people were sitting at tables having lunch. The attendant introduced the new gang members to the audience, laughing and saying that Leo should not be underestimated just because he was so thin. Then he introduced the young man's sister, who was very upset that so many people were looking at her. Men and women at the tables cheered and raised their glasses to the newcomer's health. Helena met women who were very kind and friendly to her. The young man was happy to be accepted into the gang, thinking that it was a place where his sister would be safe. All the people who sat and chatted in a friendly way at these tables were bandits, but they were also husbands and fathers who cared about their families. Very quickly, Helena made friends with girls her own age. The girl told her brother that she was happy to be treated so kindly by others. One of the men got up from the table and approached Leo, cheerfully saying that they needed to throw a party in honor of the new guy. The young man was pleased with such a pleasant company and was happy to talk to new acquaintances. Standing with a bunch of guys, he thought that his sister would adapt very well here and get used to this place. He thought that it was good because there were a lot of teenagers with whom Helena could communicate when he was not around. Last summer, autumn came, and once again the prince of the kingdom of Aston arrived in the city of Orville. Among the crowd that greeted the visiting prince were a brother and sister. Helena was delighted to see the young, slender, handsome prince. The procession, led by a prince on horseback and followed by noblemen, approached the place where Leo and Helena stood. The young man casually asked his sister what she thought of the prince. The girl replied that his highness looked simply magnificent. Looking at the handsome man on the horse, the young woman was very surprised when her brother asked her if she would like to marry the prince. My brother insistently wanted to hear the answer to the question whether his sister would marry the prince if it were possible. The girl was very surprised that her brother was going to marry her and did not calm down when he said that it would be in a few years. The embarrassed girl told her brother that she was not going to get married at all. Stunned by this answer, Leo did not even know what to think about his sister's behavior. The girl was completely furious with her brother's annoying questions. The young man wondered what was wrong with his younger sister. Perhaps it was all because of her transitional age. Once again, Prince Arnold de Claus was disgraced by Chloe de Tartaglia and returned to his home in Aston a week later, after which the military campaign began. Once again, the Coral and Berets gang started a fierce dispute over the illegal arms trade. At the same time, Launo's gang stayed away from these quarrels and fights, as Launo's gang continued to trade and accept orders to kill those who interfered with the client. One day, the boss called Leo into his office to give him a task. The young man heard that the gang had a big order to get rid of a nobleman. The boy was surprised by this order, because if they encroached on the life of a nobleman, then their gang would surely come to an end. The boss replied that this is a good point, but the customer is the father of their goal. Leo was very surprised to hear that the father really wanted to take his son's life. The boss said that he had received a letter from the representative of the Marquis of Tatian, and that if necessary, he would meet with the Marquis. Leo was surprised that it was possible to meet with the Marquis himself, and even more surprised that his boss had said that he would be the one to go to the meeting. Still, the young man did not understand why such a harsh order had suddenly arisen. The boss said that hadn't Leo heard that the princess was involved in another scandal that had recently occurred. At a soiree, Toten Tachin and Princess Chloe had fun in full view of everyone and then disappeared together. It is said that the princess returned only in the morning, but the king did not punish her for this, but took it as a given. The boss said that the situation is complicated because the royalist and swordsman factions are at odds with each other, and the swordsman faction is currently dominant. Leo realized that the leader of the royalist faction was the Marquis of Tatian. After smoking a cigar, the boss said that the princess had had fun with the two main men from each faction, and the king did not punish her for it. This must mean that it was done on his orders, the young man finally realized. The young man recalled that Princess Chloe de Tatalia was known for her modesty and grace, and it was hard to believe that she had voluntarily committed such a misdeed. The young man wondered why the king needed all this, to which the boss replied that His Majesty had never interfered in politics before. Leo heard that the leaders of the factions were trying to figure out what the king had done and wanted to prevent a conflict with the other side. The boss reasoned that the swordmaster had only sent his son to the capital's church as punishment, while the Marquis had planned a more radical punishment for his own. So the boss decided that Leo should meet with the Marquis and find out his intentions. The boy was surprised why he was being entrusted with such an important case. The leader said that he thought it would be easier for the Marquis to open up to someone like Leo, who was young and reliable. Still, Leo did not understand why he was given this task, perhaps because he had an achievement that increased the bandits' confidence in him. The boss said that he was entrusting the young man to handle the case from start to finish, and believed that he would do a good job. Leo was pleased because by completing this task, he would be able to meet a nobleman who was at the very center of the kingdom's politics. The young man was greeted and escorted to the majestic and luxurious chambers of the Marquis. While adjusting his unusual elegant clothes, the young man heard that he was invited to come in. He walked into a huge, lavishly decorated study where the Marquis was sitting behind a desk. Without looking up from the papers on his desk, the Marquis ordered all his servants to leave his office. Then, slowly raising his head, the Marquis looked at the young man in front of him for a while. Remembering his good manners, Leo made an elegant bow to the distinguished person. It seemed that the man was pleased with the young man's behavior and said that he expected to see a common bandit. Then, pointing to a chair, the Marquis invited the young man to sit opposite him and poured a strong drink into glasses for both of them. The man went on to say that he was trying to escape the storm, but one of the sailors on his team was very fearless, and it worried him. Leo sipped his drink and heard that a captain must always keep his ship afloat by any means necessary. The young man understood that it was the son of the Marquis, but he also asked allegorically whether the loss of the vice-captain would be a problem for the ship. Satisfied that he was understood, the Marquis said that then he would have to borrow someone from the crew of another ship. After taking a sip of the drink, the man said that he needed a skilled sailor, and was told by the young man that not all teams would be ready to give up their man. Continuing to play this game, Leo said that then he would have to take an unknown sailor to the team. The Marquis agreed that first you need to find out what the person you want to take on your ship is capable of. The conversation went on in allegorical terms, and the young man felt that he did not always understand what the Marquis meant. At the end of this strange conversation, Leo heard that there is no one closer than family. Finally, the young man thought that the main thing was that with the help of the Marquis, he could make Helena a princess. On his way back from the unusual meeting, the young man was thinking that everything was going well so far. His joining the Launo gang turned out to be the right and successful decision. If a Marquis wants a son, wouldn't a young man whose fencing skills are at the knightly level suit him? And wouldn't a girl of such striking beauty that she could impress the whole kingdom be suitable for the role of daughter? The young man thought that if he fulfilled the Marquis's task and proved himself and introduced Helena to him, they could probably become a family. In the midst of all these thoughts, the young man completely forgot that his sister had asked him to buy her something tasty, and now it was late and all the shops were closed. So the young man decided to visit his friend Obert's house. The man was near his house, but he was not alone. Kazuya was standing next to him. Leo apologized and asked if Obert had any sweets because he had forgotten to buy them for his sister that afternoon. Laughing, the man ordered me to wait and started looking in the drawers for a present for Helena. Cassia stood by in silence, looking at the young man in his beautiful clothes. The boy was embarrassed that the woman was looking at him so closely. He thought that every time he saw her, he remembered how their last meeting had ended. Finally, Obert found what he was looking for, and Leo received a small package of sweets and promised to pay up next time. To which his older friend said that he shouldn't rush because they were all one family now. The young man said goodbye and walked home through the dark streets of the city. After a while, he thought he heard footsteps behind him, looked back and saw Cassia. A few more minutes passed, and the woman still followed him in silence. Cassia didn't understand what was happening to her. She remembered that a few months ago, when she first saw the young man, he was thin and frail. She thought that only 6 months had passed, and he had already become such an attractive man. Leo stopped, and now he and Cassia stood silently facing each other in the middle of the street. Unable to stand this silence, Cassia stretched out her hand and wanted to hug the young man, but he pushed her hand away and pulled away. The young man looked at the surprised and embarrassed woman and turned away. He walked quickly down the dark street, not turning back, and moved away from Cassia. She stood in the darkness, unable to hold back the bitter tears as they rolled from her eyes. Opening the door to Helena's room, the young man shouted happily that he was home. A cheerful and carefree girl was happily greeting her older brother. The young man gave his sister the sweets he had brought and said that he could see how good her mood was, and then asked her what she had been doing all day. A beaming Helena said that today she had been with Santillan all day. Leo remembered that Santillan Launo was the grandson of his boss, Joseph Launo. The girl giggled and acted strangely, and Leo remembered that this boy was only a year younger than his Helena. Then, blushing, her sister whispered in her brother's ear that Santillan liked her. Leo was very surprised by this unexpected news. Did his boss's young grandson fall in love with Helena? The young man thought that Santillan was a nice guy, but what would happen if things got complicated in the future? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Leo was thinking, and his sister kept asking him what he thought about it. Chirping Helena said that she was not saying that they were dating, just that she thought he liked her. Smiling, the young man said that there is no one who is not fascinated by his sister. Helena babbled that her brother always jumps to conclusions, which is why he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Then she threw her arms around her brother and said that there were many girls who liked him, like her sister Soirine. Confused, Leo remembered a girl by that name and said that he didn't know her at all. They had hardly ever spoken. My sister kept telling me that Soirin worked in a flower shop and suggested that we go there soon. Seeing that her brother was not resisting, the girl decided to help him find a girlfriend and intended to go with him to that store. The Kingdom of Aston began a military campaign and gathered an army in response from the capital of the Kingdom of Velita. Wearing the hood of his cloak, Leo walked through the crowd of townspeople who were seeing the soldiers off on their march. The young man came to the palace to meet with Marquise Tatien, who, after greeting him, said that he expected the guest to fulfill the contract. The guy was waiting for some more wishes and instructions from the customer. The Marquis said that it would be easy to complete the task because they have been leaving their palace a lot lately. But Tatien had a condition that the task had to be completed outside his residence. The contractor thought that this condition made the task a little more difficult. At the time, the Marquis was pondering Leo's identity, reasoning that he was a rather strange young man who had claimed to be an illegitimate child. It's amazing that there is a bandit of such good looks who is also brilliantly versed in court etiquette. The Marquis thought that if he had such a son, even if he was illegitimate, he would take care of him. Bowing, the young man said that he would fulfill the task on the same day as the assembled army left the city. For several days, Leo stood at the edge of the road, watching the carriage leave the castle and enter the city. Leo was happy that this day had finally come. He saw Toten Tachen in the window of a passing carriage. The carriage slowly drove past the young man, its wheels clattering on the pavement. An old woman leaning on a stick slowly walked out of the alley and onto the road. For some reason, the old man wanted to cross the road right in front of a carriage that was traveling on it. The coachman began to shout loudly to the old woman, trying to get her to move out of the way. The carriage driver tried to stop the horse, which stood on its hind legs, almost knocking down the old woman. The carriage stopped. The coachman loudly scolded the old woman for her carelessness. Two young men sitting in the carriage asked what had happened and why they had stopped. Suddenly, the passengers felt something hit the door of their carriage hard. An unknown figure in a hood was trying to open the carriage door with all his might. Leo was very surprised that the carriage door was locked and could not be opened. A carriage driver heard a stranger breaking the carriage door and tried to stop him. In desperation, Leo thought that if the door was closed, he should retreat. But at the last moment, he drew his sword and struck with it, breaking through the carriage door. The sword entered the carriage door almost to the hilt, and someone screamed from inside. The next moment, the agile attacker quickly ran down the street to escape. The carriage that was attacked by an unknown bandit was in a hurry to take shelter in the church. When it became known about the attempted murder of the nobleman, the entire city guard was mobilized. Unfortunately, the carriage driver could not tell anything about the attacker. The Marquis's family refused to disclose any information, but everyone made their own conclusions. No one said anything about it, but everyone understood that it was a warning from the Marquis of Tatian. Leo reported to the Marquis's office, accompanied by 2 knights of the guard, one of whom, as it turned out, had been Toten's escort in the carriage that day. The Marquis ordered everyone in the office to leave because he wanted the meeting to be strictly confidential. Marquis Bernard said that he regretted what had happened, but he had no idea that the knight accompanying his son would be able to save him. Leo reasoned that the guards could not have known about the attack on Toten, and that it was possible that the Marquis himself had ordered the guards to close the carriage doors. The young man asked Tatian what happened to his son and heard that his life was not in danger. The young man realized that this time the Marquis used him as a warning to his son. The Marquis did not want to tell or explain anything else to the young man. Leo said that he was always ready to try again and was just waiting for the order and the date of the next attempt to complete the task. The young man got into a carriage and left the Marquis's castle, despairing that this game he was playing was just terrible. In despair, he reasoned that as soon as he had a hope of being able to pass this game, he was stabbed in the back every time. The young man did not understand what to do next, because he could only be safe because he joined a gang. Otherwise, he and his sister would not survive. He decided that no matter what, he had to use the Marquis. There is no other option because he has absolutely no chance of getting rid of the Prince of the Kingdom of Conrath, and he and his sister are officially considered dead. The young man recalled the history of the kingdom of Conrad Eric de Geril, who was born of the king's concubine, and got rid of Helena and Leo, who had more rights to the throne. In addition, Eric has the support of his maternal grandfather, Duke Lebet Turton, who is the one who has real power in the kingdom of Conrad. King Conrad of the kingdom has been bedridden for more than 10 years because he has an incurable disease and is still alive only thanks to the prayers of the saints. Knowing this, Leo understood why everyone believed that very soon Eric de Geril would take the throne. The young man returned home and stood in front of the door, thinking that he was very tired and felt lonely. The guy was desperate. He had no one to share with and tell that he was stuck in this game. He recalled the face of his friend Che Ha, who was so distant and seemingly unreal. Immersed in his memories, the young man thought he was lost in his feelings and did not know how long this could last. He thought about Helena, who was now always by his side, and in any scenario would take care of him and make sure he did not suffer. She always protects him and tries to comfort him under any circumstances. Helena opened the door to the door where her brother had finally knocked, looking very puzzled. The young man was surprised by the unusual behavior and appearance of his younger sister. The girl said there was nothing strange about her appearance. She was just training with Santian. Her brother was very surprised by her refusal, but the girl did not want to give any details and left the room. The boy thought that his sister's character was not very easy and decided that he had to play the game to the end. A few days later, taking Helena with him, the young man headed to the residence of the Marquis of Tatian in a carriage. The young man gave the butler who met them a letter and asked if the Marquis could receive them now. The servant wanted to refuse the young man at once, saying that the Marquis did not receive anyone without warning, but when he saw the girl get out of the carriage, he froze. Helena looked simply stunning in her new dress, but her expression was unhappy. The girl was annoyed that today she would not be able to meet her friend Santian because of this visit. From a distance, the young people heard the heavy footsteps of the Marquis entering the hall, asking the reason for this sudden visit. When the Marquis saw the young people standing in front of him, he stopped in surprise, looking at the girl. Leo bowed politely to greet the distinguished person, while Helena did not quite know how to behave in a noble society. Standing with his head bowed, Leo tried to guess how the Marquis would react to Helena's appearance. The young man reasoned that it was difficult to predict Taichen's behavior, but it seemed that he would be polite and not do them any harm. Bernard Taichen approached the girl and introduced himself and said that he was honored to meet Leo's sister. The Marquis thought that the girl looked confused and untrained in the manners of noble society. He kindly said that the guests had arrived just in time for lunch, and whether they would mind joining him for dinner. The girl looked very happy to be invited to lunch. Looking into Count Leo's face, I thought this invitation was a good sign. He was very happy that they were both invited to dinner and not just Helena, because that would not have been a good scenario. A few days after this visit, Leo fulfilled the terms of the agreement, Toten Tatian died, and the player received an achievement that will make all the nobles a little afraid of him. The player also won the favor of the Lano gang and was promoted to the rank of senior gang member. Toten Tatian paid a high price for ignoring his father's ultimatum and not giving up Chloe. Despite his father's prohibition, Toten continued his visits to the royal palace. The faction of swordmasters began to be very hostile to Marquis Taichen, and at that time, the leader of the swordmasters had already sent his son to the capital's church as a punishment. The members of the royalist faction were also concerned about the Marquis's inaction and watched their leader's actions with concern. The Marquis was forced to take actions that would satisfy everyone at the time. But all these trifles did not really bother the Marquis. He was only interested in the actions of the king and Count Hermann Foray. He did not understand why the swordmaster was in no hurry to appear on the battlefield and opposed sending knights of the first and second orders into battle. It was unclear what the swordsman was waiting for, because a military campaign is a great opportunity to achieve military success and raise his political status. The Marquis reasoned that there was something more significant behind all this than it seemed at first glance. The Count could have manipulated his son, but how he managed to use Princess Chloe and what Toten planned to get from the Count as compensation. The Marquis invited Leo to his luxuriously appointed study. The young man was thanked for his good work and said that he had only done what was required of him. Having completed this task, Leo grew in the eyes of the Marquis, but he realized that this young man was very unusual. Bernard wondered whether it made sense to take the young man as his adopted son. Immediately, the Marquis decided to offer the young man a drink with him and try to find out something from him. As he poured the strong drink into the glasses, the man wondered why the young man's younger sister had no manners at all. Sipping his drink, the Marquis reasoned that although the young man and the girl were close relatives, she knew nothing about etiquette. Finally, the man decided to start a conversation and asked the young man how he learned to be so good with a sword and whether he still trains. The young man replied that he practices whenever he has free time, mostly at night. The Marquis thought that the boy worked during the day and trained at night. Perhaps this is the fate of a bandit. Then the Marquis turned to his favorite conversation with the help of allegories, saying that when it is hot during the day, you need a cozy place to rest. As he joined the game, the young man said that it would be nice to relax by a cool well, knowing that the well symbolizes a family or a community. Squinting his eyes dreamily, the Marquis said that the well brought back many memories, thinking at the time that this young man was very clever and skillful. The Marquis recalled the investigation when, while examining the crime scene and looking at the damage to the carriage, he realized that the attacker had used sword skills very well. Bernard wondered if this young man was really a bastard, and who could be so stupid as to mistreat his son just because he was born out of wedlock. Then the man realized that the boy was an outcast. Thinking further, he thought that the noble families of Velita did not have such a brother and sister. Perhaps they were from another country. Bernard remembered the golden-colored eyes of his brother and sister, and thought that this could be a symbol of the royal family of the Archaean Empire. The Marquis decided that although the girl had no good manners, she looked elegant and charming, and if he adopted her, he could marry her to a prince. Leo, in turn, kept the conversation going, saying that he has almost no memories, only that his only sister is very dear to him. The man thought that the fact that the young man decided to hide his past would not hinder the realization of his plans. Raising his glass, the young man said that he was very grateful to the Marquis for his trust. The Marquis also raised his glass, pleased with the way his conversation with the young man had gone. Sipping on a strong drink, Leo congratulated himself on the fact that everything had worked out as he had planned. Leo really enjoyed spending his free time with Helena, and especially enjoyed training with her. By restraining his sister's blows, he taught her to attack the enemy. Some of the exercises were easy for her to master, and some she had to work on. The young man praised his sister for her skills, saying that she was good at it, and that the martial art she studied was used by the warriors of the Archaean Empire in ancient times. Leo noted that Helena in this scenario is extremely talented. The young man thought that perhaps he should teach his sister fencing so that she could be the youngest swordsman. Smiling at his thoughts, Leo remembered how skilled and persistent Helena Einar was in fencing. But the girl thought that her older brother was making fun of her abilities and had to comfort her. The young man assured her that in the few months she had been training, she had achieved very good results. A little later, when they sat down to rest, the boy brought 2 mugs of water for himself and his sister. After taking a few sips, she heard that her brother wanted to talk to her about something important. Leo asked her if she remembered coming to the Marquis's mansion, and if Helena wanted to become Tatian's adopted daughter. The girl was very surprised, and her brother assured her that the nobleman intended to adopt them both. The young man noticed that his sister looked very sad after he said that. The surprised young man asked her if she didn't want this to happen, and he said that she didn't want it to happen. Leo tried to explain all the advantages of becoming a nobleman and living in a luxurious mansion with lively gestures. The girl realized why her brother was taking her to the Marquis, and why he was so nervous about talking to him. The boy, not expecting such a reaction from his sister, did not know how to persuade her further. With a sad face, Helena said that she no longer planned to train and would go to her room. She went home, leaving her brother alone to reflect on the situation. Running into her room, she fell on the bed, hugged the pillow, and cried, saying through her tears that her brother was a real fool. She was saying that if they were not going to stay here, why did they come? In a sobbing voice, Helena said that she had made friends with Santian and other teenagers. Sitting down on the bed, she remembered that all her current friends were telling her to be very careful. Older women tell her that if a stranger comes near her, she should run away because she is so beautiful. She never understood such teachings and what could happen to her. The women scared her by saying that if she was not careful, something very bad could happen. The girl thought that being beautiful was a problem and why she had to be careful. She recalled that when they were beggars, her older brother always smeared mud on her face. And when she asked him why, he would laugh and say that then her face would not get sunburned. She recalled that he also went to ask for alms, always alone, hiding it from others. The young woman realized that her brother was doing all this for her, to protect her. Having decided to obey her brother, the girl left the house and went to the tree under which Leo was still sitting. Helena said she would agree with the decision made by her older brother, and if he thinks it is necessary, let them become foster children. The young man was glad that his sister had made such a balanced and wise decision. But I was not expecting to hear immediately that Helena had one small condition. Before the adoption, the Marquis began to introduce young people to the nobility. This was an official recognition of the children who had been tacitly adopted into the family. The girl was delighted with the luxurious outfits she now wore. The young man said that now they would go to the hall where their foster father was waiting for them. Upon entering the large hall, the young people saw the Marquis and 2 other men sitting in armchairs. An elderly, overweight man in bright, rich clothes and a strange hat rose from his chair and greeted me, saying his name was Brian Zoer. Leo and Helena bowed according to etiquette and said their names. Excitedly exclaimed that he knew the Marquis was going to introduce his son and daughter to them today, but he hadn't thought the children would be so wonderful. The second guest of the Marquis was a man with a thin face and long hair, Count Gustav Peter. The Count politely introduced himself, and the young people again followed all the rules of etiquette appropriate to the situation. The Marquis said that these children would soon become his son and daughter and expressed hope that his guests would take good care of them. The young man thought that this meeting with the nobles was ordinary and no different from other meetings, but he did not know who Viscount Zoer was. It turned out that this cheerful and talkative man was the actual owner of all the existing taverns in the city of Orville, and he was also the half-brother of Breton Zoer. Breton was a tavern manager from the Red Light District whom Helena met in the previous version of this scenario. Listening to the fat man in the hat's chatter, Leo thought he was only concerned with the profits of his taverns. Looking at the Viscount, the young man thought that he was a very vile type, from whom one could expect any kind of mischief. In the morning, Leo practiced with his trainer doing exercises with weapons. He heard that it is not necessary to get close to the enemy's sword, but to be able to swing properly and always have room for maneuver. The young man performed the same exercise over and over again, but still made many mistakes. The coach did not scold him for it, but the young man knew that the training was not going well. He asked me to stop training today because he didn't sleep well last night and is tired. The coach agreed and started walking off the training ground. The young man was desperate because his skills with weapons were not improving, no matter what he did. He recalled how skillfully he had wielded a sword in the previous scenario and his father's incredible technique. The young man also recalled how Einar Helena decided to combine her uncle's and Katrina's fighting techniques, thus creating her own personal style. Thinking that perhaps in this scenario his character had no talent for fighting, Leo looked up and saw a figure behind the scenes. It was Marquis Tatian who secretly watched the boys' training. The young man wondered how long he had been under surveillance and what it meant because he had a bad feeling. After finishing the training, the young man went to his room to rest and think about how to behave in the future. He sent the woman who served him away because he wanted to be alone. Standing under a huge portrait of the Marquis that adorned one of the walls of the building, the young man thought that he had a strong desire to leave this estate as soon as possible. But first we have to make sure that Helena marries the prince as soon as possible. Leo recalled everything he knew about the past of Bernard Tatian, who, being the third son in the family, nevertheless received his title by killing his two older brothers. He was a terrible and ruthless man with a dark past. The next day, the young man was traveling in a carriage through the streets of the city, intending to visit a place. Arriving in the city of his destination, the boy looked around to make sure that no one was watching him this time. A young man approached the door of a pretty flower shop. The cute girl selling the goods was greeting the customer with a happy face. It was Soirin, one of the members of the Lano gang. Ever since Leo first visited this shop with Helena, the shopkeeper has offered him tea every time he visits. Now every time Leo gratefully has to accept this offer. Soirin prepares tea and brings delicious cookies. The young man does not understand why he has to go to all this trouble if he is just coming to buy flowers for Helena. The young man recalled that every time he brings Helena flowers from the shop, she asks him 100 questions about the flowers, forcing him to come back for more. Now, he was sitting at a tea party and hardly listened to all the cheerful chatter that surrounded him with the talkative saleswoman. He was not in a merry mood because his sister had been seriously ill for several days. The doctor who was invited to visit the patient said that the disease did not seem to be very serious, and that this often happens during the change of seasons. After the examination, the doctor prescribed medication and ordered the patient to keep warm and rest more. In addition to this illness, the young man was also concerned about his sister's fate, and he was worried that she had realized why he had taken her to the Marquis. Looking at Helena's face, the boy thought that he had used his sister to gain the support of the Marquis. But Helena herself voluntarily agreed to become the adopted daughter of a nobleman, although she did have one condition. Then, sitting under a tree after training, she asked her brother to wait a little longer with this change in their lives because she really liked their current family. The girl asked him to give her some time to say goodbye to all her friends, and he agreed. Fortunately, the Marquis also agreed to this, and it did not seem to threaten any complications. Sitting over a cup of cold tea, the young man thought that he should become the Marquis's foster children as soon as possible in order to make Helena a princess. All this time, Soirin kept going on with her monologue, which the young man did not listen to. Now she was enthusiastically telling him that she loves theater productions. Distracted from his thoughts, Leo finally thought it was time to end this endless tea party. Trying to join in the conversation, he realized that Soirin was suggesting that they go to the theater together on weekends. The young man seemed to have no reason to refuse, so he was reluctant to accept the offer. Finally, Soirin remembered why the young man had come to the store and began to make a bouquet of flowers for Helena. The young man was surprised by the beauty of the bouquet the saleswoman made, thinking that these flowers would decorate Helena's room. Handing over a beautiful bouquet to the young man, Soirin said that these flowers are called svobria. Looking the young man straight in the eye, she said that in the language of flowers, this name means "I will follow you." But Leo was not very interested. He said he would tell his sister and said goodbye. Coming out of the shop with a big bouquet, the young man thought that he had spent too much time talking and his sister must have been waiting for him. Walking down the street, he suddenly heard fast footsteps approaching behind him. He looked back and saw a red-haired woman ordering him to stop. The young man could not contain his surprise when he saw the knight Katrina from another scenario a few steps away. A red-haired woman also froze in the middle of the street, remembering another guy she had fought with during a combat campaign. This skinny guy standing in the street looked very similar to her former opponent, but he seemed to be much younger. The woman reasoned that it was probably a different guy, but very, very similar to her opponent. Quickly approaching the young man, she asked if he knew her, because he was acting as if they knew each other. She came very close, looking at the boy's face and asking why he was so surprised to see her on the street. The woman saw the tattoo on the young man's neck and said that if he was a bandit, he should not expect mercy from her. Leo, holding his bouquet, was very surprised, and the woman ordered him to stand still and not move, and she turned around and left. The young man could not understand where Katrina had come from, and finally he realized that all the scenarios in the game occurred at almost the same time. It turns out that his battle with Katrina took place a few months ago, and now Helena and Leo are moving across the continent simultaneously in different scenarios. Then it is understandable why he was able to meet Katrina here now. He was distracted from his thoughts by the shout of the knight who ordered him to follow her. The young man reasoned that this could be dangerous, but he was not the redhead's enemy now, so he should listen to her. Following the woman, the young man entered the tavern and approached the table where Katrina was sitting comfortably. He obediently sat down across from the redhead, and she wondered how much he resembled her old enemy. Finally, the woman asked him his name and was stunned to hear that his name was Leo. She recalled how her enemy's companion had also called him by that name on the battlefield, but it was clearly a different guy. Once again, looking very carefully at the face of the young man sitting opposite her, she asked him if he was sure that they did not know each other. The woman asked why he was so surprised when he saw her, not knowing what to say. Leo scratched the back of his head and mumbled that he had done it unconsciously. The knight thought that this name was not very common and asked the young man if he was from Aston. Leo answered that he was from the kingdom of Conrad, and then the woman asked him a new question about whether he had any brothers and sisters. The young man said that he had a brother 2 years older than him, but they were separated in childhood when his family was forced to leave their home. The knight listened attentively, and the young man wondered if she believed his lie because he was a year older than Leo Dexter, but looked much younger. Finally, the red-haired girl clarified the situation for herself, deciding that the two young men were brothers, but why did they have the same name? The boy started making up a story that he actually had a different name and that Leo was a pseudonym to join a gang. Katrina finally gained some trust in the young man sitting across from her, and she laughed and said that they could continue the conversation over dinner. Leo listened to the story that she had met his brother during a battle, and that he was very good with a sword, and that his girlfriend was with him. Looking at Katrina, the boy thought that on the battlefield she looked tough and charismatic, but in fact she was so cheerful and talkative. The woman said that if the boy had any problems, he should come to the western gate of Rochellen, at the second alley, a house with a blue roof, and he would easily find the place. She then assured him that she would help him in any way she could, and advised him to quit working as a gangster. Katrina liked this young man, and it was nice to talk to him. Both very pleased with this pleasant acquaintance, they said goodbye. The boy was walking down the street with his big bouquet and thinking about what he had just learned. It turns out that Katrina from the engagement scenario came back alive and lives here, and it turns out that all three scenarios are connected. It turns out that the events of the previous scenario can affect the course of the next one. And if in the scenario about beggars he manages to prevent a military campaign, then Leo Dexter and Helena Einar can avoid tragic endings. Especially now, the young man knows the reason why the military campaign is being launched, all because of the insult to the Prince of the Kingdom of Aston. The young man stood in the middle of the street, thinking and looking for a way to change something in this game, trying to put all the facts together. The prince arrives in the city just 2 months after the beginning of the script. The adoption is made possible by a scandal with the princess. Gilbert is sent to the church. The young man was standing in the middle of the street, brooding, and didn't notice that someone was calling out to him. It was Obert, and the young man excused himself for not hearing him by saying that he was thinking. The friends talked about Helena's business and health. Obert then said that there were rumors that Leo often visited the Marquis and talked to him. When he heard that it was true, the man laughed happily, saying that it was very good, and he realized from the first meeting that Leo was special. A pleased Obert said that the skinny boy who had come to them not so long ago would soon become a real nobleman. The man went on to say that Kaja is a really good judge of character, and now she has regained consciousness and is feeling well. Saying goodbye to his friend, Leo said that he was very happy that everything was going well with Cassia and she was back in business. A young man with a bouquet of flowers came into Helena's room and greeted her joyfully. The girl said she was feeling much better and told us that today she said goodbye to their current family. She said that everyone was very sad at the news, and Santian even cried. Helena praised the bouquet her brother brought her and asked how his meeting with Soirin went. A girl was very excited when she heard that her brother was meeting a flower girl this weekend to go to the theater. At the agreed time, Leo was waiting for Soirin on the street near the flower shop. It was clear that she was in a hurry to get to the meeting and was very worried that she was a little late. The young man assured her that she was on time and that he had just arrived, and he took her by the hand and led her to the carriage. On the way to the theater, the girl told us that she had always dreamed of playing in the theater since she first visited it with her parents. She dreamed of becoming a famous actress, and eventually her father took her to a theater company. Leo listened carefully to the girl and learned that she was only allowed to play small, insignificant roles in productions without a single line of text. For a moment, the young man remembered that in real life, his girlfriend, Jae Ha, also dreamed of acting in a play. The young man expressed his sympathy to Soirin, and she said that she quickly gave up because she did not want to play roles that anyone could play even without acting. The girl said that at the time she blamed her parents for her failure and wished she had been born a little more attractive. Leo said that the people in that theater company must have been blind if they did not recognize the girl's beauty. Soirin was very pleased with Leo's words and said that she was happy to come to the theater, even as a guest, to enjoy the performance. After the performance, the young people were already going down the stairs near the theater, sharing their impressions of what they had seen. The girl was delighted and very emotional about what she had seen. The young man watched her with interest. He suggested that if Soirin was hungry, she could go to a restaurant nearby. But she refused, instead thanking Leo for having a great time with him that evening. The young man replied that he also liked it very much and never thought that the play could be so much fun. Then Soirin said that she understood that he was not interested in her. Then the companion said that she wanted to congratulate him on becoming the adopted son of a marquis. After listening to the greeting, Leo thought that he understood what the girl liked, but he could not do anything about it. He can't give her hope, so he thinks it's better for her to deal with her feelings. Finally, Soirin jokingly asked if he should now be called Mr. Leo Taichin. It took a long time before the Marquis finally invited his foster children to meet with the nobility. By then, Helena had almost recovered. Leo hoped that the Marquis would not consider it disobedience that he had decided not to take his sister with him this time. The young man arrived much earlier than the appointed time to explain to the Marquis his sister's absence from the meeting. The butler who met the boy at the gate seemed embarrassed and very confused. The butler asked the young man why he was alone and where his sister was, and was told that she was ill. Very uncertain and nervous, the Marquis's servant invited Leo, who was surprised by this reception, to enter the hall. Walking down the corridor, Leo saw the girl guard who had been in the carriage during his attack on Toten Tatian and closed the carriage door. He had never encountered this girl directly at the Marquise's receptions, but now she was standing there looking sternly at him. Leo asked the Marquis to inform him of his arrival and apologized for arriving a little early, and if it was inappropriate, he would leave immediately. On his way back to the gate of the mansion, the young man thought that the butler and the knight were behaving strangely and that the atmosphere seemed hostile. When he went out of the gate, the boy saw that his carriage had strangely disappeared. Instead, Count Gestapo Peter's carriage pulled up to the gate. Getting out of the carriage, the Count asked the worried Leo where he was going. Leo tried to leave the place, muttering that he had important, urgent business to attend to. He had already turned to leave when the Gestapo called him a prince and asked if His Highness wanted to escape again. Bowing to the young man, the Count said that he had come to see him and was pleased to see the reaction of the anxious and surprised Leo. The stunned young man asked himself how he had managed to find out about this. Slowly enunciating the words, the Gestapo said that he had seen him several times as a child and that he recognized him immediately when he met him at the Marquis's house. The Count said that he was pleased to see how the prince had grown up, but unfortunately, if everyone knew that His Highness was alive, there would be a ruckus in the kingdom of Conrad. At the same moment, a knight standing nearby drew her sword and headed toward Leo. Realizing that it was an ambush, the young man immediately ran away with all his might. The knight followed him, exclaiming that she must avenge Toten Tatian. Meanwhile, Helena was sitting in her room when she heard quick footsteps in the hallway and a knock on the door. She opened the door without understanding and asked what was going on. Santian stood outside the door, out of breath, shouting for Helena to come out quickly. Grabbing the confused girl by the hand, the boy pulled her along, saying that they had to hurry. Running through the corridors without realizing it, she looked out the window. Near their house, she saw a lot of armed knights and soldiers with whom the gang members were fighting bravely. One of the officers shouted to the soldiers that if they saw a girl with golden eyes, they should detain her and kill the rest. Terrified by what she heard, the young woman continued to run, holding her friend's hand. At the same time, the Marquis was sitting in his office, and a servant reported to him that the area where Lano's gang was located had been successfully surrounded. Tatian asked the servant if they had found the girl, and when he heard that they had not yet, he became very angry. The furious Marquis shouted that everything had gone wrong, and that they had missed Leo when they were almost in his hands. A servant reported that Irene was pursuing the young man and would soon capture him. The irritated Marquis, standing with a glass by the window, ordered the servant to leave. Approaching the table where Gestapo was sitting, the Marquis asked Peter if he was sure that the two were really the exiled prince and princess of the kingdom of Conrad. The Count immediately replied that he had no doubt about it. Smiling, the Marquis said that this completely changed the matter, and the young man turned out to be an unusual adopted son. Tatian went on to say that he had contacted the royal family of Conrad through the mediation of the church and received a response from the Yarels. Their answer was simple. They asked to get rid of the two, but the Marquis agreed to kill only the prince. This affected the price of the deal, but no one in the kingdom of Conrad knows how beautiful the princess has grown. In order to detain the two, a council of knights was convened and decided not to attack Lano's bandit lair. Instead, it was decided to invite the two to the Marquis's mansion to kill Leo and capture Helena. The Marquis reasoned that his perfect plan had failed because the young man had come to the meeting alone without Helena, but that sooner or later he would be caught anyway. At the time, Helena followed Santian through a secret underground passage. The boy explained to his friend that this passage was built by their distant ancestors. The girl heard someone calling out to them from around the corner. The young people saw family members of the Lano gang, led by Obert. Obert ordered everyone to line up in 5 and hurry up and set off. Holding Santian's hand, the girl asked excitedly what happened to her brother. The girl thought that all the members of Lano's gang blamed her and her brother for what happened, and that they should not have gotten involved with the aristocrats. Finally, Obert, who was walking ahead of everyone else, said that they were there. The secret passage ended in a dead end, and there was a ladder against the wall. He was not a young man sitting in a chair in a spacious library when he heard a roaring noise coming from underground. The carpet on the floor of the room shuddered, and a gap opened under it, closing the entrance to the dungeon. Oberth looked around and greeted the old man. An old man who looked like a monk said that he thought something serious had happened if they had to use this passage. Obert confirmed with a sad look that this was the case. An old man looked out from behind the door of an unremarkable house in the middle of the street and told the fugitives to follow him. At the same time, Leo was running as fast as he could through the streets of the city, trying to get away from his pursuer. Irina was only a few steps behind the boy, but still couldn't catch up. Feeling that it was difficult for her to catch up with the boy, the pursuer decided to throw a sword at him, believing that he would not be able to dodge. But the knight was unable to carry out her plan. The young man was quicker, and his sword struck the wall of a house not far from him. Picking up her fallen sword, Irene once again rushed in pursuit of her victim. The young man reasoned that he was still alive only because he had achievements from past scenarios of strength in dark alleys. Looking back at his pursuer, Leo thought that unfortunately he did not have a sword and was not prepared for such a situation. The young man reasoned that perhaps Irene was as strong as Katrina, and at that moment he turned onto the street leading to the flower shop. Bursting through the door of the shop, the young man saw Soirin, who was very frightened by his appearance. He crouched down behind the counter, covering the girl's mouth and begging her to keep quiet to save him. Having lost sight of the person she was chasing, an angry Irina stood in the middle of the street, looking around in confusion. She asked passers-by if they had seen anyone suspicious. The knight approached the shop, and the young man realized that he would soon be discovered, so he pushed the door open and suddenly jumped out to meet her. As the frantic chase continued, Leo realized that he needed a sword and wanted to return to the gang's territory to get one. He hoped that together with the gang, he would be able to stop the pursuer. But the problem was that the identity of the prince of the kingdom of Conrad had been exposed. Upon reaching the territory of Launo's gang, the young man took a whistle from his pocket and gave a conditional signal. He stood there not understanding why no one was responding to this signal. The knight understood his halt as a sign that he had decided to surrender, and she slowly approached the young man, holding her sword tightly. Suddenly, an unknown woman attacked Irina from behind, grabbing her by the neck and preventing her from moving on. Leo was surprised to see that his enemy's attacker was Cassia. With all her might, Cassia held the knight, preventing her from breathing, and shouted at Leo to run away quickly. For a moment, the young man froze, not understanding why Cassius was doing this for him. But he had no time to think about it, so he ran away again. The knight screamed for her attacker to let her go immediately, and then tried to turn her sword around to reach and strike Cassia. The forces were unequal, and Irina stabbed her attacker with her sword, who was holding her by the neck. After being struck by the sword, Cassia loosened her grip, and the knight managed to throw her off. Cassia fell to the ground, and her last breath escaped from her chest. The young man ran on and heard the voice of the game that he had gained an achievement and was becoming very close to Cassia. Irene stood with her sword down, watching Leo walk away, and the game's voice told him that he had to help Cassia get free. The young man ran to the neighborhood where the Launo gang members lived and saw several dead gang members on the sidewalk. He could hear the sounds of battle coming from a little distance away. The boy saw a group of armed soldiers and heard an officer ordering them to kill everyone they met here. Having finished with Cassia, who had allowed the young man to escape with her attack, Irina continued to look for her victim. Peering around the corner at the carnage, the young man thought that if he intervened without a weapon, he would die immediately, and wondered how he could find Helena. Leo recalled that there was a secret passage under the gang's mansion, and that the girl might have escaped with everyone else. Suddenly, he heard his pursuer approaching and caught up with him again, and he ran away. The young man thought that the only person who could help him now was Katrina. He remembered the address she had given him and decided that it was very close by. After running through several alleys, he finally saw a house with a blue roof and ran to it, hoping that Katrina was home. He was lucky. A red-haired woman was walking right towards him, holding a large bag of food. The knight greeted him joyfully and looked at the out-of-breath boy in surprise and asked what happened to him. Pointing behind his back, Leo said that he was being persecuted. Katrina said that she had warned the young man that sooner or later he would be in big trouble, and when she saw that the pursuer was a knight, she ordered him to move away. Both knights crossed their swords. Katrina asked the stranger to stop and talk first. Irene was very surprised that all the women she met on the road rushed to his defense. Irina, furious, shouted at the stranger to stop resisting and not to interfere with her. At first, it seemed that the skillful Katrina would be able to defeat her opponent. But in a few seconds, the young knight easily wounded her with her sword, and the redhead realized that it would not be easy to win. With a few seconds to rest, Katrina wondered what her friend could have done to be chased by a knight of such high standing. The red-haired girl thought that her injured shoulder would not allow her to win this fight and tore the amulet off her neck and threw it to the guy. Ordering Leo to run, she shouted that she was doing it only for his older brother and ordered him to find him in Astana and tell him that she had repaid her debt. The guy saw that Katrina could not win and did not know what to do. The red-haired woman yelled at him to run faster if he didn't want to stay here forever. Leo ran, holding tightly in his hand the amulet Katrina had given him and calling out to her to take care of herself. The red-haired woman shouted at him to take better care of himself. Finally, the young man broke away from his pursuer and stood in the middle of an unfamiliar street, trying to catch his breath, realizing that Katrina most likely did not survive. He heard the voice of the game that Katrina had sacrificed herself, and now he becomes very close to her and has the task of helping her to get her freedom next time. The young man was distraught because both women, Cassia and Katrina, had died protecting him. In despair, Leo covered his face with his hands and cried, realizing that the situation was only getting worse. He wondered how he could find the missing Helena. The young man decided to investigate the circumstances of the incident and find the surviving members of Lano's gang. From a distance, Leo saw the house where Lano's gang used to be located burning and realized that Marquise Tatian's men had already been here. The young man thought that he had underestimated the danger of the Marquis, and that he had probably sent a detachment to pursue the surviving members of the gang. The game is not over, which means that Helena is alive, but apparently not in Orville anymore. The young man decided that perhaps he needed to go north in search of Helena and to escape from the pursuit. To leave the kingdom, he had to pass through a gate guarded by guards. Leo put on a hood and stood in a line of people who wanted to go out the gate and heard a guard shouting to a man to stop. The soldier looked closely at the man's face and said that he had brown eyes, so he could pass freely. Leo realized that he would not be able to cross the border of the kingdom because the guards would detain him as soon as they saw his golden eyes. The young man stayed for a few days in an abandoned shack on the edge of the forest to carry out his plan and cross the border undetected. The hut was dirty and only rats had lived there for a long time, but the young man did not pay attention to this and managed to get a plant called deper. An extract made from this plant should help him change the color of his eyes. When the drops of the extract got into the young man's eyes, he felt a burning pain and his vision deteriorated significantly. But the boy told himself that he would do anything to find Helena. The young man searched the entire northern region of Velita, but Helena was not there, so he decided that she was abroad in Aston. She could not go there because the fighting was going on. The young man thought that she was most likely headed south, but the kingdom of Conrad was looking for them now, and the safest thing to do would be to go to the kingdom of Orun. Leo decided to go to the town of Daimos, which is located in the kingdom of Orun. First, the young man went to the bakery where Helena worked in another story, but the bakery was closed and in a state of disrepair. The townsman told him that the bakery owner had lost her only son and was very ill. The young man asked a local where Helena was, and was told that she had gone with the priests to the capital's cathedral. Turning something around to leave, the young man thought that Leo and Helena from the childhood friendship scenario existed here, and that events were unfolding according to his last actions there. The man with whom the young man was talking asked who he was and why he was interested in this town, but Leo did not answer. The young man was walking through the streets of the town, looking around and feeling that something was wrong. The people he met along the way had sad and worried faces. The young man thought that the town was not the same as it used to be, that the people used to be kind and helpful, and now they seemed to be afraid of each other. The boy turned around and wanted to go on when he heard the voice of the game congratulating him on the fact that Helena got married and thanking him for playing the game of raising Helena. The following was information that Helena de Geril married Santian Lano and had 2 sons. After leaving Orville, she settled in the kingdom of Isel. Already flying over the abyss, the young man heard that Leo de Geril, whose last profession was traveler in the kingdom of Conrad, was captured by soldiers and executed. Recalling the image of his sister from this scenario, the young man thought that this time it was Santian who had prevented him. He didn't even have to meet Helena for the last time, although this time he tried his best to win. The player reasoned that during the 2 years of this scenario about a beggarly brother and sister, he had not rested a single second. Analyzing the situation, the young man noted that in this game he became very greedy when he realized that the Marquis intended to adopt them and used Helena's beauty. Soaring above the abyss, the young man heard that he failed to make Helena a princess, and for his time spent searching, he gained the skill of tracking. Restart. The player has already seen a green meadow around him and heard that Helena, a childhood friend, is asking him a question, and then the game message is heard. The young man heard that the speed at which he becomes Leo increases in the 10th game out of 20, and realized that the number of attempts to play the game is limited. His girlfriend kept asking him, wondering why he didn't answer, but the revelation about the limited number of attempts to play stunned the player. The young man could not concentrate on the questions Helena was asking him, and just smiled. The girl looked completely confused when she heard from her friend that he remembered that he had an urgent matter. Nervous from the realization of what he had heard, the young man wanted to be alone and think it over again. The player was feverishly thinking that he had only 11 attempts in the game, including this one. The boy was thinking about what would happen when the last attempt was used, and he failed to complete the game or something bad happened to him. The player laughed nervously, remembering that this game cost him 2,000, that is, 100 for each attempt. Clutching his head, the young man thought that it would be better to live his real life because he missed his Cheha so much. But now, he was here in the game, and he was reminded of this by the knock on his door and Helena's voice calling out to him. Trying to concentrate before opening the door, the player thought he still had 11 attempts, which is not bad. As expected, a joyful Helena stood outside the door and invited her friend to go to the river together. On the bank of the river, a young man sat down on a stone and began to weave baskets of wicker, while a girl filled them with water. The boy was humming a song in thought, thinking that the tracking skill he learned at the end of the last story was quite useful. With this ability, it will be much easier for him to find a prince for Helena. The girl came up to him to pick up another woven basket. She looked very closely at her friend and suddenly asked him if he was Leo. The young man stood there frozen with the basket in his hands and asked what she meant. The girl was thinking that her friend was acting very strangely after the last time they returned from a walk. She also noticed that her friend's habit of twitching his ears when he was excited had disappeared and wondered if this could happen. The young man realized that his girlfriend was suspicious and distrustful of him, and that he needed to be more careful. The girl said, looking at him closely, that he did not look like himself, and that he had never sung such an unusual song before. The young man justified that he had heard the song yesterday and just decided to try singing. The girl agreed with him, but she still had doubts. Leo thought that he had been in this game for 8 years, and that he must have undergone some changes that he didn't notice. Returning home from a walk to the river, the young man met his father, who was returning from hunting, and brought back the prey. Leo helped his father deal with the loot and was friendly. For a moment, the young man thought that his father, like Helena, was looking at him with distrust. Then he and his father sat down to dinner, and Leo decided to find out the answers to the questions that had long been bothering him. The young man began his story from afar, saying that he had heard from his friend that huge foxes live somewhere in the north. The young man was referring to the mythical fox from the betrothal scenario and believed that in order to prevent participation in the military campaign, he had to kill this animal. Leo asked his father if he knew how to catch the mythical fox. His father was an experienced hunter, Leo thought, but did he have any experience in hunting demonic animals? Therefore, the young man had little hope that his father knew about mythical animals and was surprised when he heard his father's story. The young man learned that foxes jump high above the ground and do so that their prey does not notice them. Then he heard a fox approaching quietly and then jumping high into the air and landing directly on its prey to catch it immediately. While listening to his father, The young man learned that if the prey spots the fox and quickly catches up to it, it bites or hits it with its front paws. Getting up from the table, my father said that for such a giant fox, a person can be either a tasty prey or just a toy. The young man said that he would like his father to teach him how to hunt such giant foxes. But the man said nothing to that, just sat down by the window and went about his business. After the hunt with his father, Leo suggested that his girlfriend leave the town together. The only difference was that he suggested that Helena go to Lutetia instead of Nevice, the capital of the kingdom of Oran. As he was preparing to leave, the young man thought that he now knew how to meet the prince and was not setting out to make Helena a priestess. He planned that while Helena was working and earning money for her church studies, he would be able to find the prince. A few days passed and the young people left the town of Daimos with a caravan of traders. The young man with the freckles was also in that trade caravan, and Leo thought he was following him and Helena again. Upon arriving in the city of destination, the young people went to find a place to spend the night. Helena thought she knew more about choosing a place to live because she had read about it in books. Leo assured her that he knew where to stay and could find a cozy place where no one would bother them. Finally, Leo chose a spacious and tidy room to live in, and his girlfriend was happy. Then, smiling, the young man said that he had forgotten some things in the caravan wagon and promised to return soon, and left the room. Leo came out of the house where they were staying, looking around. Hans stood around the corner of the house, watching Leo with hatred and envy, and thinking that the two of them were sharing a room. Leo saw the observer and realized that he had tracked down their place of residence. He walked as if by chance in the direction where Hans was hiding around the corner of the house and called out to him. Before he could say a word, the bewildered young man with freckles received a severe blow to the face. Hans fell to the ground and shouted that he did not understand why Leo had attacked him. And sitting on the ground, the boy with the freckles heard Leo say that if he noticed that he was watching them, it would be even worse. After kicking Hans once again, Leo told him to remember this warning well. The next day, the young people went to the local town hall to get permission to leave the territory. The young man showed the official a letter with the stamp of a priest from Daimos, confirming that they were planning to go to church for study. The official was clearly in no hurry, and at first looked for the town of Deimos on the map for a long time, then agreed to give Leo permission and praised him for planning to become a priest. Then he said that Helena, as an accompanying person, also needed a permit. The official was very surprised to realize that the girl wanted to become a priest and not the boy who was just accompanying her. The official's reaction seemed to indicate that the information that the girl wanted to be a priest was very unusual. Then, visibly worried, the bureaucrat said that Leo would give permission to leave, but only to him. Leo was surprised and angry when he heard that an order had been issued that girls like his friend would have to work for several months in the Lord's castle. Helena was sad and confused and did not know how to react to the news. The official said that a high-ranking guest from Conrad would soon arrive to meet with the daughter of Marcus Haydn. The castle needs pretty young girls as maids, and it is possible that this order simply did not reach Daimos, but Helena must stay anyway. The young man was angry when faced with a new problem, and thought that this must be one of the events of the game that he could not influence. Seeing that her friend was angry, the girl grabbed his hand and said that she agreed to work in the Lord's castle. The young people went to the castle and learned that the girl would receive 15 bronze coins a day and have room and board at the Lord's expense. Upon entering the lobby of the estate, the girl was delighted and wanted to get this job. They stood in line with other candidates like them, and Leo told the girl that they could not stay and had to hurry if she wanted to become a priest. With a sad face, the young woman said that her parents had given her all the money for the trip, and now it would be difficult for them to survive the winter. She begged Leo to stay until she earned money and sent it to her parents. The young man was surprised by his girlfriend's passion for money. He had never noticed it in her before. The line was moving forward, and Leo had to agree to his friend's persuasion. The young man thought that how could he object to Helena when she wanted to help her parents, and how difficult it would be for him to make her a princess. On the same day, they started working together as servants in the castle because the young man wanted to be close to his girlfriend. One day, while Leo and the other servants were working in the garden, he heard the butler calling out to them that a young lady would soon arrive. All the servants were ordered to quickly gather in the middle of the castle. Servants lined both sides of the corridor and bowed their heads to greet the daughter of Marquis Harvey Hyde. The girl was walking down the hallway, and Leo remembered that Harvey was the patron saint of the eastern region of the kingdom of Orun. Standing among the other servants, the young man was thinking about how events might develop in this version of the game. With a beaming face, the butler greeted the distinguished lady, thanking her for coming to the castle. But the Marquise's daughter looked sad and refused to have dinner and said she wanted to rest from the journey. She also said that she would then greet everyone else because she wanted to rest before the gala dinner. With a sad look, the lady followed the butler to her room. The girl whispered to herself that this was her last chance. Looking around her new room, she recalled a recent conversation with her father. She was in despair and screamed with tears in her eyes that she did not want this to happen, and her father told her to think about herself. Her father told her that she had already reached the age of marriage, and it did not matter that this marriage would be concluded for political reasons. With tears in her eyes, the girl told her father that she did not want to meet any of these disgusting people. My father said that maybe it was just gossip, and that if she talked to him in person, he would not judge her so harshly. The girl said that two princes did indecent things with noble ladies at a banquet and even ordered courtesans. The daughter persuaded her father not to send her to those princes and agreed to marry anyone else. Marquis Haidan did not want to agree to his daughter's whims and caprices. In despair, the girl cried out that she regretted being born into the Gaidan family if she had to marry such a horrible person. She begged her father to marry her to someone with at least a drop of decency. Finally, the Marquis took pity on his daughter and said that he would think about her request. With tears in her eyes, the girl thanked her father for his consent. Now she was lying in her room on her bed, thinking that she had to make things right here, otherwise she would have to marry the prince she hated. There was a knock at the door, and Helena timidly entered the room with a tray of food and tea. The lady told the maid to put the tray on the table and that she would have lunch later. Yesterday, Helena was informed that she had to take care of a young lady and must not make any mistakes in doing so. Then an inexperienced maid brought water in a large bowl for washing, but she saw that her mistress was not only going to wash herself, but also wanted to take a bath. When she saw that she was being served, the nervous lady asked if she could help her take a bath. Helena thought she hadn't been taught this, and the lady saw that her maid was confused at first, but after wetting a towel, she got down to business. The young lady was wondering why her maid was so clumsy, perhaps because it was her first time doing it, but she was trying to do her best. The mistress thought that her maid was so innocent and was very curious about what she had done before this job. The next day, a new distinguished guest arrived at the castle in a carriage. When the carriage stopped, a young man got out holding a richly decorated box. The butler and other servants respectfully greeted and invited the young man to the estate, who introduced himself as Palas Tertan. Holding the box tightly, the young man reasoned that as soon as he handed it over, his mission would be accomplished. The young man recalled how it happened that he, too, found himself in this castle one evening, when his grandfather called him to his room. When he entered his grandfather's office, the young man heard that he was invited at such a late hour because he had received a marriage proposal for him. Pallas was upset and said that he thought it was too early for him to get married. His grandfather told him that the offer came from Marquis Haidan of the kingdom of Orun. The elderly man said that they were asked if they would like to accept the lovely lady Hari into their family. The young man thought that he had just reached the age of majority and immediately received a marriage proposal. Is it really necessary for their family? But he told his grandfather that he would be happy to help his family, and he was told that he did not have to get married. An elderly man said that it was a really nice family, but they were from another country, so he decided to refuse the offer. The young man was very surprised that if his grandfather decided to refuse, why did he tell him about it? The grandfather explained that since it was a respectable family, they could not just refuse, so they had to give the precious jewelry that was in Lady Harry's chest. The grandfather said that as soon as his grandson handed over the jewelry, he could return home, and that he would decide on the official refusal himself. The young man was happy that he was not forced to get married and thought it would be like a little trip. Now the moment came when the young man had to fulfill his mission. He bowed politely and gave his name, saying that this meeting was an honor for him. The girl also greeted me and said that her name was Hari Haydn and curtsied according to etiquette. Looking at the girl, Pallas blushed, realizing that this curtsy, according to etiquette, was meant for the groom. Hari politely said that he was sorry that he had to travel such a dangerous and difficult road to meet her. Nervously, the young man replied that he was very pleased to meet such a beautiful lady as her, and he apologized for being a little late and for having to wait for him in the castle. The girl invited him to have tea, thinking that he makes a good first impression, but she still has no other choice. The palace was surprised that the girl served him tea herself and said that she had studied the art of tea ceremony. When asked if he liked this tea, he said that it was the first time he had ever tasted such a delicious one. The girl told me that it was a special tea brought from the Holy Kingdom. Afterwards, the young people talked for a long time, sitting across from each other. After a pleasantly spent evening, Pallas Turton stood in his room and stared dreamily out the window. He recalled how his grandfather told him to just hand over the jewelry and go home. But Hari was so charming and so pleasant to talk to, and she had very good manners. The young man was thinking that perhaps the girl did not reveal her true feelings at the first meeting, and perhaps it was all carefully planned. But he couldn't stop thinking about Hari as if her slender figure stood before his eyes. To receive the distinguished guests in the Lord's castle, a lot of people were gathered to work as servants, so they did not have enough clothes, shoes, underwear, and cigarettes. The butler sent Leo and several other young men to buy the missing items. Leo gladly agreed to this task, but he was very careful to select some goods from the vendors and ask them to pack them separately. The colleagues were pushing the young man, who took this task very carefully and responsibly. The servant girls, including Helena, were waiting for the arrival of the necessary goods. Helena saw Leo among the returning young men, who approached her and conspiratorially said that he wanted to talk to her and bought her some nice clothes. The young man gave her a huge bag and explained that the butler had allocated money to buy everything she needed, and this was what he had chosen for her. Helena was grateful to her friend, but asked why the bag was so heavy and what he had bought there. Leo took the bag and began to unpack it, saying that here were his boots, a blanket, a towel, and underwear. Helena was embarrassed, her cheeks reddened, and the young man saw this and began to make excuses for buying good quality goods. The young man did not understand why Helena was behaving this way and offered to have dinner together. The girl accepted the invitation to dinner, but was still upset. When she returned to her room, she happily tried on the new shoes and said in a spinning motion that they fit her well. Then I laid out the rest of my purchases on the bed and looked at them with pleasure. The girl was happy and excited about everything until she came to a package of underwear. She wondered how Leo could buy it. The young woman recalled that her friend was very shy, and if he sometimes touched her hand unintentionally, he could not look her in the eye afterwards. She reasoned that the Leo she knew would hide his underwear in a blanket and quickly run away after completing such a task. Helena thought that her friend's habits and style of communication with other people had changed a lot, and that he had become a different person. But the work was not waiting, and Helena went to Lady Harry's room to serve and run her errands. The young lady recalled in detail her tea party with Pallas yesterday, noting that he had good manners and that his sincerity and straightforwardness were immediately noticeable. She reasoned that the young man did not look like a typical nobleman and was too noble for anyone she knew. Smiling to herself, Hari thought that she had really fallen in love with this guy. Hari looked at her maid and asked what had happened to her because she looked confused and upset today. A noble lady asked the maid if her job was very hard and if anyone offended her. When she heard from the maid that she was doing well, the lady said that she could tell her about her troubles and she would help if she could. Helena was surprised that her hostess was interested in her personality. The girl did not know whether she could open up and trust the noble lady. Finally, Helena said that she has a boyfriend with whom she came to the city together, but now he is acting as if he has become a completely different person. The girl told her mistress that his name was Leo, and he worked as a servant in the castle. Helena said that she had known Leo since birth, and that he had been acting strangely since they went to Lutetia together. After hearing this, the lady thought that maybe she had started these inquiries of her maid in vain. And she told the girl not to worry, that maybe the change of environment had such an impact on the boy and he would be fine. Helena paused, thinking that maybe she was being too picky about her friend. After a while, Hari Haidan had lunch with Palace Turton on the veranda of the castle. Smiling at the young man, she said that she had seen many knights arrive with him and wondered if he was planning to kidnap her or something like that. The young man laughed back, saying that he had such security because his grandfather loves him very much and cares about him. Hari thought she would love to go with the young man to the kingdom of Conrad. At that time, Palace was thinking that he did not want it to end like that, and whether he could ask the lady to go with him. The young man took out the chest, opened it, and asked the girl if she would accept his gift. The young lady was delighted to see a necklace of magical beauty in the chest. Usually, when receiving gifts among the nobility, it is customary to make sure that the gift is not subject to a spell and that the palace check the jewelry before giving it. Standing on the terrace by the table, Hari thought that she wouldn't mind if this necklace had a spell to enchant the palace. The girl gladly put on the charming jewelry she had been given. The young man approached Hari and put his hand to his heart and said that he loved her. Looking into his eyes, the girl replied that she felt the same way. Standing next to his beloved, the young man said that his grandfather was actually against their engagement, but he would do everything to get his permission. Palace told him everything frankly and asked if the girl would help him convince his grandfather and get permission to get engaged. The girl was fascinated by his frankness and the fact that he did not hide the truth and did not try to solve everything on his own behind her back. She hugged him and said that now they would always be together and she would follow him anywhere. When Helena met Leo in the castle courtyard, she told him the news that her mistress had offered her to go with her to Conrad and she considered it a good opportunity. The lady promised to double the payment and give me a recommendation for admission to the church, and it was only for 6 months. Leo was stunned by the news. He reasoned that if Helena received recommendations, she would be accepted into the church and would not have to pay tuition. He thought it would ruin his plan to find the prince while Helena was busy earning money for school. The girl asked her friend why he was not happy about this opportunity, and he replied that of course it was all very nice and he was happy. But as he said it, Leo thought he couldn't let the story develop in a way that would disrupt his plan. Then he remembered that Helena wanted to earn money first and send it to her parents, and that this could delay her, but her friend said that she had already sent the money. She explained to her friend that at her request, Lady Hari sent her earnings to her parents in Daimos. Then, looking at her friend, she said that she could see that he was hiding something from her and was acting completely different from the Leo she had known since childhood. Then, returning to her business, her friend said that if he wanted to go with her, he should say so. At night, sitting on the bed in his room, Leo was despairing, thinking that of course he had to go with Helena and could not let her go alone. Now he was thinking that he should have gone to the Holy Kingdom and used his tracking ability to help them. They had stayed in a lord's castle in another kingdom for a very long time, and now Helena had found her way to the capital's church on her own. Sitting on his bed, the young man thought that he could not make Helena not go, and she had been very suspicious of him lately. He also thought it was very strange that Helena had become so close to Lady Hari, because usually nobles don't care much about commoners. A player thought that he always thought that the childhood friendship scenario was more flexible and had fewer obstacles, but it turns out that this is not the case. The young man reasoned that if they stayed in Daimos, an event would happen that would force Helena to go to church. It turns out that he has only 2 options for the scenario. If he lets her go, she becomes a priest, and if they stay together in Daimos, they get married. In despair, the young man thought he did not understand what the damn game wanted from him. The player decides that the idea of going to Conrad with Helena is not so bad. Count Peter of Orville knows the origins of his brother and sister's beggars, so it is very difficult to make Helena a princess in Veleta. Looking out of the window, the young man reasoned that in the scenario with the beggars, he should go to Conrad, so the information he would receive now would be useful in the future. Leo decided that if he entered the kingdom as a simple servant following Hari Gaiden, he could learn many useful things. A few days later, Palace Turton and Hari Gaiden with their retinue and guards left the castle. A few hours passed, and Palace called the senior knight to him and said that he proposed to stop and rest. The knight commanded his subordinate knights and servants to stop for rest. Palace immediately got out of his carriage and ran to another one with Lady Hari. The young people stood holding hands, and the young man said that they should get married as soon as possible, because traveling alone is a very difficult test for those who love. Hari agreed with him, saying that she also missed him, and that this journey to Conrad seemed endless to her. Leo also went to the carriage in which Helena was riding and asked his girlfriend how she was feeling. Helena was in a bad mood and again asked her friend what he was hiding from her. Almost 2 weeks later, the travelers arrived in the western territory of the Tertan family. A detachment of unknown knights blocked their way and demanded that everyone in the caravan be searched. One of the guards said that a member of the Tertan family was traveling in the caravan and demanded that the way be cleared. The head of the squad that had blocked the road, hearing that he was preventing the young Lord Tertan from passing, smiled and took off his helmet. Smiling ominously, a man with long black hair named the head guard knight Tadian and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The soldiers behind the black-haired man prepared their weapons for battle. The knight Tadian exclaimed that he knew they would meet and named the black-haired man Bart. The black-haired man ordered his henchmen to kill all the Duke's henchmen. Tadian thought he had only 16 men in his unit of Hayden's knights and his own. Bart reasoned that his squad could easily cope with the guards, but he had to fight his main enemy. Tadian and the black-haired man drew their swords at the same time and were ready to fight. Both fighters holding weapons rushed to meet each other. Bart looked at his opponent and thought that 10 years ago he was his equal in strength, but now his stance is unsteady and his sword is not in the best condition. Tadian also evaluated the enemy, exclaiming that he did not look very good, and apparently his sword skills had become worse. It was immediately apparent that these two were very old enemies. Finally, having assessed the enemy and thought out a plan of action, both men rushed into the attack. Having repelled the first attack, Bart thought that the impossible had happened and that his opponent was faster and stronger than in the past. But the black-haired man noticed that the knight's attacks were as monotonous as they had been before. Feeling his superiority, Tadian enthusiastically prepared to attack the enemy again. The knight thought that his opponent would not be able to block his next blow with his old sword. And in fact, the knight managed to inflict a small wound on the enemy by hitting his arm with his sword. But unexpectedly, Tadian was struck with a blow that took his life, and the knight's body lost its balance and fell from the bridge into the river. Bart stood there with joy, feeling his victory, and said that he had finally taken revenge. 2 knights from Tertan's guard stood by the carriage, swords drawn, trying to protect the young lord. Pallas looked out of the carriage door anxiously, asking the guards what was going on. The guards reported that they had been attacked and told the young man to stay inside the carriage and close the door, saying that they would handle everything themselves. The knight from the guard said that there was no need to be afraid because there were only 6 attackers and they would overcome them in a moment. Despite the smaller number, the attackers drove the knights of the guards into a dead end. Their strength was as great as that of the royal knights. The strongest and most invincible among the attackers was a man with long black hair. Bart's weapon was invincible, and the number of the young lord's guards was steadily decreasing. One of the knights of the guard, having assessed the situation, rushed to the carriage, deciding to hide the young lord in a safe place. But he was unable to prevent Pallas Tertan from opening the carriage door and getting out to meet the attackers. A black-haired attacker with a deadly sword was rushing toward the carriage like lightning. The young man recklessly came out to meet them and said that if their attacker was a knight, he should keep his honor to the end. The words that the attacker was not a knight were the last thing Pallas heard in his life. Bart turned around and walked away from the carriage, leaving the lifeless body there. Moving away from the carriage, the attacker said that everything was over, and now he wondered how long Tertan would be able to hide from him in the capital. Behind him, he heard a girl shouting Pallas's name loudly. Looking around, the black-haired man thought that this young woman must be the daughter of the Marquis of Haidan. But before he could go any further, Bart froze, feeling something unusual. The man thought that he felt an incredibly sinister aura and that whatever it was, he had to destroy it. A man grabbed Hari Haiden's arm, asking her sternly where she got that necklace. The girl boldly replied that she was the daughter of the Gaiden family, and if he was a knight, he should show respect and immediately take his hands off her. With another wry smile at his words, the man said that he was not a knight. The attacker tore off the girl's jewelry and looked at it, wondering what it was and why it radiated such a strong aura. Taking advantage of the fact that the attacker was looking at the necklace, the girl rushed to the carriage in which Pallas was traveling. Lady Hari realized with horror and sadness that her beloved was no longer alive. Leo immediately realized that something was wrong and hid behind the carriage in which the servants were traveling. Looking from his hiding place at the battle, he thought that these were not unusual soldiers, but knights in disguise, and they seemed to be even stronger than his father, the knight. Thinking that the skill of those knights borders on the skills of sword masters, the young man looked out of his hiding place and saw a fallen guard nearby. Grabbing the guard's sword, the young man ran to the other carriages to find Helena and get out of here as quickly as possible. Trying not to make a fuss, Leo ran between the carriages trying to find his friend. Finally, he saw her near a carriage that had stopped on a bridge over the river. At the same moment, a man running past Helena pushed her hard, and she lost her balance and fell off the bridge into the water. The young man ran as fast as he could to his friend, remembering that she could not swim at all. Helena was very frightened when she found herself in the water and loudly called out to her friend for help, begging him to save her. The girl went under very quickly, and if Leo had stayed even a minute longer, he would not have been able to save her, but he managed to grab the drowning woman. The young man pulled the girl out of the water, trying to comfort her and saying that there was no danger now. Still in a state of shock, the girl leaned against her rescuer and thanked him. She apologized for doubting him and for being so picky about him. Leo asked his friend to leave the conversation for another time, and now they had to run as far away from this place as possible. The black-haired man's attack happened so suddenly that the young man did not even have time to cover Helena with himself, and could only push her to avoid the attacker's blow. Using the sword he got from the guard, Leo tried to hold back the enemy's attack. But given who his opponent was, it was very difficult. Despite the fact that the young man repelled this furious attack, Bart wounded him in the shoulder. The attacker was very surprised that a simple servant was able to resist and block his blow. Helena got up from the ground and jumped to her friend and covered him with her body for a moment. The girl was wounded by the attacker's sword and fell to the ground again. Leo saw that his friend was only wounded but alive and called out to her to run as far as possible. The young man tried to deflect the blows of his opponent, who was too strong and skilled for him. Having a lot of experience in fighting, Leo realized that he would never be able to overcome this man. The young man's attention was drawn to a very familiar sign on the hilt of the sword the attacker was using. It was the same symbol as the one on the necklace that was used in the scenario about the beggar's brother and sister. Trying to look at the face of his opponent, Leo began to guess who it could be. Helena jumped up to her friend, who had fallen to the ground from another blow, and he managed to whisper to her to run away quickly. The young man realized that life was leaving him and that he had lost this game too. He could still hear the words that Helena spoke to him, but they were overwhelmed by the voice of the game, which expressed gratitude for playing Helena's education. The player heard that this game also ended with the death of the character, and it was the second attempt out of 3, and the speed at which the player becomes Leo is reduced. This was followed by the information that Helena's last profession was as a servant of the Haidan family. She was single and died by the sword of Lord Bart. Leo was a servant of the Haydn family, unmarried, and died by the sword of Lord Bart while accompanying Helena to the kingdom of Conrad. Saddened to hear the news that Helena had also died, the young man thought that this game was yet another failure. What worried the player the most was that he realized that his death was the second of 3 possible. In despair, the young man wondered what would happen if he used his third chance. The player didn't understand what to do with this scenario and how to finally complete the game. Restart. Then the player heard that for blocking the sword strike of someone with perfect skill, he gains the highest level of swordplay skill, Bart's style. Standing there, immersed in his thoughts, the player realized that he was about to see Helena the warrior from the engagement scenario. When he heard the girl's voice, he was very happy and thought that he missed Helena very much, and she was insistently demanding an answer to her question. Leo knew that this was a question about whether he would go hunting, so he asked if it would be an obstacle that he was not a member of her tribe. Smiling, the girl said that she had already made arrangements with her father for him. The young man thought that this Helena was always clever, and he smiled as he remembered how she had proposed to him, suggesting that they become knights together and then marry. The young man thought that he didn't want this scenario to end in some kind of tragedy that would happen to him or Helena. He looked at the girl, who was surprised by his inattention, and said that he had to do some work and would be back later. The young man decided to avoid participating in the military campaign at all costs, because if he did, he would certainly meet the swordmaster and die. Leo went to a small shop owned by one of the oldest warriors of the tribe and told the owner from the doorway that he had not come to buy anything. A young man asked the old man for a favor, saying that he needed some information that no one else could provide. The next day, Leo was back at the training ground with his father, Lord Noel. After a few exercises, Noel was surprised to see that his son had broken the bad habit of turning to the right in combat. The Lord was surprised that his son no longer had this habit because it was not something that could be easily corrected. The coach thought that his student now had perfect balance and wondered how he had managed to achieve this in just one day. Leo skillfully practiced his techniques with his wooden training sword. He was very skillful in both offensive and defensive drills. The father was pleased that his son had finally mastered the techniques that he had struggled with for a long time. The Lord then used several new techniques that he had not yet taught his son. But despite this, Leo confidently coped with the task, and Noel thought that he had clearly underestimated his son's skills. Helena, who was watching the training, was also impressed by the way her friend used new elements of combat. The father was delighted, smiling happily, saying that at last his student had understood all his lessons. Leo thought that Bart's top-level swordsmanship was actually quite good. After a little rest, the Lord ordered the boy to attack him again. The young man hoped that he would finally be able to defeat his father in this training battle. But the Lord skillfully repelled the attack that seemed invincible to his son. The young man began to think that in Barth's style, the focus is on the balance of the stance. Being a left-handed man, Barth had a habit of placing his left hand on top of the handle. Therefore, the fighter received a small advantage that allowed him to easily defeat a right-handed person. But in a fight with more experienced swordsmen, this advantage did not work. Dissatisfied with this, Bart switched to a right-handed grip on the sword, resulting in perfectly balanced fencing. Therefore, having mastered the style of Barth, Leo did not have a tendency to be right-handed or left-handed. During a short break, the Lord thought and decided it was time to show his son the true art of combat. The fight lasted only a few minutes when a surprised Leo realized that his opponent, who had just been in front of him, had disappeared. A few more seconds passed before the young man realized that his father was behind him. The young man, bewildered and not understanding how this happened, was completely under the power of his opponent. Leo received a good kick and ended up on the ground with a wooden sword at his throat. His father told him that changing his arm to a weaker one was a bad idea, and Leo agreed. The young man thought that Leo Dexter's body was not suitable for the perfect execution of Barth's technique because it was asymmetrical and he was far from the level of the fight he had seen by the river. After the training, Helena came up to Leo saying that it was amazing and asked how he managed to improve his skills so much. But the young man was dissatisfied with the training and thought that to use the ability he now had, he needed to train his body from scratch. And so the day of the hunt that Leo had been waiting for came, and just like last time, he and Helena went to check the traps they had set. They walked for a long time through the snowy forest until Helena exclaimed that she saw something unusual. As in the past, they came in with beastly prints of enormous size. Leo was ready to finally realize his plans, and up until that point, everything had been just like the previous times in this scenario. The girl was excited to be the first to see these prints and wanted to go downstairs and check if there was anyone there, but the young man asked her to wait a bit. Last time, they called a group of hunters and caught the mythical fox together, but this time, Leo decided to do something different. The young man was ready to go downstairs, but he confidently said that he already knew what they would find there. Helena looked at her friend with great interest and scrutiny, and he said that his grandfather Boris had told him that there was a cave down there. The young woman was irritated, asking if he really trusted what his grandfather Boris said, because he was very old and suffered from dementia and said stupid things when he got drunk. Leo said that his grandfather's story was quite realistic. Monsters were constantly appearing in that canyon, and the prints they saw most likely belonged to a mythical fox. Leo said that he thought that the two of them could secretly look into the cave and maybe catch the beast. The prudent girl said that it was probably a demonic creature, and if so, the two of them would never be able to deal with it. With disbelief, the young woman listened to Leo say that he had something that would help him hunt the beast, and she said that she had seen a bunch of iron rods. Leo thought that nothing could be hidden from her, but his friend continued to tell him that his visits to the smithy had not gone unnoticed. A quarrel broke out, and furious Helena asked where the young man had gotten the money to buy the rods, or if he had stolen money from his father, and the young man denied stealing anything. The young man said that he had borrowed the rods and helped to make them, and for that he received a big discount. The girl was nervous, calling her friend very naive, or maybe just stupid, and asking how he could trust Grandpa Boris's fairy tales. A surprised Leo listened to his friend call him stupid and question the very existence of the mythical fox. Then the young man said that he offered to go downstairs and see for himself and asked if Helena would go with him. The girl replied that it could be dangerous, and if there was really a fierce animal there, it should be reported to other hunters. Then Leo said that if the two of them could catch a demonic beast on their first hunt, they would surely be recognized as legendary warriors of the tribe. To top off his persuasion, Leo said that her father would surely be proud of her. Helena replied that she agreed that we should go and see for ourselves, and she moved forward with determination, despite the fact that the young man asked her to be careful. The young woman turned to him, smiling sincerely, and told him that she was not afraid of anything and that he should take care of himself. When they set off for the cave, Leo thought that the probability of their death on this hunt was quite high. But he saw no other way out, because all other options did not lead to making Helena a princess, and he had to catch this mythical fox at all costs. Trying not to make any noise, the young hunters approached the entrance to a huge cave. Looking inside the cave, they saw a huge mythical fox sleeping, and Leo thought that this was the fourth time he had met this creature. In a whisper, the young man told his girlfriend that they should go back for now. Out of breath and a little frightened by what they saw, they climbed the hill again. The girl asked how the two of them would be able to catch such a beast and insisted on telling the other hunters about it. Leo persuaded them that they could manage on their own, despite the girl's arguments that it was too dangerous. The young man told Helena his plan, which was based on the fact that he knew that the fox was following a certain pattern. When asked whether all these assumptions about fox behavior came from Boris's grandfather, the young man replied that he had read about it in a book from the library. But still, Helena had her doubts and suggested calling all the hunters for such a dangerous hunt. And then Leo used a trick he knew would work. He asked Helena why she was so afraid. Taking his bag, he said that then he would be able to hunt the fox himself, and she would still get the reward for being the first to find the prince. These words of her friend made Helena very angry, and she exclaimed that she was not afraid of anything and could even easily play the role of bait for a fox. The young man smiled slyly because, as expected, nothing could stop his girlfriend's desire to compete. They built a large fire in the clearing, and the girl, acting as bait, sat down next to it and roasted a large piece of meat. The young man watched from a distance. Pleased that the girl was following the plan, he told her that for a giant fox, people are either a treat or just a toy. He told the girl that a fox quietly sneaks up on a victim, then jumps high and falls from above, so she should never raise her head. Because if a fox feels that its victim suspects something, it will quickly close the distance and bite or hit with its front paws. While the young man was recalling everything he had told Helena and thinking over his plan once again, two huge, sparkling eyes shone in the night darkness. Helena finally finished cooking a piece of meat and began to eat it with appetite without raising her head, while the mythical fox was almost behind her. The young man tensed when he saw it, thinking that he had only one chance now. The mythical fox made an incredible leap upward as if flying into the air. Looking at the huge beast that was hunting his friend, the young man called out to Helena with all his might. The girl, numb with horror, hoped that their plan would work 100%,